Subscribe because it motivates me to post more. The Nefera Bazaar. By Alabaster Constellation. Naruto is low class. Hinata is royalty. He came to the kingdom to train, but falls in love with the Hyuga heiress in the process. Many dangerous obstacles prevent the two lovers from being together. With the Hyuga household threatening his life and the Akatsuki after his demon, Naruto may never get to be with his one true love, Hinata. Heavy dose of Niji-ten as well. Hi. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this is the story of how I fell in love with Hinata Hyuga. A dear person once told me in order to prepare for the present one must look to the past. So here I go, ready to reveal my tragic backstory. I was born with a demon fox sealed inside of me. I know you're probably thinking, well what a freak, but it's not like I chose it. See, the land of fire was battling this fox demon, for what, 10 years maybe. There was so much bloodshed and so many deaths. Comrades were falling out in the battlefields, and sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers all gave their lives to protect their country. It was decided that the fourth Hokage would sacrifice himself to seal the demon fox in a newborn vessel. To my misfortune, that vessel happened to be me. I was chosen to be the great hero. The fourth second's last words were that I should not be looked down upon as a monster, but looked up to as a savior. I guess not enough people were there to get the memo. Being the monster that I am, I was sent down to the ruts to be away from civilized society. The ruts, the lowest side of the country, the dumps so to speak. Here's a quick geography lesson for you in case you don't know how the land of fire is divided. Imagine a dartboard. The center part is known as the kingdom. That's where the royalty and rich live. You'll see mansions, compounds, and even a castle right in the middle. It's the epitome of opulence. Our Hokage, country leader, runs our nation right there in the middle of it all. The middle ring is called the commons. It's where our average to upper middle class citizens live. There are regular jobs with steady incomes and higher education. Most of the country's schools and universities are located along this region. Not only that, but it's where you'll find the Land of Fire's world-famous bazaars located on the border of the commons and the kingdom. The largest of them all is the Great Nefera Bazaar, but you'll hear more about that in a bit. And for the grand finale, the final section on our dartboard is the rurality. It's mostly farms and agriculture, but a small section of this circle is home to the slums of the country known as the ruts. It's the worst place to live in. Saying you're from the ruts commands no respect at all. In fact, all you'll get is a bad name and dirty looks. It wasn't the best place to grow up. I was thrown in as an orphan with no family or home to call my own. I never received any attention and I was hated for who I was. I missed out on a mother's love and a father's affection. Most children when left in a similar position might have let themselves fade into the tragedy, but I lashed out. I figured I'd have a laugh at everyone who hated me. I played mean pranks and on occasion they got out of hand. It was getting to the point where no one thought they could contain me and my residency in the area was in question. Finally, one person decided to do something about my behavior. But instead of punishing me or banishing me from the only place I'd ever know, Iruka had done the complete opposite. He took me in. Iruka is a teacher originally from the kingdom. He tutored royalty and enjoyed the life of luxury. But one trip to the ruts was all it took to open his eyes to the poverty that plagued the rurality. He packed his trunks and left his cushy life for one of despondence. He took a job at the commons and commuted every day to work, bringing along with him a few dozen kids from the ruts. Iruka took me in as a son. He didn't see me as a problem or a stain on society, but as a child who needed love. So I lived with him and he became a father to me. Soon after I moved in, he enrolled me into a prestigious military academy in the commons. With Iruka's help, I excelled and passed my final exams with flying colors. After graduation they place you into teams of 3 with a preliminary mentor. You stuck with whoever you're placed with for the rest of your life. Every mission from graduation on will be with these 3 other people. Some people got paired with some real losers. I mean, I'd rather die than have been placed on a team with that Inizuka kid. Sakura Harino was the class beauty and brains. I would have given almost anything for a chance to date her, but she wouldn't even glance my way. Like the rest of the girls in our class, she was head over heels for Sasuke Chiha, resident bad boy. By some chance of fate, they both ended up being my teammates. The team dynamic was rocky at first. I had a crush on Sakura who was in love with Sasuke who couldn't be bothered. Sasuke was my rival in class. I worked my ass off to try to compete with him on every practical. He was a natural talent, gifted in the art of combat and military skill. I would say he had the perfect life if it wasn't for his own tragic story. Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, murdered his entire clan. I mean, it sounds completely made up, but it's the truth. He slaughtered his whole family including both his parents. However, he spared Sasuke. Itachi's final words to Sasuke were to get strong enough to one day defeat him. That moment left a deep impact on Sasuke and would forever shape the path he laid. Having lost his entire family and fortune, Sasuke was forced to move down to the ruts and had to grow up very quickly. He was a lot more mature and stoic than most of the kids our age. The only people he ever opened up to was our team. Over the years Sasuke become more than a rival or teammate. He grew to become my brother and I'd like to think he saw me the same. The person he outwardly showed true familial respect for was our instructor, Hinata Kakashi. He was known throughout the country and beyond for his legendary skill. I had seen firsthand on multiple occasions just how powerful he was. It inspired us both to work hard to be just as strong as Kakashi was. We were all very close and worked together like a well-oiled machine. But it went deeper than that. None of us had parents or siblings. We were all orphans and our team became our family. The four of us were happy together, and sometimes I wonder what life would have been like if it had stayed that way. A couple years after the formation of our unit, just when things were finally going well for Sasuke, a guy named Orochimaru shows up on one of our missions and informs him that he knows where Itachi has been hiding. In fact, he used to work very closely with the older Uchiha. Orochimaru said Itachi belonged to this organization known as the Akatsuki. He offered to train Sasuke to kill his brother, which was an offer Sasuke couldn't refuse. Orochimaru, I later found out, is an outlawed criminal just like Itachi. He used to do experiments on humans. Live humans. We tried to stop Sasuke. The last time I saw Sasuke was on a mission to prevent him from leaving with Orochimaru. I was the only one to reach him and once I did we fought. It was the hardest and longest battle I had ever faced. Though he could have killed me, Sasuke spared my life and I thank him for that. But I can never forgive him for leaving us, betraying our village, and most of all breaking Sakura's heart. In those last few months, Sakura was making real progress in terms of coming closer to Sasuke. He was finally starting to speak comfortably around her and even made jokes when it was just the two of them. She wept for days over his betrayal. She wouldn't eat or sleep or even talk to me or Kakashi. It was hard watching the girl I had cared so much about fall into disarray over a traitor. Sasuke was my brother, my family, and I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I promised that I would train myself to become stronger than he was and to one day bring him back home. However, my training wasn't going as planned, and I made little progress on my own. By some miracle, Jiraiya came into town and immediately saw that I had the fox inside of me. Out of either curiosity or pity, Jiraiya listened to my story and offered to train me. He was a teacher of my idol, the great fourth Hokage, and said he saw the same kind of passion and raw strength in me that he saw in the fourth. However, he said he was busy and there was a lot of information he needed to gather in the kingdom. If he were to train me, I would have to accompany him there. And that is where our story begins. Chapter 2. Naruto POV. Jiraiya. Where the hell are we going? I was following the large man through a crowded street lined with various restaurants and clubs. His hair spiked out under his headband and continued to fall to his mid-back. Its stark white color contrasted with the deep red of his hermit's vest. He was a strange-looking man and was still just as weird as the day I had met him. Jiraiya seemed to ignore my question and pressed on through the crowd. I folded my arms over my head and casually walked in the same pace. When are we going to start training? You promised me we'd start practicing as soon as possible. I shouted louder, hoping he would acknowledge my question. It had been a week since we'd arrived in the commons. We spent the time looking for housing and purchasing pots, bedding, and other necessary furnishings for the small loft we were renting above a ramen shop. Within that week, I had used up all my patience. There was no more waiting and no more settling down. I needed to start training immediately. Jiraiya halted abruptly in front of me. He was staring intently at a large billboard with a very scantily clad woman plastered on the front. Upon closer inspection, it read Wataking Day in Nightclub. Jiraiya turned quickly to face me. Look, Naruto. I came here to gather intel for the state and research for a side project. He put an arm around my shoulder and pointed to the club. That is where I'm going to find the necessary information I need. You have got to be kidding me. I rolled my eyes and shrugged off his shoulder. This isn't a fucking joke, old man. We're going to the training grounds now. A few people turned to look at me. I was ready to start a brawl with the geezer right there. He was starting to get on my last nerve. Annoyingly enough, Jiraiya wasn't even looking at me. His eyes were glazed over as he looked wistfully towards the club. I waved my hands over his face. Hey. Right here. Hi, yeah, I'm Naruto. You know, the guy you promised to train. Yeah, see, I need that training to bring back Sasuke, you know Uchiha Sasuke. Which is why we came here. To train. Not to fuel your perverted habits. Jiraiya quickly turned back to me as a few more people continued to stare at the scene. He hastily pulled me aside. Look, Naruto. I know you're really intent on this let's go find Sasuke crap, but what I'm doing is more important than finding your boyfriend. He paused as he stole a glance back at the sign. Here's the new plan. I'm going to go on in and do some research. You take the rest of today to go explore the city, and maybe find some friends who are less intent on the whole revenge thing. In fact, why don't you go into the bazaars and find something really nice for that one pink-haired friend of yours? He looked at me slyly. Girls love trinkets. I took a moment to think. It would be nice to get away from Jiraiya for a bit, and a few hours to myself were well needed. Plus I had never been to commons and exploring the place seemed worth the time. Sakura probably forgot about me by now though. Jiraiya looked down at me and stared for a bit. He placed a large hand on top of my spiky hair and tousled it. I wouldn't worry about that. You're not one to be easily forgotten. He readjusted his satchel and began to walk toward the club. Before he entered, he turned around to say one last thing. Buy her something nice. I'll see you at home. He then disappeared into the building. I turned in the opposite direction and let myself get swept away in the crowd. I'd never been to such a place before. A whole other world was slowly unraveling in front of me. Everything was adorned in vibrant colors, and the sun seemed to shine just a little bit brighter there. Not a single piece of rubbish could be found on the streets, and the law enforcement was polite and approachable. The people were much happier and children played carelessly on the streets. The streets were wide and paved smoothly with small flat stones. Sometimes the path would branch into small side roads where banners were hung at the entrance. They read Hamilton Bazaar or Aston Bell Bazaar with bright colors and gold writing. Past the banners I could spot small kiosks and vendors selling sweet desserts or intricate shawls. Finally the path ended and a maze of colors and shops started. Above my head hung a sign reading the Great Nafair Bazaar. Once I stepped past the large hanging, my body was transported to a completely different world. My sense of smell was attacked by different aromas, all vying for my immediate attention. Spices wafted around me, making my stomach rumble, but soon after the scents of various flowers distracted my mind from the hunger. My mind fell into a daze as I absent-mindedly strolled through the stalls, allowing my eyes to feast on the unending spectacle. Vendors and customers haggled prices, street performers sang melodic tunes, and laughing. There was so much laughing that I found myself grinning without prompt. The entire experience was euphoric. It wasn't until I noticed the reddest, plumpest, and most juiciest apples I had ever seen on this blessed earth that I realized the extent of my hunger. Hinata POV. I woke up earlier than usual that particular morning. At 5 o'clock promptly I opened my eyes and laid awake under the pale lavender covers for 10 minutes. I took the time to review my plans for the day. From 5:15 to 6 o'clock, I would take care of showering and personal grooming. At 6 o'clock I would prepare my father's morning tea, which I would deliver by hand to his personal chambers at 6:15. I'd then spend the next hour and a half studying my learning materials while overseeing Hanabi's training. Once Hanabi is done with her lesson, it is my turn to practice sparring with her, which was always a daunting task. It would not be until 11 that I was allowed to go about my day in peace. Today was especially important because it was the first time in a few weeks that I was able to see my closest friend Tenten. She had left the country for some time on mission, leaving me to myself for the first time in many years. It was startling how reliant on her company I was, but it should not have come as much surprise. You can and will get through this morning. You have done it for years and you can do it today. For some reason I needed the extra motivation to keep myself sane. The anxiety from staying in the compound for so long was taking an exaggerated effect on me. I knew I needed to leave the compound at the earliest possible convenience. I went through the motions of the day without much thought. Shower. Get dressed. Say good morning to the elders. Pour hot water. Filter tea leaves. Walk to father's room. Greet him appropriately. Fill the cup. Excuse myself. Stare at the same page for an hour. Dodge. Hanabi's kick. Full. Finally I picked myself up from the floor for the umpteenth time that morning. Hanabi waved her hand in a motion that meant I'm done. She picked up her towel and water and left the sparring arena. Without even saying a word. As I dusted off my uniform, I spotted a familiar face from the corner of my eye. Niji had been watching the end of our session, and from the smirk on his face, I could tell he enjoyed the final blow. Niji was my cousin, my father's brother's son, who belonged to the branch house of Hyuga. Though he was older, he had no legitimate right to the Hyuga main household, and having been orphaned at a young age, he was subject to the authoritarian rule of my father. Even though he was more skilled and a better candidate for future head of household, Niji was denied the position because of his birth. Instead that seat falls to me, or more likely to Hanabi. He approached slowly, taking his time to greet me. He looked over the tattered state of the uniform and knew that this morning, like every morning before, was another win for Hanabi. Good morning, Hinata-sama. Good morning, Niji-san. I understand you have plans to meet Tenten-san today. He didn't look at me when he asked the question, but instead took to examining a nearby flowering tree. That is correct. If it would not cause you any trouble, would you please inform Tenten-san that I will be requiring her services this evening at golden hour? Of course. Without another word he turned away from the tree, gave a small bow, and left the room. Once I had seen his long hair swish around the corner, I breathed a sigh of relief. All my encounters with Niji gave me great anxiety. I picked up my books and remaining material and went to drop them off in my bedroom. In the cavernous room, I donned on casual but elevated common streetwear. The outfit of a relaxed kimono and long skirt was one of my favorites. It allowed me to blend in with the civilians when I left the compound, but was still elegant enough that if I were to ever bump into another member of the royal family, I would not disgrace my father completely. Before anyone else had a chance to steal away my time, I hurried out of the compounds. My feet rushed through the main gates, then stealthily made my way to the Great Nefera Bazaar. I walked the same paths I usually took to get to the stall where I first met up with Tenten. We were originally introduced through Niji. They had both graduated from military academy and were placed in the same unit. She came around the compound one day and took the time to introduce herself and get to know me. It was the first time that someone had engaged in an honest and sincere conversation with me. Tenten proposed that we meet at a particularly favorite stall of hers, one owned by a trusted weapons merchant. Our friendship blossomed into the mature flower it is today from that one initial meeting. To think that Niji gave me the first meaningful relationship in my life. As I walked past familiar stalls, something unusual caught my eye. A boy roughly my age with bright yellow hair was crouched over a barrel of apples. Many people were also staring at him, though he didn't seem to notice. Yellow hair, they all whispered. It was an unusual feature to have around this area. Gray, black, brown, red, even purple was more common. No one had seen yellow hair since the fourth Hokage. He stared intently at the apples and then looked up to speak to the merchant. In this moment my heart stopped. His eyes were crystal blue, the color of lapis lazuli, the same shade as the oceans. He grinned and pouted through pink soft lips. Without even realizing it, I was making my way towards the young man. The closer I approached, I could hear him say, "I don't have money for that." The words came out of my mouth before I could really think about what I was doing. Naruto POV. Take an apple. I'll pay for it. I broke away from my intense conversation with a particularly strict merchant who wasn't going to sell me an apple for free. As I glanced to see who spoke, my eyes laid upon a girl with long dark blue hair. From what I could tell, her face was bright red, but it was hard to see since she was staring straight at the ground. I looked around to make sure she wasn't talking to someone else. "Oh, I'm sorry. IWW was talking to YU. Please take an apple." She stuttered and stumbled over her words. "Wait, really? Thanks." I grabbed an apple and took a healthy bite out of it. I glanced at her again. She had pale skin that was currently flushed from what I assumed was a sunburn, though it didn't seem like she got out much. Her hair was braided back, but some strands escaped their binds and fell gently on the sides of her face. The girl refused to make eye contact, but with the angle at which she looked to the floor, I could see long wispy lashes that framed her eyes. From what I could tell, she was a very beautiful girl. As I went to take another bite of the apple, the vendor approached me for money. I turned to her. The girl quickly dug into her pockets, and after a few seconds she froze. Finally looking up, she turned to the merchant. Sir." She started hesitantly. He was a big macho guy with hair up the wazoo. He reminded me of a mobster, the type of guys you really shouldn't be messing with. "Yeah, what?" he asked her in an uncaring tone. I seemed to have forgotten my money at the moment. Could I possibly pay you back tomorrow?" She stuttered with a very worried look. I glanced at the man. He looked as though she asked him to dance on the streets. He turned to me, then back to the girl. "Listen, girlie. He already bit the apple. So either pay or do work. Hard work," he emphasized and grabbed the girl's wrists to intimidate her. I had to step in between them. "Hey, let her go," I yelled at the man. He turned to glare at me. "She has to pay." He objected, though still letting go of the girl's wrists. He took a step in front of me. I tried to casually stand on my toes to try to look down on him. He raised an eyebrow. "But she can't," I pointed to her. "Then?" he asked. "Well, I was the one who bit the apple. Then you pay." "I can't." "Then I take the girl." His voice sounded frustrated. "You can't." I stared hard at him to try to assert some level of dominance. The scene wasn't looking too good. A few people had stopped and circled around. If he initiated a fight, I wasn't going to engage in combat. It's not in my nature to hurt a civilian. That's way too many cans, ain't it? He started swinging his arm back and forth as if preparing to swing a punch. Judging from his muscle structure, I knew it was going to hurt like hell, but I was going to take it like a man. I couldn't hit him back, and I had to stand up for this girl. He was ready to swing and I closed my eyes. Hinata POV. The man was about to land a punch on the boy who had so quickly stepped in to help me when I got him into trouble in the first place. In one sweeping motion I spun around, grabbed the man's wrist, pushed him off in the opposite direction, and maintained a safe space between him and the boy. I felt a pulse in my eyes, and I knew I had activated the Byakugan. It was unintentional and must have awoken due to the adrenaline. The effects of my actions were immediate. I watched as the man's anger washed into a frightened look as he stared into my eyes. The boy opened his eyes in confusion, but quickly noticed the man on the ground and me placed in between them. He glanced over the man to look at me, and I knew what he saw. Pearly light eyes were now a deep lavender with veins popping around the orbital sockets. The man jumped back. "Hyuga-sama, please. If you had told me who you were, I would have let you go. I need the money, you know. I can't just let people take my products. You understand, right?" he asked very nervously. The man clearly understood the ramifications of harassing someone of noble lineage. If I told my father of his behavior, the merchant would be out of the country before sunset. The crowd gathered around us grew larger, and I could hear faint whispers. I needed to remove myself from the scene before someone realized who I was and questioned what I was doing outside of the compound without an escort. I promised to pay you generously tomorrow. And now if you'll excuse me. I gave a slight bow to the man before racing off through the crowd of people. I must have passed 30 stalls before stopping behind a well-covered tent to catch my breath. My heart was racing and my mind went into panic mode. Before I had time to completely process the event, someone's hand grabbed the back of my arm and turned me around. Hey, you just ran off before I could properly thank you, replied the blue-eyed boy. And you should totally leave a review because that would be phenomenal. Chapter 3. Naruto POV. I stood there smiling and waited for her to respond. Just a moment ago she had completely overthrown a man twice her size, and now she was cowering behind his stall. I barely understood what had happened. I was completely prepared to sport a huge bruise for the rest of the day, but instead I found a girl with amaranth eyes posed between me and my assailant. Her eyes were gorgeous and frightening. It took her some time to catch her breath. Upon closer inspection I was able to confirm that she was in fact a beautiful girl. She looked so delicate and fragile, but the previous event showed otherwise. She looked up at me and simply stared as if in trance. Well, thank you for saving me back there, I said, trying to engage her. She broke out of her stupor and just nodded her head. Her face was turned to the ground once more. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. How about you? Hinata Hyuga. She replied shyly. That's a pretty name. I smiled, hoping to loosen her attitude a bit. Yurei taught me that the easiest way to get on a girl's good side was to compliment her. She sat herself down on a low standing wall. So what happened back there? I laughed as I sat next to her. She fidgeted a bit and moved away to maintain some distance. It was strange, but I wasn't going to make her feel uncomfortable. I am sorry. For what? That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. What was that thing you did with your eyes? She looked up at me in mild shock. You're not from around HE or YU? I was taken aback. Was it that obvious? Yeah. I said, rubbing the back of my head. You could say I'm pretty new to the area. So was that some kind of special ability? It's a B bloodline LL limit C called the B Byakugan. LL lets me see CH chakra P points. It was my turn to be shocked. Knowledge of chakra is only taught to those enrolled in military services. This girl looked like she had never even stepped into an academy. Well, that's really freaking cool. She smiled at me, and it looked as if she was starting to warm up to my presence. So what beep brings you here? Well, I came here to train. Just practice and stuff, you know. I left my answer intentionally vague. From my personal experience, not too many people look kindly on someone who says they're from the ruts. She seemed nice, but I wasn't going to risk a potential friendship so early on. Ding. Dong. Ding. Doong. Oh, and no. I really must go. I have T2 meet someone. She gently dropped down from the wall and landed gracefully on the pavement. I, however, catapulted myself clumsily in front of her. It was really nice meeting you. We should meet again sometime. Since I just got here I don't really know that many people, so it'd be great if you could show me around. Why yes, that would be nice. One hand held her elbow as the other fidgeted with the sleeve. She was looking at the ground again. So same time same place tomorrow, I said, lowering my head to make eye contact with her. She backed away quickly. Why yes. Hinata nervously moved her head to the side. It might have been my imagination, but the sunburn was starting to get worse. I'll see you later then, Hinata, I shouted as she started to walk away. She looked back one last time to give me a small wave. Hinata POV. I couldn't stop smiling the entire way to Tenten. Only a few minutes ago a dazzling boy pulled me aside, and we had the most marvelous conversation. I thought back to what we had spoken about and my face started to flush. I had been so nervous and shy and everything I said seemed so stupid and unintelligent. Why he would want to meet me again was a mystery. As I raced down the streets, not caring who looked or noticed my behavior, I laughed aloud. It was the first time I had ever felt so giddy with nervous joy. My heart was skipping and happiness was bubbling through me. I spotted Tenten at the stall examining a small kunai as she chatted up the owner. I approached her silently, a smile still playing on my lip. She turned her head to look at me, and I could see confusion. What's going on? Did something good happen? She placed the kunai down, waved a goodbye to the merchant, and walked with me through the crowd. There was this boy. And he wanted this apple and I saved him. Well, he was hungry, and I thought I'd help him and... Whoa there. Slow down a second. What are you talking about? She laughed as I continued to trip over my words. I had so much to tell her, and since it was all so fresh I didn't know how to explain the events. Finally I calmed down a bit and gave her a detailed story. Hinata, she exclaimed with an enormous smile on her face. I think you have a crush on this guy. What? No. I just met him. Well, I'm not saying you love him, but the way you're talking about him seems pretty in love to me. Tenten tickled my sides and I let out a laugh. Maybe she was right, but how could I not start to develop feeling for him? He was heroic and charming. The most charismatic and vivacious person I had ever met. He seemed so comfortable with himself and so willing to meet new people. I couldn't imagine anyone who wouldn't have felt the same as I did. And you're going to meet him again. I'm calling it now, you're gonna fall for this guy. She stretched out her hands in the air and looked at me knowingly. Secretly, I already knew I was. So hey there. I think you'd really like to leave a review. Chapter 4. Hinata POV. That night I couldn't sleep. I had come back to the compound in the most euphoric state. After the meet-up with Naruto, Tenten and I had spent our remaining time talking about her mission, before she had to leave to meet Niji. Though she would never say it out loud, I knew she was excited to see him again. Their friendship was strange and almost impossible for me to understand. Tenten is very caring and compassionate. She's funny and quick-witted, always so fast with the comeback. Tenten flirts and can be somewhat of heartbreaker. Niji was the complete opposite. He was no nonsense and insipid. But they spent hours together outside of the required team meetings. Niji, on multiple occasions, has stated that he would only train with Tenten, though not for personal reasons, but because she was the most qualified, which was as close to a personal emotion as he was willing to go. Even though the pair was an unlikely match, it made Tenten unbelievably happy to be with Niji. I had tossed and turned all night thinking about what I would wear, and what I would say to Naruto when I saw him again. I practiced my speech and hoped to God that I could avoid stuttering. It was a result of my own nervousness and anxiety, but maybe if I calmed myself down enough I wouldn't trip over the syllables. When morning finally came I had only gotten an hour of sleep, but it didn't matter. My own thrill was enough to give me the energy for the day. I ran through my chores as quickly as I could have until finally. Hanabi had stepped off the mat. I didn't even wait for her to leave the room before heading back to my own. I dressed in the clothes I had laid out the night before and checked myself in the mirror to make sure I looked appropriate. Grabbing a small money pouch, I opened my door. To my surprise, my sister was standing outside. Is something the matter, sister? She looked at me stoically. I gasped. Hanabi and I were never close enough for lack of trying. From early on the elders could tell that Hanabi was the more talented out of the two sisters. They had separated us, unintentionally, for a very long time in order for her to make progress. There was a year where I had only seen her once a week. Though I had tried a few times to strike up conversation, she seemed uninterested in my words or in me. We never had a sisterly loving relationship. I suspected at times she even looked down upon me. So for her to ask such a question came as a shock. I don't know what you mean, I said shakily, moving past her, locking the door behind me. You seemed in a rush. I'm merely looking forward to meeting Tenten-san. Oh? Be more focused tomorrow morning, please. She turned away and walked down the hall into her own room. I was a little taken aback by the conversation, but I didn't have time to pursue it further. I wanted to be at the stall early in case he had shown up sooner than we planned. I stood at the front gates of the compound waiting for Tenten. She was adamant about meeting the new man, insisting that he be Tenten approved first before I go falling in love. Are you waiting for someone, Hinata-sama? Asked the unnaturally calm man who stood a few feet away. I hadn't heard him arrive and his words startled me. He stared straight in my direction but avoided eye contact. Why yes. I am waiting for Tenten-san. I stuttered. Niji respectfully nodded and moved closer to the gates. He glanced outside. She will be here soon. I didn't ask how he knew. His eyes told me everything. Thank, why you? Would you see care to stay and greet her? I already knew the answer. No. I'm sorry to leave, but I am needed elsewhere. Niji replied without a hint of emotion. Excuse me. I expect Hiyashi-sama is waiting for me. Niji left dutifully back into the compound. Tenten came moments later and was immediately let in through the main gate. The guards formally announced her arrival and escorted her to where I was. They gave a low bow before heading back to their posts. As Tenten walked in, her eyes scanned her surroundings. Even though she would never tell me, I knew she was looking for whether or not Niji was around. Seeing that he was nowhere in sight, she turned to me. Let's go, Hinata. I can't wait to meet him. Tenten hastily grabbed my hand as we ran through the gates. She seemed as excited as I was. I suppose she was happy that I had finally taken an interest in meeting new people, a boy in particular. Naruto POV. Sunlight hit my eyes the moment they opened. It blinded me for a couple seconds. Stuffing the pillows over my head, I laid in bed a little longer. I imagined soft pink hair and green eyes. During the nights I dreamt about Sakura and during the days I longed to see her. It hurt knowing she never really liked me, and even if she did it would either be out of pity or desperation. She liked Sasuke. I threw my pillow across the room and furiously tugged my shirt over my head. What a fucking prick. Here I was training to bring him back, and I knew the moment I did Sakura would fall right into his arms, as if nothing had even happened. That asshole could have burned down. the entire country, and he would still be a god in the eyes of Sakura Haruno. I shot out of bed. Fuck this, I mumbled. I threw on a pair of pants and shuffled over to Jiraiya's bed. The covers were made and a note was laid delicately on the pillow. We'll train at 2 p.m. today. Meet me back here around then. Asshole didn't even wake me up. I furiously kicked his bed. Jiraiya, I screamed into the air. I hope you get so drunk you end up sleeping with a man. I grabbed breakfast from the kitchen and sat on Jiraiya's bed. As I was chowing down noodles, I looked at the clock. 11:36. An unnerving feeling that I was forgetting something important washed over me, and I paused for a second before taking another bite. I kept eating while watching the clock tick. A few minutes passed by, and as my mind wandered, a particular image came to mind. Pearly white eyes flashed through my thoughts. It hit me. Shit. The girl from the bazaar. I grabbed my jacket and rushed to the door. Just as I was about to leave, I ran back to Jiraiya's bed and shoved my remaining breakfast under his pillow. Hinata POV. It took us quite a while to figure out where the original stall was located. At exactly 11 o'clock we were at the apple stall. I apologized to the vendor and paid him triple what the apple was worth. But the boy, Naruto, was nowhere to be found. So I then thought it was the other stall where he had stopped me that he was referring to. My hands wouldn't stay still, almost as if they were hyperventilating for me. What if this was just a fluke and he wasn't going to show up? What if he was just being polite and didn't really mean to meet me again? I was having trouble paying attention to what Tenten was saying. Hey, he's not here either. Maybe he's back at the apple place, I suggested. We spent the next half hour walking back and forth between the two stalls. Beside me, Tenten was starting to get agitated. Maybe he's a no-show. Tenten sighed in exasperation. She sat down at a nearby table and rolled her eyes. Let's forget about this kid and go get you that new show you were looking at. No? I said with determination. Geez, Hinata's really got the hots for this guy. Tenten mocked me. She jabbed her bony fingers into my side, causing me to giggle. By our fifth walk around we strolled a little slower and took some time to stop and chat with Tenten's various acquaintances. A few boys she knew from academy had come around to say hi, and Tenten spent a few minutes catching up with them. During our conversation, I stopped to look at a pair of green earrings. Suddenly Tenten grabbed my arms. Is it him? She pointed, her mouth open, to a man with spiked hair who was wearing the same jacket as the day before. He looked more flawless than I remembered. Naruto turned our way and waved. Naruto POV. I had rushed over to the stall, pushing past people and definitely angering passers-by. But I felt so bad. I mean, I was the one who asked her to hang out, and here I was completely forgetting our plans. I almost passed the stall if it wasn't for the loud shout from behind me. Hey kid. I turned around to see the burly man from the day before calling me over to his apple stall. When I came closer, he threw me an apple which I caught with surprise. I raised an eyebrow. It's to apologize for yesterday. I shouldn't have been so rough. He looked at me with a grin on his face. Don't worry, eat up. Cautiously at first, I took a hasty bite of the apple. These are really good, man. Thanks kid. My wife and I have a farm a little while south of here. It's not much, but we make enough off of it. The vendor began to regale me with a tale about farm life and working with his wife. I was half paying attention. As he delved deeper into his story, I scanned around hoping to find the girl from yesterday. Though I was half an hour late for some reason, I expected her to stay and wait for me. It was a little selfish, but some part of me really hoped to make a stable friendship for once in my life. She was here a few times. I broke out of my thoughts. The man stared directly at me with an all-knowing look. She'll be making another round, I'm sure, so don't worry. For the first time I smiled at him and took a larger bite from the apple. We talked for some time about his life and joked about the events of the previous day. Throughout the conversation I made sure to keep lookout for Hinata, and I finally saw her in the crowd. She was with a girl with chocolate brown hair tied in 2 buns on top of her head. The girl had pointed at me and I began to wave. They walked slowly towards me. Hey! I shouted to them, rushing to close the distance. I must have walked too quickly because I almost tripped over a small rock. I caught myself before I fell, but I was within a few inches from her face. I took the opportunity to apologize. Grabbing both shoulders, I leaned in closer until I was looking straight into her eyes. I am so incredibly sorry for being late. I don't know what I was thinking, it just slipped my mind. You're not mad, right? I asked, trying to do my best to convey my apology. She turned the color of a bright red tomato, and almost as if in slow motion I saw her eyes slowly close and her body begin to collapse. Her friend shouted in surprise. Before she could fall though, I quickly grabbed her. What the hell did you do? The other girl shouted. She looked absolutely furious as she took Hinata out of my arms and pulled her over to a nearby bench. After seating Hinata down, she whipped around to shoot me daggers. I honestly had no clue what had happened, but clearly fainting wasn't something Hinata did often. I don't know what happened. Is she okay? I moved to sit next to her. The friend pushed me away and took my seat instead. Stop being useless and go get some water. she commanded me, pointing towards a nearby fountain. I looked at her in exasperation. Who was she to order me around? But with little choice, I begrudgingly rushed to the fountains and scooped some of the cool water into my cupped hands. Carefully I walked over to the girl as she dipped long thin fingers into the water and splashed them onto Hinata's face. Delicate eyelids began to flutter. "Hina, are you okay?" the brunette questioned with panic in her voice. It took Hinata a few seconds to process her surroundings. She looked at me, then looked away very quickly. Hinata turned to her friend. I'm okay, Tenten." Hinata grabbed her friend's hand in reassurance. I moved in closer to make my presence. "Oh, thank God. Geez, would I have to scare us like that?" I laughed. Her friend continued to glare at me, but Hinata giggled. Upon hearing her laughter, the friend's scowl lessened. "Naruto-kun, this I is my FF friend Tenten-san." The brunette placed her hand out, and I quickly shook it. I was in a bit of a shock. No one in my entire life had ever called me Naruto-kun. It seemed foreign to hear someone use the suffix. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you." Tenten scoffed and crossed her arms as she leaned back against the frame of the bench. I tried to ignore her behavior. "So what do you guys usually do here?" Tenten laughed haughtily. "Well, we're in a bazaar, so probably shop." Her tone was meant to patronize me, but I wasn't going to let her get to me. I didn't know why, but this girl did not like me very much. "Alright, so why don't you show me some of the style you like best?" I aimed my question towards Hinata, who just nodded her head and got up off of the bench. She walked next to me as Tenten followed silently behind us. As I tried to talk to Hinata, I could feel her friend's eagle eyes watching me with fierce protection. With my best attempt, I ignored her glare and began questioning Hinata on the area. She was very quiet and slow to respond, and her mumbling forced me to move closer to her, and as I did I could feel Tenten's anger intensified. Finally we stopped at a small open market where Hinata meandered silently past the stalls. Tenten stopped us on occasion to talk to some of the merchants or other patrons. She broke out of her angry state and turned into an incredibly animated and friendly person. I was completely confused as to why she was acting like such a witch to just me. I tuned out her behavior and focused back on Hinata. She seemed to have recovered, though her face was still a bright pink. She gave most of her attention towards a small bracelet. "So is she always this hostile?" Hinata looked up at me with a confused expression. I nodded my head towards Tenten, who was currently smiling at a group of young girls. I don't understand." "Never mind," I said quickly as Tenten started to approach us. She grabbed the bracelet from Hinata's hands and examined it. "It's cute," she started. "But I find that I don't like things that are too flashy." She casually glanced at me as a smirk played on her lips. She was quickly becoming way too annoying. "You sure you don't have somewhere else to be?" I chimed. Innocently. She scoffed and gave the bracelet back to Hinata. "Nope, nowhere else but here," she challenged. Her eyes looked past me to a clock hanging in the tent behind me. They widened with surprise. "Shit. I have to go. Damn it, Niji's going to kill me." She took off down the street. I stood there in amazement. What just happened? And my CC cousin is her SP sparring partner. He is SC strict. She watched as Tenten disappeared into the distance. "So what do you want to do now?" I asked as we continued to walk. There are some ST street performances why you might enjoy," she said, nodding towards a group of mixed-matched people dressed in strange clothing. I took her word for it and followed her lead. "An. So how are you feeling about this chapter? You liked it? You hated it? Leave me a review to let me know." Chapter 5. Hinata POV. My dull unenthusiastic life seemed a little more exciting after my first encounter with Naruto-kun. It had been a few weeks since then and we had met almost every day. We had a perfectly synchronized routine. I would go meet him, he would arrive late, we would laugh and have a good time. Sometimes Naruto would buy an apple for me, and the man behind the counter would shake his head and smile. "Young love." He would chuckle and pass the fruits to Naruto, who was oblivious enough to ignore the comment, while I was too shy to address it. I never minded though. The quality I loved most in Naruto was the thing I envied. He, for some inexplicable reason, could easily express himself and his emotions, even if he didn't want to. With one look anyone could tell if he was feeling upset or excited. Just by walking down a road he was able to make a whole street cheer up with one smile. Naruto made friends with everyone and anyone within a foot radius. He had an aura of strength and confidence that influenced those around him. It was because of this nature that Tenten eventually softened up to him. They showed their familiarity through sharp insults and comebacks, most of which were aimed at Naruto by Tenten. He could never keep up with her words, and most arguments ended in laughter by the both of them. I had laughed and smiled more in those last couple weeks than I had my entire life. There was an evening when I had come home to find my jaws were sore from overuse. Each smile he threw at me forced my mouth into a grin. His words brought brightness to my eyes. Every joke unleashed a sensation in my chest that forced me to giggle. Each and every day made my life better. It made me happier. I knew the whole Hyuga house could tell something was different about me. Hanabi smirked when I passed by. Hiyashi-sama would raise an eyebrow when he saw me smiling because I was thinking of a Joker story Naruto-kun had told me. Niji looked ready to admit me to a hospital when I laughed in the tea room. I wasn't deaf, I heard what they said about me. The 3 different compounds had 3 different theories. I suspect she's taken a liking to one of her suitors. A more optimistic elder had ventured a quiet guess as I walked about of the room. It was almost laughable to hear how optimistic the woman sounded. If that was the case, that this woman's suspicions were correct, my father would be very pleased. He had been looking for an acceptable suitor for some time now. However, all of the eligible men who entered the compound seeking my hand in marriage were rejected for one of 3 reasons. Hiyashi-sama may not have thought the man's achievements were outstanding enough to marry into the Hyuga family. In the case that the man passed the first test, the elders would consult an astrologist to see if our signs and topology aligned. But more often than not, the suitor would be rejected by Hanabi. She maintained final say as potential head of the house, and if she didn't deem the suitor fit, then he wouldn't marry me. I was thankful Hanabi was picky in this regard, for it granted me a few extra years. The branch house had a completely different theory on my enthusiasm. She knows she's doomed, Niji said in a low voice to another member of the branch house as I passed by smiling to myself. His theory was that I finally accepted the misery that was my future, and the hellish vision muddled my brain. I wasn't truly happy but in a delusional stupor, and perhaps they were right. Finally, it was the servants who recognized the truth. Poor girl, I heard them saying as I sauntered through their quarters. She fell in love. No? A particularly old and bashful woman shook her head in shock. The first maid, younger in years but still old enough to be my own grandmother, waved her hands about. I'm telling you, she fell in love with someone. All the signs are there. Don't you recall being in love? She laughs when no one is near, and just look at the way she holds herself. Her head is in the clouds. The maid pressed her point by jabbing a finger into the chest of the second woman. But she is, as you say, in love. It won't end well. Poor thing. The older one said with a sigh as she folded white linens. Poor thing. The first repeated. My heart gave out. Poor thing. Naruto POV. Isn't life such a beautiful thing? I shouted as I slung an arm around Jiraiya's shoulder. He gave me with a questioning look as we walked back from an early morning practice. I felt alive and spirited after hours of rigorous training. The sunrise looks beautiful. The wind feels so good. Everything just seems so amazing. I sighed, putting all of my weight onto the old pervert. He pushed me off and allowed me to fall onto the ground. It took me a few seconds to stand back up because part of me would have just laid there. Naruto, he began, why are you acting so strange? I gave him a quizzical look. Strange? You seem a bit different. What exactly is it you've been doing during the day? I sighed as we stepped in front of the apartment door. Just hanging out with a friend, I said vaguely. Jiraiya gave me a knowing smile as he closed the door behind me. I ignored him and rushed over to the kitchen and began drinking the carton of milk in the fridge. So it's a girl. He shot a wolfish grin. Jiraiya dropped his equipment bag and moved towards the door. Use protection. Before the carton could make contact with his head, he had vanished behind the green door. Instead, milk splattered across the floor. Pervert. I mumbled and threw a dish towel over the spill. Stupid sensei. I hope those whores steal his clothes. My relationship with Hinata wasn't like that. We were just friends, and besides I liked Sakura. But I wasn't going to let his comment ruin my day. I grabbed my jacket and went to the mirror to get one last look at myself before leaving. Looking good, Naruto. I winked at my reflection. A huge smirk played on my face. Suddenly a memory of Sasuke flooded into my brain. Idiot used to respond whenever I did this. I shook the thought from my head, closing the door behind me. I walked down the street taking notice of new tents and stalls that had popped up in the last few days. I thought to stop and look for a necklace or dress for Hinata, anything to make me seem less useless. Hinata had a vicious habit of buying me whatever item my eyes had lingered a little too long on. Almost like a reflex, she would grab the product and buy it before I could protest. The small compartment under my bed was quickly filling up with new kunai or toys. She would try to do the same for Tenten, but years of practice made her skilled in the art of thwarting Hinata's advances. Bunhead was skilled at persuading Hinata away from this stall, but how she did it I could never understand. Hinata would stare up at us with innocent eyes that screamed, I need to buy this for you. It was almost as if I were taking some sort of joy away by saying no. I couldn't say no. Not when those pearly lavender pupils lit up when I tried on a stupid yellow band or some lame necklace. So I let her shower me with presents as I stood there like a buffoon. I wanted to give her a present that she wouldn't be able to refuse, but would absolutely love and cherish. Something that would make up for the multiple frog figurines littered across my apartment. I wanted to stop and pick something up, but the bell chimes rang, and I knew I was late again. Hinata wouldn't care because she was the most patient woman in the world. It was Tenten that frightened me. She acted like an older sister to Hinata. I respected her, I suppose, but she scared the shit out of me. I hurriedly raced through the crowd when I saw Hinata and Tenten. Hinata was having a chat with Apple Man, whose name I still didn't know, and Tenten was flirting shamelessly with the many guys crowded around her. It's their company that appeals to me, not them. Bun had scoffed when I told her to stop being such a player. The horde of men scrambled away, some even daring to glare at me. I ignored it. Geez, why don't you just pick a guy already? Unless you already have a boyfriend. I gave her a smirk. She turned to Hinata and asked her why she was able to stand my voice. Though she evaded the question, I knew there was an answer. However, something kept Tenten from saying anything about her personal life. When I asked Hinata about it, she told me Tenten had always been that way, even keeping detail of her life from Hinata. SHCRR refuses to speak in more on the subject, was all Hinata could say. The apple stall man threw an apple my way. I caught it with minimal effort. Grinning, I took a chunk out of it. The beefy vendor snickered and gave a thumbs up indicating it was on him. I mimicked to show my thanks. He always had the best apples. There wasn't an apple on earth that was sweeter and crunchier than these. It was almost as if God himself had blessed this guy as apple guy, and all the apples he grew had magic in it. We took the same streets we always took. Occasionally we'd watch a performance or I'd talk to someone I just met for the fun of it. This time Hinata was greeted by someone she knew. A guy who looked to be in his late 30s. Tenten almost growled as she quickly stood beside Hinata. Although her face was calm, I could see the tension in the Hyuga's eyes. I know I should have taken to her other side the way Tenten had, but something caught my eyes. A small blue pendant, barely bigger than my thumb, attached to a silver chain was being sold at a kiosk. Immediately I knew it was the perfect necklace to give to Hinata. The blue would complement her ivory skin, and the silver matched her cool tone. I tapped Tenten's shoulder and whispered to Hinata I would be right back. She looked slightly frightened but nodded in understanding. I rushed over to the stall and hastily asked for how much it cost. Well, I'm not sure you can afford this. He analyzed me. I growled in impatience and grabbed all the cash in my pocket. Since I hadn't paid for any of my expenses thus far, I had saved quite a few coins. Is this enough? I shoved the money into his hands, and the shopkeeper took his sweet time flipping through all the coins, making sure none of the bills were counterfeit. Finally he nodded and handed me my change. I grabbed the locket and turned to leave. A few feet away I saw Hinata without Tenten by her side looking extremely uncomfortable. The man looked lecherous and was moving ever so slowly towards her, closing the gap between them. I rushed to aid her. Hinata POV. This man wouldn't stop talking and I was scared beyond anything. The man in front of me was one of my suitors who had been rejected. We were in broad daylight and I knew he could do no harm. But the fear was still there. He had approached me with only the intention to greet me, but I could see past his shallow claims. In truth, he wanted an explanation why he wasn't good enough for the Hyuga princess. He was commenting on the weather or something of the sort when Tenten left for practice. He grinned as she moved out of earshot. How's why your mother doing, Izuka-san? I asked quietly. He purred. You're very beautiful when you're shy. Why don't you look at me? When you talk. Maybe if you had taken a better look then we would be married by now. He reached out to grab my face. I would have backed up if it was not for the arm that arrived from thin air. Naruto-kan had stopped the man's hands before they could touch me. Izuka stared bewildered at Naruto. How dare you lay a finger on me? He shrieked. I cannot allow you to touch Hinata-sama. Naruto said sternly, though I could see a small grin tug at the corners of his mouth. It would be unwise to touch a lady so indecently in broad daylight. As you may understand, I'm only looking out for the women in my community. Naruto said with mock respect. Clearly he could tell the man in front of us was no ordinary individual. I was thankful Naruto had chosen a more tactful, and admittedly surprising, approach to handling the delicate situation. Izuka's face turned red then pink. He clenched his teeth and forced his mouth into a fake smile. Of course. I bid you farewell, Hinata-sama. He spat. As he walked away, Naruto-kan guided me away from the scene, still in a serious character. Once we were out of sight, we both started giggling. Well, I was giggling. Naruto-kan on the other hand was howling, almost rolling on the floor. Did you see the look on his face? Priceless. He composed himself and looked at me seriously. I'm sorry, Hinata. I can't believe I ditched you like that. He was beating himself up over me and I could not let that happen. This was the second time he had valiantly come to my rescue, but I was not sure what to do. I grabbed his hand. My face, I was sure, was brighter than ever, but it was comforting to see a similar shade of pink spread across his own face. Thank you. It was all I needed to say. He gripped my hand. No problem. He gave me a wolf-like smile that showed all his teeth. My heart was racing. My mind was confused. My other hand began to tremble. Friends did this right. They held hands like a brother and sister would. Before I had a chance to sort out my feelings, something strange happened. Without warning, a blur flashed before my eyes. In an instant Naruto had disappeared and I was left alone in the bazaar. And Naruto-kun. I cried out. And Naruto-kun, it was useless. I stood there in shock for a few minutes before racing through the streets calling his name. I didn't care how much attention I had brought to myself, I was panicked. Where had he gone? Was he safe? What had happened? It wasn't until 4 hours later that I convinced myself to go back to the compound, knowing that my father would send out men to find me if I didn't return. Dragging myself through the compound gates, I knew the guards must have seen a pitiful eyesore, but I didn't care. I went to my room and laid on my bed for the rest of the evening, refusing to attend dinner, weeping silently into my pillow. Naruto POV. 1 minute I was holding hands with Hinata, trying to comprehend the strange shock I felt at her touch. Then suddenly I'm over Jireya's shoulders as he's speedily carrying me towards our apartment. Before I could protest, I was thrown hard onto the floor. Slowly getting up, I tried to respond, but before I could I was hailed with a barrage of shouts. Naruto, how dare you? Have you gone insane? What in the world were you thinking mingling with A? All I came up here to teach you, and this is what you do? Jeopardize your life. He was mad. Beyond mad, he was seething. I could see his face turn scarlet. What the hell did I do? I retorted. Jiraiya squatted until we were at eye level. The position was meant to intimidate, and intimidate it did. What did you do? He said with venom in his voice. You made friends with that girl. He slapped me callously on the head. My skull hit the floor again. What the heck are you? What do you mean by that girl? I screamed back at him, once again pushing myself off of the floor. What does she ever do to you? I growled angrily. Jiraiya's face was going back to its original color. Let's be civil, Naruto. He said through gritted teeth. Look who's talking. I glared at him. Naruto. Jiraiya frustratedly sighed. Talking to a noble is a taboo for you. No one else knows you're here to find Sasuke. That's not even the problem. What's more important is that the 9-tailed fox is in you. If word got out, you'd be shunned again. You think all these people accept you as the demon boy? They hardly remember how you look. You're safe here until your Hyuga friend tells the world about what a freak you really are. This time I had nothing to say. No retorts or comebacks. Instead I just sat there silently, taking time to process what he had said. A noble? I whispered. Yes, Naruto. That girl belongs to a family that dates back to hundreds of years ago. They're among the elite of this nation, the top 1%. Her life is worth 1,000 of yours, and the Hyuga do not take kindly to a commoner, especially a demon, interacting with their heirs. Heirs? Hyuga. Demon. I didn't tell her. I didn't tell her about the 9 tails of all. I told her nothing about my past. I mean, she doesn't even know about Sasuke. I let out surprise at the cracks in my voice. It wasn't until that very moment when I realized that I knew nothing about Hinata, and she knew nothing about me. We had spent almost every day together and knew so little about one another. What was her past? What was her family like? Did she have a brother or sister? She didn't even know I was the demon boy. What would she say? I'll tell her everything. She's my friend and she has a right to know. Hinata would never judge me. I roared at him in defiance. As if I was tied to shackles, my body refused to move an inch closer. Jiraiya's aura was enough to keep me in place. Naruto, do you hear yourself? Do you hear the way you say her name? She's clearly more than your friend. Much more, and you're fooling yourself. Besides, she can't give you friendship. Or love. He said softly. My eyes displayed the shock I felt. Love. What was he talking about? Hinata was only a friend. It doesn't matter. This is the first time in a long time someone has actually cared about me. I'm going to be honest and I'm going to tell her. I snarled. Jiraiya's face tensed, his expression becoming darker. Why are you here, Naruto? Iro-Senin said in a businesslike tone. You're here to bring back Sasuke. Why is it that this girl had suddenly become a priority over the life of your best friend? As a noble, she knows that her time with you is short-lived. The moment her family figures out you're with their heirs, they will hunt you down. The Hyuga are an unforgiving family of cold-blooded killers. They are not cruel, but they're not people who will let the heirs mingle with commoners. Heirs. Something stabbed me in the back. It kept hitting me. All this time I had been with her, I knew so little. Heirs. She never told me she was the heiress. We both had our share of history and secrets that never came up. Why ruin a perfectly good day with depressing talk? Heirs. Naruto. I had a friend who was royal. This First Hokage's very own granddaughter. She was all I could ever ask for and more. His face hid a sad smile. But as a royal she had certain duties to attend to, and I wasn't one of them. Slowly I faded out of her life and she did mine. But the stakes are higher for you. Are you willing to give up on Sasuke to please a woman you've known for less than a month? Before I could respond he added a comment that was like a chidori to the heart. If not for Sasuke and if not for yourself, think about her. Somewhere down your path, you will have to leave this place to find Sasuke. When the time comes for you to part, when you have to battle. Sasuke, can you say goodbye and break her heart like that? I don't mean to imply that she loves you or that you love her. But could you be able to complete your mission knowing you would be leaving your friend, possibly for good? Knowing very well that she'll be crumbling inside, knowing she may never see you again. Make the pain end before it begins. Let her gradually get over you now while the relationship is still small. Jiraiya patted me on the shoulder. He had an understanding look in his eyes, the look of someone who had been through it before. I could do both. I'll still train. I wouldn't let her come first. I promised to prioritize my mission. I just want to see her. My voice tried to remain confident, but he could hear the plea. Jiraiya stiffened. If that's how you're going to play it, then very well. But I promise you that if you take one step to go meet her, I will drop you as my pupil. You can kiss your comrades goodbye. He was serious. He wasn't bluffing. I could tell that he would really leave without hesitation, and it broke me. Finally I found someone who I knew wouldn't care if I was a fox or an orphan. I found someone who accepted me and laughed at my jokes even if they weren't funny. I made a friend who didn't look down on me and wouldn't leave me. Someone I could count on. Someone who was expecting me that next morning. Someone who would worry for me. I realized my face was in my hands, knees to the floor. I wasn't crying. I was just. Poor kid. Jiraiya whispered as he left. Poor kid was right. That was all I was ever going to be. Poor kid. An. Wow, that was sad. But you know what's even more sad? Not leaving me a review. AC. Chapter 6. Hinata POV. Ever since he left, my entire world became grey. Although I had only known him for a few weeks, those weeks were some of the happiest memories in my entire life. Now I had lost a good and important friend, a friend who might one day be waiting for me at the bazaar. It was day 12 days since he left. I was on my way to the apple stall, making sure to check if he was anywhere within view. Tenten had intensive training all day, so she wouldn't be able to accompany me today, although I believe she simply grew tired of the boring habit. At first she sympathized and was also concerned with finding Naruto, but after day 5 she wanted to give up. I couldn't do that. Something within me told me to keep waiting, and therefore I never lost hope. Though the feeling was small and fragile, it was still there. Naruto might have been hurt or in pain if I wasn't there to meet him. He could be smiling and laughing with the apple man, as if nothing had happened, or he could have moved back to the ruts. He could have died. No, I wouldn't let myself think those kind of thoughts. He was alive. I was sure of it. I hoped he would be there. I begged to the gods in the sky he would be there. Maybe today or maybe tomorrow. But as long as he was okay, I would be happy. Tenten wanted my life to revolve around me, not the happiness of a man I just met, but she didn't understand. I wasn't in love with Naruto the way she thought I was. This wasn't some naive obsession. He made me happy and free like he was. When I was with Naruto, I felt alive and not like the quiet pitiful girl I was at home. I grew to really care about his well-being and genuinely worried when he was upset. He was someone I loved the same way I loved her. Besides, Tenten was a hypocrite. Her life revolved around the happiness of Niji. Hyuga, and nothing would ever change that. No matter how many times she preached about being a completely independent woman, we all knew where her heart was. I thought she would understand, but I guess she just grew impatient with seeing me in pain. I walked along those streets once more. I never once stopped to look around at stores or merchandise. I ambled to the apple stall and waited. The apple man pulled up a chair for me to sit on. He too was worried about Naruto-kun. But that did not stop him. His business was still good and he was still happy and laughing with his other regulars. I scanned the bazaar as the hours grew longer and longer. It was almost 6 o'clock. The apple man closed up and I was soon going to have to leave. As I turned around, I saw a blonde hair walk casually past the shops in another direction. There was only one person I knew who had bright yellow hair. Naruto-kun. I called out. He turned to look in my direction, met my eyes, and ran off, but I wasn't quick to let him go again. Naruto POV. Each day was as boring as the one before. All I did was sleep, eat, train, then sleep some more. Jiraiya said it wasn't healthy, but who gave a crap about my health? The only person who actually gave a shit about me was the person I was supposed to forget about. But how could I forget about her? Instead of the usual green eyes and pink hair I used to daydream about, lavender pupils and dark blue hair haunted my thoughts. As I sat around the house, I thought about our time at the bazaar, and purposely made myself miserable with the memories of our friendship. Unless I brought Sasuke back, my life was a waste. It was pitiful that my only goal in life was to bring back the village trader. I rolled around under the covers. Jiraiya's harsh voice broke my thoughts. Naruto, this is sad. Get up and live life. There are other people you can make friends with. The middle has some great girls. He winked. As he pulled the blankets off of the bed, throwing me on the floor in the process. Oh, sorry. But honestly, there are other people out there. I expect you to go out and do something. He left soon after. I silently agreed with him, but I didn't want to put any effort into making any new friends. Like the ones I had. What a waste of time. I got up and brushed my teeth, combed my hair, washed my face, changed my shirt, ate breakfast. Maybe I'd go eat something other than ramen. Even that had lost its flavor. This wasn't good. Snap out of it, Naruto. I yelled into the mirror. The man in it wasn't going to respond, so I knew I had to. Even though she was a fantastic girl, I winced at the word was. There's little you can do about it. Calm down, relax, and go out into the world, I assured myself. I took my jacket off of the chair it was resting on and left the apartment in a sullen mood. Where was I supposed to go? After hours of looking through all the other bazaars, I had concluded that Nefera was the best one. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Hinata couldn't possibly be there. Like hell she was. No one would possibly wait that long for me. Not even Sakura, my closest friend, could manage to do that. Maybe I can catch up with the apple guy and get me something to eat. I walked down the path silently, looking only at the ground. The stalls reminded me of her. Each kiosk was a memory. I could hear people call out my name or shout hi, but I ignored them. Every person I knew was someone I had met when I was with Hinata. There was the scarf stall. I smiled as I remembered the events from almost a month ago. Naruto-kun. It couldn't be. I looked with shocked eyes as Hinata stood there waving at me. Crap. I muttered as I sprinted off. Jiraiya would kill me. I wasn't supposed to see her ever again. I looked back only to see her running after me. Damn, that girl was fast. She kicked her shoes off, which made me pause. What the hell was she doing? This girl was royal. She shouldn't have been running around barefoot like a goddamn commoner. But I picked up my pace, though she matched it with ease. How was she doing that? Damn it, I didn't even know if she trained at an academy. I knew nothing about her. I ran through alleys and narrow streets, twisting through uneven bends, hoping to throw her off. As her pace slowed, so did mine, but maybe it was a reflex to let her keep up with me. She was scared, but of course I would be too if my friend was suddenly running away from me. Sasuke. The thought triggered me. I was doing exactly what Sasuke was doing, leaving everyone without an explanation or reason. Tearing up a friendship and leaving someone I cared about in order to obtain power. I couldn't do that. I can't stoop to his level. I abruptly stopped. So did Hinata. She was at least 3 feet away from me. I ran back to her and laid my head on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Hinata. I mumbled. We were in a dark alley. The sun had already set, and I hadn't realized we had been running for so long. She stiffened, then put a hand on my back. I couldn't see you. My mentor. He told me that if I spent time with the royal I would be jeopardizing my mission to bring back Sasuke. How come you never told me you were the Hyuga heiress? I stepped back to look at her with hurt eyes. Hinata POV. Sasuke. Did he just say Sasuke as in Sasuke Uchiha? Hyuga heiress. I couldn't understand the chain of words. Hinata. You're the Hyuga heiress, aren't you? I nodded. It had never come up. I didn't think it mattered. I wanted to reach out to him, but he looked like he was in pain. His face showed he was struggling to think of something to say, so I patiently waited. I'm not supposed to tell you, but Hinata, you wouldn't judge me. You wouldn't hate me for something I have no control over. Naruto-kun asked, almost begged. I knew all too well what it was like to be judged over something I could no control over. Of course and not. And never. I agreed. His hands were shaking as he whispered to me. I'm the Kyuubi host. The 9-tailed fox kid. His face was pale, and I saw genuine fear and anxiety behind the sapphire eyes. Perhaps I should have reassured him immediately, but I needed to process the words. The legendary 9-tailed fox demon. My Naruto, the sweet and kind boy in front of me, was the demon boy I had heard of as a child. Don't judge me. I'm really a good person, Hinata. You know that. He grabbed my hand. He flinched, possibly thinking I would pull back. But I did not and would not. Instead, I clasped my other hand over it. I don't care whether you are the boy who has the demon fox sealed in him. To me you are just silly little Naruto-kun. I tried to smile the best I could and remain confident and calm. I knew this was a true moment of necessary sincerity. Naruto-kun looked at me in shock. It took him a minute to comprehend what I had said. You didn't, stuttered. He was amazed. I was amazed. Well, I didn't. Aw, don't start now. He teased. What were you doing at this stall anyways? I blushed furiously. I didn't want to tell him that every day since he had disappeared I had spent the hours looking for him. Each day I sat patiently with the man at the apple stall, hoping that he would finally show up. That from the hours of 10:06, I risked punishment for breaking curfew for just a glimpse of his existence. Looking F for you. I saw Naruto beam at me. We sat there for hours as he explained to me that he was on a mission to find Sasuke Uchiha, the lone survivor of the Uchiha massacre. He told me his past, present, and hopefully future. I told him mine. I told him how I was supposed to be born a strong Hyuga boy and how my father cannot bear to look into my eyes. I didn't want to go into any more detail, but he understood. He stayed there listening to everything. He shared tales about life in the ruts while I repeated my own sad truths. I was able to hear his hardships and woes. This was what true friendship was like. It was almost 8 o'clock. The Hyugas would be worried and I had to go. Hinata, where can we meet? I have to see you again without my mentor knowing. What Jiraiya doesn't know won't hurt him. He smirked. The Hyuga compound. He raised an eyebrow. Listen closely. Naruto-kun. I gave him specific instructions on how to get in through an old forgotten entrance. I'll see you tomorrow then. He waved at me as he left, and finally that night I found peace of mind. Naruto POV. I woke up the next day feeling a little over the top happy. Of course when I popped out of the bed, Jiraiya knew something was up. Naruto. Did something happen yesterday? Shit. He was examining my behavior and watched as I casually threw my covers over the bed. I usually had trouble lying to Jiraiya. It was near impossible to do since I was already such a bad liar and he was a pro. But today a confident calm washed over me and allowed me to keep my demeanor straight. I must have been extremely determined to see Hinata because I didn't flinch or stutter. Looking up, I stared straight into his eyes. The new ramen shop opened up nearby and I'm pretty pumped for it. We should check it out sometime. Actually, want to go right now? I knew the answer before it left my lips. He was Jiraiya. Why spend a whole day at some ramen shop when he could be at a strip club? Leaving me with only a small nod, he rushed out the door. Jiraiya knew if he stayed any longer he would have to sit through a long-winded plea for ramen. I tried to comb my spiky hair into a neat hairstyle. Usually it would be a mess, but something about this Hyuga compound had me on a fritz. I put on my cleanest shirt, which, between you and me wasn't that clean, and left the apartment. It was a beautiful summer day. The air was warm, and the sky seemed to be a true blue. After passing by all the bazaars, shops, and clubs, I found myself on a normal dirt road. The road shrank into a vein hardly noticeable, weaving in between giant banyans cloaking me from the sun. My hands reached to push through the dreadlock-like roots blocking me. I stumbled upon a wall lengthy and damaged. It blended into the scenery like temple ruins ancient and forgotten or simply worn from hundreds of years of use. I groped for a small crack about 5 feet up. What you have to do is stick your H hand into an opening. F 5 feet above the entrance and P pull hard on the L lever. Then P. Press your hand against the TH third brick over. The D door SH should open. The wall slid over and I waited until I was sure there wasn't anything harmful behind the black entrance. I swiftly entered as the wall closed behind me. Using my hands to keep my bearing, I walked cautiously through the poorly lit passageway until finally I saw light. I stumbled into a white hallway. Juxtaposing with the mud and nature behind it, the entire edifice was pure white. There was a courtyard dead center of the square structure with doors etched into the walls. The precision and unity of the compound frightened me and reminded me of a monastery. Or prison. 4th door down. I checked one last time for the noise of footsteps or human breath. Once I was sure that it was safe, I ran to the 4th door and knocked twice. It hardly took a second for the door to open and pale hands to grab me. I was pulled into a bright room the size of a dining hall. My eyes would have been the size of plates if not for the fact that my mouth let out large sighs of relief. The hard part was over. And Naruto-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just so glad to be here. I tackled her in my excitement. I brought her down to the floor and let her lay there next to me as I laughed. I heard her join in, and we both laid there giggling and hollering, feeling giddy and joyous. In a moment of impulse, I grabbed her hand. Another shock ran through me and I shivered. Her hands were soft like I imagined them to be. Her fingers thin, frail like doves. I had to hold with such care as to not hurt them. I was nervous, sweating, trying too hard to be the man in the situation and keep my cool. But it was as though lightning had struck right there in the Hyuga compound. Your room is huge. You'll have to give me a tour. She turned red but didn't make any motion to let go of my hand. She guided me towards the center of her room. A large imperial-looking window dawned at the end of the hall, creating an ethereal glow that lit up the room. The walls were white and the bed a pale lavender. Everything looked as though it had come from an unearthly fairy tale, as if I had stepped into the dwelling of a mythical creature. It was either the grandeur of the room or the excitement I felt, but I panicked. That thing. The seeing through objects thing. Someone will know I'm here. I worried, looking straight at her. Hinata had to realize the repercussions of entering a noble's house. Jiraiya would slaughter me. Her family might kill me then and there. But she just giggled, letting go of my hand to fix any imperfections on the ruffled bed. She moved around the bed and closed the translucent curtains. The W walls are impenetrable W with both side and SS sound. And no one can SS see through TH them or hear anything. I am a G-grown WW woman, you know. I need my privacy. She smiled at her joke, and I couldn't help but smile back, knocking on the wall. You think they can hear me? We both choked out laughs. It seemed to be our drug. Laughing and letting our eyes meet suspended in the time we spent. I walked around the room examining the trinkets placed neatly across her desk or bureau. Eventually my eyes landed on a carefully painted sequence of lines and names on the wall opposite her bed. In gold, Hinata's name was written, beside her in silver another name, Hanabi. Some centimeters away on a separate sequence held a name of equal level but color blue, Niji. Family tree? I asked, looking towards her. She slowly brought her hand away from the curtain and moved towards the lineage ingrained in the walls. Her fingers followed the passage of the branches and roots connecting her to her ancestors. Her head nodded with sad eyes that scanned the tree. I gave her a questioning look. We are a family of nobles. A bloodline limit that has been passed down for generations is the legacy we bear. Her fingers landed on the name Hisashi Hyuga that had a small date written next to it. So tell me, from the top. I want to know how you guys got your eyes. She took a few minutes to think. It seemed like she didn't want to talk about the past, but before I could tell her to forget about it, she began. There's this legend, a story that passed down through the roots. The leader of our clan, his full name unknown, was supposedly one of the few men in the world to meet with God himself. God called handfuls of men from each country to grant them blessings. When it was time for Konoha, God called upon a Hyuga, Uchiha, Nar, and Yamanaka. There were of course various others, but only those 4 names are still remembered, because the other clans allowed their bloodlines to be tainted, married outside of the royal families, and destroyed the gifts that God had endowed upon their families. She looked disgusted as the words left her mouth. God asked each man to point to one area of his body which he wanted to enrich. The Yamanaka, wanting to be witty, pointed to God's body, and said he wished to control the body of other men. God gave him this ability but told the Yamanaka that if he controlled another's body his own would be compromised. God turned to the Nara and queried what he asked for. The Nara also wanted the ability to manipulate another's body, but he was smarter than the Yamanaka. He pointed to his own shadow, claiming that a shadow is an entity of a person's being like an armor in air. He wished the ability to control the shadow that obediently followed behind man. God was pleased with Nara's answer and humility, and bestowed upon him the ability to control a man's shadow, and in turn the ability to manipulate the man himself. She sighed and chuckled a little, unable to help herself. God then asked the Hyuga what he wished. Hyuga wanted to see another man's weakness. He asked God to advance his eyes, to grant him the ability to see through a man's strength. He wanted to observe the very core of life itself. God did not appreciate having the secret of man's internal being known to a mere mortal. But he complied and gave the Hyuga this power. But to make sure the world was aware of this capability, he took away the Hyuga's pupils as a sign that this man could see through you like his own transparent eyes. And that is how the Hyuga obtained the Byakugan. She pushed both hands towards the ceiling, stretching out her fingers. She ended the story but forgot a vital part that I wanted to hear. What about the Uchiha? She paused at my question. Hinata turned to me with sad eyes but continued the story. The Uchiha was greedy. He wanted more than what the Hyuga, Nar, or Yamanaka had. He wanted not to know a man's weakness or mere control over the body. He wanted to manipulate and mutilate their mind. He pointed to his eyes and told God that he wanted eyes that could hypnotize and enter the minds of all who look upon them. The Uchiha was asking for something to destroy all men. To destroy a man's mind is to destroy his being. But God had already promised to give the Uchiha what he had asked for. So God gave Uchiha the eyes of death himself, and the Uchiha was pleased beyond his wildest dreams. He flaunted his eyes to the others, who in turn flinched from its effects. God warned the Uchiha. These were Death's very own eyes. Death is insatiable and so are his eyes. They will never be peaceful but rather restless, forever craving power. Uchiha paid no mind to this warning. His clan became the most respectable and feared family in all of Konoha. She stopped to look at my face. I could feel the tension in my eyebrows and knew that my face mimicked the horror I felt. The story fits so aptly to the current Uchiha situation and the unyielding thirst for power that plagued the brothers. It is said when Yamanaka died, his soul had already left even though the body was still alive and well. It is said when Naruto died, he left only a shell, taking his longtime companion, his very own shadow, with him. It is said when Hyuga died, his pupils were restored for he could no longer look into the weakness of men. But it is said when Uchiha died, Death himself had come back for his eyes, leaving a body with dark sunken sockets where eyes should have been. She shuddered and moved from the wall. It's only a myth, a legend that the elders tell Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Uchiha children to preach entitlement and false humility. Each one twisted to make the other clans seem foolish. She sighed unhappily, sitting on her bed. She looked out the window, then at me. Don't take it to heart. I doubt your friend's eyes are in any danger. My face must have looked worried or confused, but in reality I felt surprised. You're not stuttering anymore. So it seems. She blushed, looking at her fingers. I guess I'm just comfortable with you now. Yeah, I guess so. I replied, shuffling a little closer to her. My face was becoming heated and my heart was beating strangely. I was having trouble understanding why I was feeling so weak at her words. She laid back on the bed, allowing her ankles to show. They were so pale and slender. My eyes darted uncontrollably towards the folds of her vermilion skirt where it touched her white skin. I wanted so bad to reach out and be the folds of her skirt, to let my hand slide down to her ankle. She noticed my gaze and sat up, moving her skirt to cover herself. I hid my embarrassment and sat in a chair nearby, trying to keep my composure. I was acting like a total creep. Hinata initiated conversation, taking my mind away from her lean ankles. We discussed for hours about the prices of food to medicine to progressive politics. The bright room slowly turned to a violent orange, and I knew it was time for me to leave. I exited through hidden walls and secret forests back to Jiraiya, all the while thinking about Ichiha's fate. There is always some truth to myth. A group of people gathered in a dimly lit room. They dressed in deep blue, red, and black, holding hands in mourning. My hands pushed the people aside, moving towards the direction they were facing. Their faces were dark, incomprehensible blurs. Unimportant figures blocked my path, almost like swimming through a large and never-ending ocean. Finally, the blurs slowly pushed me towards the center as I heard sobs. Dull pink hair was spread upon a body placed on a stone tablet. Sakura. I remembered her pink hair and sunny complexion. The hair was pale and long, sliding to the floor, wrapping around her legs and feet. She kept sobbing, gripping the white cloth clinging to the body's torso. White feet poked out from under the sheet. The air formed vapor clouds as I breathed. I slowly moved towards her. Sakura, why are you crying? What's going on? I grabbed her shoulder, but she kept sobbing. I brought a candle over to get a better look at her and see the state she was in. As I brought the candle towards her, she looked up. Clang. I dropped the light in reaction to the horror I saw. Her eyes were missing. From her sockets, tears of blood flowed down her cheeks, caressing her neck. She sensed the light and moved towards it. I backed away. Frightened, I landed on the body and recognized the face. Eyes closed, covered by raven hair. I knew who it was. A Sasuke. Hearing his name, his eyes opened suddenly. I walked backwards, moving away from him. He gradually sat up, and then I noticed them. His eyes were green. Green like fields of wild grass. Green like picnics and years of longing to be a family. They were Sakura's eyes. I panicked and kept walking backwards at a faster rate. I couldn't stop staring at the unnaturalness. Hands grabbed me from behind. The blurred faces kept me in place as Sasuke trudged towards me. These eyes. I don't like these eyes. I need new eyes. Your eyes. Give them to me. His fingers slowly dug into my left eye socket, and I screamed, feeling it tear out from my skull. I could hear Sakura still sobbing. The last image I saw was of Sasuke's eyes. One green, one blue, and together they looked frightening. Naruto. What the hell? Jiraiya pulled me out of bed. I was gasping, sweat covering me entirely. It was still dark out, but I was wide awake. I stared at Jiraiya, his eyes a comforting and familiar black. I held my head in my hands, rubbing my eyes, checking to see if they were still there. You were screaming like a mother. What's gotten into you? He sounded worried. I pushed his hand off my shoulder. Just a bad dream. Sasuke. He understood and got up to leave me alone to collect my thoughts. Now that Jiraiya was gone, I shuddered uncontrollably. The monster I just saw was not Sasuke. It was a ghost, an apparition, but definitely not Sasuke. I kept reassuring myself that Sasuke wouldn't go that far for power or revenge. I rubbed my shoulders and pulled off my shirt. I just laid there waiting for sleep to fall upon me. Here. Jiraiya pushed a bowl of ramen towards me. He sat at the end of my bed, laying his head against the wall, looking out the window. What happened? I clenched the bowl, unable to eat, as I repeated my dream. He listened, then patted my leg and left. I waited for him to come back, but he crawled into his own bed and fell asleep. I slipped up the noodles and threw the bowl to the ground. The blanket covered my head, but my eyes were still wide open. I could still see the green and blue eyes staring back at me when I closed them. Hinata POV. For 2 weeks Naruto kept coming over daily to just sit, locked in my room, and talk to me like there was nothing else he wanted to do. Sometimes Tenten would join us and we would have fun laughing at each other lightheartedly. Today we all sat on my bed, Tenten's head on my lap, Naruto at the opposite end of the bed leaning on the headrest. Why is the entire kingdom so busy today? Naruto asked, tossing around an apple. I was slightly surprised he didn't know why. Tenten looked at him incredulously. You've got to be kidding me. Are you seriously this stupid? She rolled her eyes, sitting upright. It's the Akatsuki festival. Oh right. You light candles and get candy or something. Only you nobles celebrate it. It's like the one time in a year that a representative from the kingdom comes and acknowledges our existence. So what? Naruto was clearly not impressed with the holiday. Oh, shut up about your hard life in the country, no one cares. This festival is so much more, you wouldn't even know. Tenten crossed her arms and glared at Naruto, who in turn clenched his fists and glared back. They did this often, taking turns jabbing at each other. But what Naruto didn't realize is that Tenten valued this holiday more than any other. So what is it then? Some lame excuse to flaunt your wealth. Oh pish posh, let's get our servants to carry us around while we throw money about and eat yummy things, I giggled as he threw his arms in what was meant to be a fanciful way. May I remind you that I'm not actually a noble, hence the lack of wealth to flaunt. It's about this woman who waits for this guy and they're like soulmates, and she lit a candle. I can't explain it properly. Hinata tells it better. Tenten loved hearing the story behind the festival. I smiled at her and began to spin the tale. There was once a beautiful Kunoichi. Cause the heroine can never be ugly. Tenten cut in, irritating Naruto. If you're going to interrupt her every time she talks, I'd rather not. Listen. He told her, motioning for her to shut up. She took the hint and laid back. I began where I left off. While on a mission she met a handsome ninja from the neighboring village. They fell in love immediately and decided to court. But a large river separated their villages, rendering them unable to communicate. So every morning at dawn, when it was still dark and new, they sent over small boats made of wood. Attached to the boat was a note and a small candle to prove that they were still faithful. For years the two sent boats and met secretly during missions. Years later a war erupted between the nations, and the ninja went off to fight. The Kunoichi remained behind faithfully aiding her nation as a medic. The war was over, and the Kunoichi released her small wooden boat across the river at dawn. But nothing came her way. Every morning at dawn she sailed her small boats across the river awaiting a reply. Eventually the villagers realized what she was doing. They told her that her ninja was probably dead and she ought to give up. But she could not. She claimed her heart wouldn't let her, for she knew that he was still alive. Their hearts beat as one, and hers would only stop once his had. So she kept sending her boats and watched as they floated away. She was beginning to lose hope until one morning she let her boat float away and looked to her right. Down the river, small flickering lights moved towards her. She realized that they were small candles upon small boats. As the boats floated away she grabbed one, and upon it was written those three words that everyone yearns to hear. She looked once more down the river, and there she saw her very own ninja rowing towards her. Behind him were the inhabitants of her village who went out searching for the ninja. Soon after the ninja and the Kunoichi were married. It is a tradition now. All the men are on one side of the river and the women on the other. We write the name of the person we love and let the boat sail to the other side. Usually there is a big scramble to find out who wrote whose name. It's very fun, I hear. You don't know if it is? Naruto questioned me. I felt embarrassed. I would not know. The Hyugas don't allow me to join in festivities of the public. I always wanted to see it and take in the image of small candles floating across the river. To look upon the faces of surprised and happy lovers. I wanted to witness the fate I would never have. That's so lame. This year you're going. I don't care, I'm going to kidnap you and we'll go. Before I could protest, Naruto changed the subject. So what else is there? I love it. It's like a carnival. The entire Nafair bazaar turns into little booths with games and candy. This year Niji promised to take me. She smiled, her eyes drifting towards the ceiling. For the longest time ever, she had asked Niji to accompany her to the festivities, and each time he denied her because he had other obligations like attending the formal gathering held by the larger clans. This year only the oldest members of royalty were invited, so he finally conceded since he wasn't required to attend the event, and was free, only once, to go with her. Is his name going to appear on your boat? Naruto wiggled his eyebrows. Tenten threw a pillow at him. The battle had begun and I was excited for the day to come. Author's note. Sorry for a particularly long chapter. Thanks everyone for all the favors and followings. I would seriously appreciate it if you could leave a review to let me know how I'm doing and how you feel about the story and writing. Thus far. I'll be sure to update soon. Chapter 7. Naruto POV. I awoke to the sound of loud shuffling and things being tossed around the room. Pulling the covers off of me, I rolled out of bed and slid onto the floor. From upside down, I could see Jiraiya moving about in our small apartment, throwing clothes in every direction, and searching through piles of junk and knickknacks. He seemed wild to find some item that was lost in the jungle of trash and dirty laundry. As he ripped apart his bed, Jiraiya noticed me, wide-eyed and awake, lying on the ground. Did you see a grey coin pouch anywhere? I pulled myself off of the ground, racking my brain for where the purse might be. Sure, I had seen Jiraiya with it, but I wasn't attentive enough to remember where he might have placed it. Check your pockets, I advised uninterestedly as I moved towards the bathroom to brush my teeth. I was in the middle of squirting toothpaste onto the brush when I heard him exclaim enthusiastically. I guess I just missed it. More shuffling could be heard from the other room, then suddenly the noise stopped. Jiraiya had managed to compose himself. I'm heading out for a few minutes. I'll be back real soon. Just when I thought he was about to leave, Jiraiya stuck his head through the bathroom door. This apartment is a mess. Clean it. Without warning he closed the door, and I could hear him exit the flat. I mentally sighed. Though he had made a mess just a few minutes earlier, I couldn't argue with the command, since most of the mess was my own. I began picking up garbage off of the ground, and throwing it into a basket in the corner of the kitchen. Once that was done, the next step was to grab all of the laundry. Jiraiya's clothes were, of course, already put away and neatly folded. It was just my own dirty laundry, in dire need of washing, that littered the floor. I scooped it up and shoved the clothing into a bulging laundry bag. The final task was to place the miscellaneous items I had thoughtlessly purchased during my time in the bazaar onto shelves. I grabbed a small frog figure and smiled as I examined it. Hinata had seen my coin purse and knew that my mentor was the great frog hermit, so she thought it would be fitting to buy me the little green frog, and as usual, I didn't have the will to say no. I went to place the figurine on the windowsill next to my bed. Setting the frog down, I noticed another memento I had kept among my cherished objects. This one was a small stone and written on it were the words "For we will meet again." As I went to pick up the object, an icy chill fell over me. The charm was given to me by Sakura the day I had left the ruts. It was her way of letting me know she would miss me, and a reminder for me to come back home once my mission was complete. But it wasn't the memory that had me frozen. It was the fact that I hadn't once thought of Sakura in the last week. Ever since I had met the pale pink beauty, my every need and desire was only for her. I couldn't and never stopped thinking about Sakura. Every thought and action during my time at the academy was dedicated to impressing her. My motivation and drive existed only to pursue her. Sakura Haruno was my self-proclaimed true love. She was the girl that I had dubbed the goddess of my heart, and for the first time in several years, I no longer held the same longing obsession for her. My devotion to Sakura wasn't out of true compatibility or affection, I now realize. As I turned the charm over in my hand, I thought a little more about how I felt for my teammate. I had always said I loved Sakura Haruno, but what did that really mean? I fell for Sakura because she was extremely beautiful and incredibly smart, both qualities that I respected. But her temper towards me, and only me, was disagreeable, and her own obsession with Sasuke was off-putting. Looking back, Sakura and I never had a true moment. There was never a time when sparks flew between us or my heart stopped. It raced of course, but never stood still or sent a jolt through me the way people said it would when you looked at someone you truly loved. On the off chance that Sakura and I were alone together, she spoke to me like a little brother, and treated my advances as jokes, either laughing at me or threatening me. When she did this I felt sad, but it wasn't true disappointment. Her rejections never had a lasting impact and felt more like games or challenges, rather than a serious love affair. However, Sakura was all I knew. Sakura was beauty and strength, and she maintained a fierce love for her teammates. Sakura was family, and I loved her in a more familiar and comforting way. I felt confusion and worry as I continued to stare at the stone. What was with the sudden change of heart? Why was I thinking these strange and foreign thoughts now? Hinata. Was it because of her that my mind had been empty of Sakura? Haruno. Lately I had taken to thinking about Hinata Hyuga in the few moments before my mind drifted off to sleep. Even once I had entered my dream state, I saw her pale skin and dark locks. Her wispy eyelashes and lavender eyes. Those thin fingers and dainty wrists. Her entire frame dancing through my thoughts, flirting with me in a delicate and innocent way. The emotions these images produced were entirely new and different from the ones I felt about Sakura. They drew heat out of my body and flushed my face. Placing the charm back down on the sill, I shook my head vigorously, trying to toss the thoughts out. I didn't want to think about these things right now. It was too complicated, and I sincerely did not want to delve into such treacherous territory. I used the techniques Jiraiya had practiced with me to completely clear out my head, but flashes of pink and purple whirled in my mind's eye. Thankfully, Jiraiya had pushed the door open, carrying with him a medium-sized parcel wrapped in a brown paper. He smiled at me as he entered the kitchen, setting the package on the counter. He grabbed a drink and leaned against the table. All the districts are getting ready for the Akatsuki festival. It's going to look amazing. He took a swig of the amber liquid. Also, the apartment looks good. Shoot. It's today. I slapped my hands to my face and pushed on my temples. How could I have completely forgotten the holiday? I woke up without even so much as a thought about preparing for the day. Hinata and Tenten had spent the last few weeks going on and on about the festival, and I totally blanked. From the kitchen, Jiraiya was chuckling. So are you going to partake in the merriment? He asked in a jovial voice. For some strange reason, Jiraiya seemed a little more cheerful this morning. I tried to stay casual and act uninterested. I don't know. Maybe. I shrugged my shoulders nonchalantly. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and took another sip. It's a very big deal here. If you want, I can take you. I spoke without thinking and responded too quickly. No? I almost shouted at him. He put the glass down and gave me a questioning look. I tried to recover. I mean, that's okay, you'll probably be too busy anyways. Will I? Well, I could take some time from my busy schedule for this. Jiraiya was pushing it further, and I was caught completely off guard. It's really okay. I seriously don't need to go. Aha. He said with a smirk playing across his lips. He picked the cup back up and took a long drink. So who's the girl? I could feel the redness seeping into my cheeks. In reality, I was just becoming more nervous as I tried to think of a better lie, but from the expression on Jiraiya's face, he must have taken it as embarrassment. His wolfish smile grew wider. Oh, looks like little Ole Naruto has found himself a new girlfriend. You gonna write her name on your boat? He prodded me for information as my face turned beet red. Jiraiya laughed loudly. I'm glad you got over the other one, he said with a sad smile. I took this lapse in conversation to put my acting skills to use. With a quick frown and sullen voice, I turned my head away from Jiraiya, so as to act depressed by the memory of the girl that I wasn't technically supposed to be seeing. Oh right, Hinata. I prayed to the heaven above that Jiraiya would not see the smile threatening to burst from my lips. My voice was carefully crafted to sound sad and portrayed the idea that I hadn't seen Hinata. Jiraiya must have believed my love-learned performance because he quickly changed the subject. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. I can't go. I swung my head back around. What? Where are you going? Important business. Top secret stuff, so don't worry about it. I'll be back before tomorrow morning though, so don't miss me too much. TCH, as if. I said, making my way into the kitchen. Jiraiya laughed happily and tossed the package at me. I caught it in surprise. I know you don't have a lot of nice thing, and you should look good tonight, so I went and got that. The foxes were a nice ironic touch. I slowly unraveled the brown paper. Underneath the covering, soft blue material fell down into my hands. Delicately, I pulled the fabric from the wrapping and held it out at arm's length. In front of me was an expensive dark blue yukata embroidered with small pearlescent foxes. It was the nicest gift I had ever received. I was sure that I had never even touched something so incredibly regal. I lowered the yukata and looked at Jiraiya with wide eyes that were threatening to water. I had to break eye contact. I coughed. Thanks. It was nothing. Jiraiya replied awkwardly, also looking away from me. He rubbed the back of his neck and walked towards his bed. He began packing things into a small travel bag as I gently placed the yukata back into the paper. Subtly, I wiped away tears that threatened to spill. I couldn't believe I was being so emotional that morning. Well, anyways, I have to leave as soon as possible, so I'll see you tomorrow. He moved towards me and placed a massive hand on my head. Jiraiya tousled my hair, smiling down at me, and in that moment I felt like a son to the old man. He turned away and left for the day. Hinata POV. I can't wait for tonight. Tenten yelled, throwing herself down on my bed on top of many layers of clothing. She spread her arms across the colored fabrics, gripped the pieces she could, and pulled them around herself. Tenten was in a fit of giggles, and I couldn't help but laugh with her, especially when she looked like an oversized cocoon. I can't even choose. You have so many kimonos. She wasn't incorrect in this observation. My closet had an entire wall dedicated to various kimonos I had collected throughout my life. Many of them were gifts from visiting dignitaries and other royal families. I had only picked a handful of them myself. The rest were, surprisingly, gifted to me by my father and Hanabi just for this occasion. I had asked my father a week ago if I may attend the festival accompanied by Tenten. Though at first he had given a solid no for an answer, he later came around with a yes after Niji had also asked for permission. I was allowed to go as long as I was also accompanied by Niji. Niji and I agreed and said we would meet at the festival rather than arriving together, giving me some time to spend with Tenten alone. A few days after my father had consented, my handmaids were coming in droves with armfuls of different colors, patterns, and textures. Hanabi had entered soon after, stating that she would not be able to attend the festival, since father had asked her to accompany him to a formal event another family was hosting that night. Since she was unable to attend, she wished me a pleasant evening, and said she wanted me to look my best, so that I may present the beauty of the Hyuga household at its fullest potential. With those words, she left and had dismissed me from our usual morning training until after the holiday. Hanabi was starting to become surprisingly loving towards me in her own unusual and distant way. Since I maintained such an extensive collection of kimonos, many of which would never be touched, I offered them to Tenten. She did not come from a stable background, and having access to high-quality outfits made the financial burden of such a luxurious night a lot easier on her. I think this pink will look beautiful on you. I brought a bright rose kimono covered in green and white designs towards her. As I was scanning my closet, I noticed the kimono and immediately knew it would be the perfect fit for her. Tenten's eyes grew wide as she took the kimono and delicately draped it on her arm. You think? She expressed her insecurity, getting up to look into the large mirror. The color brought out the beautiful tan in her skin from hours of daily practice, and the green strengthened the rich color of her hair and eyes. I knew she was going to look beautiful tonight. Yes. Tenten looked back at me. How is it you picked out the perfect kimono for me on the first try? She cloaked the entire cloth across her body. I can't believe you're letting me borrow this. It's yours. Think of it as a holiday gift. What? She turned back to me in surprise. Hinata, I couldn't. This is just so beautiful and probably very expensive. I don't want it. Tenten, please accept it. It will just lay in my closet if you don't. It didn't take much persuasion to get Tenten to oblige to the request. She stripped her attire and began changing into the kimono. I went to help her with the complicated pieces. You know, everyone thinks I'm a tomboy, and I mean I am, but I am seriously looking forward to looking pretty for once like an actual girl. Tenten, you always look pretty and you are an actual girl. She chuckled as I tried to readjust the shoulders. Oh, shut up, Hinata. You know what I mean. I always have my hair up and I never wear any makeup. I get to go full out tonight. And I can't wait to play all the cool carnival games. Most importantly, I can't wait to see the boats floating across the river. My face flushed as I thought about the upcoming event. I had been thinking about it all week, trying to convince myself that I should write Naruto's name on the boat. If I did, I knew he would know who wrote it almost immediately. Tenten seemed to be thinking the same thing. So are you going to write Naruto's name? She said, trying to get a good look at my face. I hid behind the long sleeve. He'll know that I wrote it. That's the point, you goof. Tenten pulled the sleeve away to look directly at me. Tonight is meant for people to confess their feelings, whether new or old. It's the perfect chance to finally tell him how you feel, and you never know, he might feel the same. She looked at me sternly. You have to do it, Hina. I'm not kidding, I will push you into the river if you don't. We both laughed a hearty laugh as I gave her gown the finishing touches. Okay. I reassured her as I moved towards my enormous jewelry chest. I pulled out white gold earrings and handed them to her. So, I started hesitantly. Are you going to write Niji's name on your boat? My voice started to drift off as I saw the expression on Tenten's face. I knew the conversation was over as she started putting the earrings on. Nope. Not interested. She looked in the mirror once again to examine her ears. Besides, there are so many boys, how can I choose just one? I giggled as Tenten moved back towards the bed and began pushing through all the garments. She was wrestling with the pile until she abruptly stopped. I found your kimono. Naruto POV. The stupid yukata was fighting me for hours. Eventually, I was wrapped in the ridiculous garment like some sort of dead person. It wasn't until I mustered up the courage to walk out of my apartment and ask a neighbor for help that progress was finally made. Initially they were amused and laughed at my expense, but eventually they calmed down enough to start helping me maneuver the folds of the yukata, until finally I looked like a presentable gentleman. I went back to my apartment to grab my coin purse and house keys, and as I passed I caught a glimpse of my reflection. In passing, it would have seemed like I was walking next to a stranger. It never occurred to me how much I had aged in the last few months. I looked older and more mature, though I didn't feel any different. The man in the mirror looked respectable and admittedly more handsome. I looked like someone the girls back in the ruts might fawn over. I grinned, excited to see the look on Hinata and Tenten's faces. I looked up and walked down the street. Almost immediately the smell of sweet fried dough reached my nose, and as I walked down the steps I understood where it came from. All the normal shops were closed to make room for rows upon rows of booths and tables, filled with sweet treats and games. The roads were crowded with beautifully dressed men and women. Fathers were purchasing flowers for their daughters and wives, and little boys and girls were running around with fake swords fighting. Unlike the usual blast of color the bazaars were normally attacked with, the color scheme of the festival was deep reds, pinks, and whites. I walked around and my eyes caught couples, now more open with affection, holding hands and kissing each other. Lovers were blushing furiously as they played little games winning prizes. I passed by two girls trying to encourage each other, stating that this would be the year someone wrote their names. To my complete amazement and shock, a pretty girl stopped me on my way to meeting up with Hinata. She had light brown hair and dark green eyes, and was wearing a pale blue kimono. At first I was confused by why the girl was in my path. She looked at me with flirtatious eyes and tilted her head. You're really cute. Are you looking for someone's name to write on your boat? She giggled at my befuddlement. Before I could reply, she ran off to join a group of cackling girls, all of whom were looking at me and laughing. I just grinned back and continued walking. These girls were becoming very assertive. I kept walking down what I thought was the right path. I couldn't be sure because instead of the regular merchants that lined the streets, different food vendors and carnival games filled my path. Suddenly strong hands pulled my shoulders and I'm spun around. I looked up to see Tenten pulling me towards her and Hinata. You completely walked past us. I mean, granted I wouldn't have realized it was you if it wasn't for the hair. She laughed. It took me a minute to really recognize who was talking to me. The girl who usually kept her hair up in these ridiculous buns and only ever wore pants, now looked like something out of every man's daydream. She wore her hair loose, and the silky chestnut river went all the way down to her lower back. She wore a bright pink kimono that looked radiant on her. All in all she looked very good. You look weird, I callously said, to which she gave me an aggravated look. Well, you look normal for once. I suppose that was as close to a compliment as I was going to get. Tenten then moved out of the way to let me get a good look at Hinata. My mind shut down in that instant. She looked like a celestial being dressed in moonlight. Hinata was donning a beautiful silk lilac kimono painted with white and dark purple streaks. The dress flowed over her body like water, and gracefully fell over her frame. Her dark blue hair was tied back in a classic bun, pulling away any distraction from her alluring face. Her eyes drifted towards my own, and I saw those beautiful lashes beat against the lavender pupils, and I lost my breath. My heart pounded in my chest, and my knees grew weak as my eyes scanned her from head to toe. "And Naruto," she called. But I was still lost for words. My mouth was wide open and gaping like a fish. I had forgotten what it was to speak until Tenten hit me on the back of the head. "Say something, you idiot." "You look," I hesitated, trying to find the perfect adjective. Tenten eyed me with caution, and I could see Hinata start to get worried. "Breathtaking. Literally, you took my breath away," I finished. I could hear Tenten's sigh of relief and saw the blush creeping into Hinata's cheeks. I looked away to hide my own embarrassment. "So what are we waiting for? Let's play some games." I tried to swiftly distract everyone from the encounter. Just then a green blur sped past me and scooped Tenten up from behind. All at once, a strange man was spinning her in the air, and instead of being upset, Tenten was laughing. "Lee, put me down," she shouted as the man dropped her back onto the ground. Once he stopped, I was able to get a good look at the mystery person. He had a funny haircut and huge bushy eyebrows. The man wore a dark green yukata with no patterns, which was uncommon for someone as young as he seemed. He looked like a complete weirdo. Tenten turned to me. "This is one of my teammates and good friend Rock Lee. Lee, this is my friend Naruto." I reached my hand out, but Lee gave a deep bow instead. "It is my honor to meet a friend of Tenten's," exclaimed the unusual man. You too." Lee turned to Hinata and also gave a deep bow, which Hinata returned with equal grace. "It is always a pleasure to see the beautiful flower of the Hyuga clan," Lee complimented effortlessly. He turned back towards Tenten. "But no woman on earth compares to the beauty that is my blossom, Tenten. The true flower of the land of fire is not the cherry blossom, but instead the strong woman who stands before me. This is truly a wonderful occasion. I am so blessed to celebrate such a youthful and joyous festival with such a spring beauty." Tenten's face turned scarlet as she clapped her hands over Lee's mouth. She looked at us apologetically. "Lee is easily excited," she stated, trying to quiet the man down. Lee seemed to understand the action and composed himself. "I'm sorry, my new friend. But you must understand, it is the first time I'm attending this festival, and it is especially monumental since my teammates will be joining me." He pumped his fist into the air, causing Hinata to giggle. Lee turned to her. "The laughter of one so youthful and innocent as yourself lifts my spirits beyond the stars." Lee cheered, pulling Tenten closer towards him. "I cannot wait until the boats. Though I have no one's name to write, I will still enjoy the beautiful view of loving messages swimming across the river." Lee seemed like he was about to begin a long-winded monologue about something outrageous, but almost as quickly as he started he stopped entirely. His attention was diverted towards a stern-looking man with long blue hair that was tied back into a ponytail. The man was wearing a white yukata covered in blue patterning. As he moved closer, I noticed his eyes. His pupils were the exact same shade as Hinata's. He gave no word as he approached. He bowed slightly towards Hinata, who mimicked his gesture. "Hinata-sama." He spoke to her, then turned towards Tenten and Lee, skipping over me completely. In a stoic voice, he greeted them. "Lee." He nodded. "Tenten." He looked her over once before also nodding. His calm demeanor didn't faze the two at all. Lee had a smile wider than a fox across his face. In one smooth and surprising motion, he pulled the man into an embrace and held him at shoulder's length. Though the man seemed uncomfortable by the gesture, he clearly wasn't surprised. Tenten giggled and looked at me. "Naruto. This is Niji Hyuga." "Niji, this is my friend Naruto." Niji reached his hand out and I grabbed it. He had a firm shake that was meant to intimidate, but I matched his level of pressure, trying to remain unnerved. "So you're the Niji I keep hearing about." I laughed out loud. The man raised an eyebrow as the words came out of my mouth. Behind him, Tenten looked absolutely rattled by what I had said. Her eyes widened in horror as Lee looked quickly from her, then to Niji, then to me. Niji ignored it though. How about we go take part in the G Games?" Hinata quickly saved the situation, allowing Tenten to lead the way with Lee and Niji following suit. Hinata and I trailed behind as I gave her a mischievous smile. Tenten shot me various dirty looks over her shoulder when Niji wasn't looking. Hinata POV. The first booth we came to was coincidentally a kunai throwing game. Tenten was the one to stop and select the game. She turned to the booth and then glanced towards Niji, a cute grin on her lips. "I challenge you to this game." She tugged on Niji's sleeve, forcing him to move closer. Surprisingly, he obliged and didn't pull away. Niji's ease and comfort around Tenten was out of the ordinary, especially in my presence. He looked at the various targets set up in the booth. The objective was simple. One person was given a pair of red kunai, the other green. Whoever hits more targets in a given time period wins. "What's the catch?" "No catch," Tenten said slyly. Niji looked at her with a smirk. However, the smirk wasn't like the ones I had seen almost every morning. This wasn't filled with malice, disgust, or contempt. The smirk Niji had painted on his lips was an impish grin. I was taken aback. Who was this person in front of me? Surely not the hatred-ridden cousin who had always maintained a reserved appearance. Niji was handed green kunai, and Tenten was handed red. The vendor started the time and the two experts set off. Naruto was completely immersed in the game. This was the first time he had ever seen Tenten's true skill, and even now when I watch her train I am mesmerized. She was agile and graceful. The only clear movement that could be detected by the naked eye was the flick of her wrist and the slight adjustments to her feet. If the viewer wasn't careful, they wouldn't even notice the kunai flying through the air, but would instead see the magic of the weapon disappear from her hand and reappear on the target. 2 minutes had passed and all the targets had been hit. Giving the stall an initial look, it would seem that Tenten and Niji were tied. "See Hyuga. It's a match. Guess we're even." I wouldn't be too quick to say so. Niji then directed the gamesman to push some of the prize animals out of the way. Behind the creature were a few hidden targets, all of which had a green kunai at the center. Tenten huffed. You've got to be kidding me. She folded her arms and looked at him in utter amazement. There's no winning with you. Before Niji could respond, the vendor approached him. For reaching a ridiculous number of targets, you can choose any of the prizes on the wall. Niji scanned the selection carefully. He pointed to something that hung very high up. As the vendor brought it down with a cane, we saw an absurdly large stuffed animal panda floating down towards us. The man handed Niji the toy. I can't believe Niji Hyuga wants a stuffed animal. Lee exclaimed, holding Tenten's shoulder for support as he laughed. What an image. This isn't for me. Niji handed the animal to Tenten, who accepted it in awe. For me? She looked at the plush, a pink blush creeping over her face. In my absolute shock, I missed the rest of the conversation. Never before had I seen such a side to Niji. This man was thoughtful, considerate, open, and playful towards his teammates. The final impact came when I heard an unfamiliar sound. A laugh, quiet and brief, could be heard. I saw it come from his mouth, but I didn't put the two together until I saw his lips form into a genuine smile. Tenten had said something that made Niji laugh. Niji, the cousin that had tormented me since childhood. Niji, the cursed branch son who moped around the compound like a phantom haunting a cemetery. Niji, the man who claimed he would never experience true happy, was standing before me laughing. The scene was unrecognizable. He had a familial closeness to both Rock Lee and Tenten, and seeing Niji like this made him more human. In that instance, I understood Niji and almost connected with him. Just as Naruto and Tenten were the people I could truly be myself around. Niji's teammates were that for him. These two were his family, not by birth, but hand-chosen. Niji saw my stare and quickly maintained composure. I looked away as to not make him feel uncomfortable, but the damage was done. That was so cool. I didn't realize you were that good. Naruto threw the compliment to Tenten, who for the first time blushed at his words. She shook her head modestly. That was nothing, she said, rubbing her shoulder and looking away. Naruto moved to Niji. That thing you did with your eyes. That was amazing. Niji gave Naruto a condescending smirk that sent the latter walking backwards. For those who can properly utilize the Byakugan, it is just a small feat. Niji glanced towards me, a gesture Naruto didn't miss. He moved away from the older Hyuga and back towards me. Don't worry, Hinata. Naruto whispered to me as we walked through the street. I'll win you something better than a stupid panda. I smiled at his words. That's okay, Naruto-kun. Your company is all I want. Naruto quickly looked away, leaving me confused and once again embarrassed. The next stop we made was at a game Lee had chosen. It was a strongman competition where men take turns trying to hit a button with a mallet. The pressure applied to the button forces a small wooden block to move up a tube. The objective is to hit the button with such force as to make the wooden block reach the top of the tube, thus ringing a bell placed at the top. Lee strode up to the man confidently. After handing him a few coins, he grabbed the mallet and looked towards us. This is nothing compared to Academy, he claimed. Just as he was about to bring the mallet down, the vendor stopped him. Sorry man, but Academy graduates are not allowed to take part in this game. It's not fair. The man pointed to a sign that stated just that. He handed Lee his money back, and the disappointed patron walked back to us. That sucks, man. How far do you think you would have gotten? Naruto asked Lee, trying to engage the man in conversation. I would have rang the bell. Lee replied as Tenten and Niji nodded in agreement. Naruto was thrown off guard. What, seriously? What makes you so sure? Tenten interjected. Lee is a Taijutsu specialist. Strength is what he does best. She laughed as Lee proceeded to flex his muscles. I never stopped training. Kai-sensei would be disappointed if I took even one break. Even now I'm wearing ankle weights. He proved his point by raising the hem of his yukata, revealing orange weights. Naruto's face, however, did not seem impressed. Instead he looked at me and made a strange face that forced me to smile. Lee was unfazed. But before the man could go on any further, Naruto grabbed my wrist and pulled me towards a booth. I looked over my shoulder and saw Niji looking at us with a stern expression, but I ignored it and turned my attention towards the new game. Naruto had already handed over a few coins to the owner of the booth. I'm going to win you that giant elephant, he said, pointing high up at the oversized animal. Then he grabbed a few rings and began to toss the brightly colored circles onto bottles. He didn't miss a single one. Similar to Tenten, Naruto was completely focused and extremely talented. It seemed like he had done this his whole life. He managed to make all of the rings onto each bottle. The man looked at him with annoyance. Pick whatever you want. I want the, but he didn't finish. Something else caught Naruto's eyes, and he swiftly moved across the counter and grabbed it. Naruto turned to me and opened his palms. Inside was an elegant white gemmed flower attached to a small hair comb. He looked at me carefully. This would look really pretty in your hair right now. He motioned for me to move closer and I obliged. However, he seemed to have trouble attaching the hair accessory and opted to call Tenten over to place it for him. Tenten settled on placing the flower to the side of my head, and I felt its weight on my hair. How do I look? Honestly, I don't even notice the flower. You're just more distracting. His voice trailed off as he realized what he had admitted. Naruto shuffled his feet and looked towards the other booths, giving me a chance to recover myself. From the corner of my eyes I saw Lee beaming at me and Tenten smiling widely. I glanced at Niji. What I assumed was the same expression I had donned earlier was now on his face. Confusion, surprise, bewilderment, and most of all, intrigue. The sailing of the boat starts in 15 minutes. All women are to be on the south side of the river and the men on the north. A booming voice called from a nearby towers. Several other similar announcements were made from different towers. I looked towards Tenten. Okay, so we'll head over to the river and then meet you guys back here afterwards, she asked. I'll just stay here and wait for you to finish, Niji responded. What do you mean? Tenten looked from Niji then to me, unable to comprehend what he was implying. I'm not taking part in them. Why not? Because I don't want to. Tenten's face was slowly starting to turn pink, and her eyebrows furrowed, still in confusion coupled with anger. What? Niji, the whole point of this festival are these boats. You're doing this, she commanded him. Lee began to pull her back, but she pushed him off. Niji looked irritated. I do what I want and I do not want to do this. He moved closer to her, trying to intimidate the girl. But Tenten was never one to back down. She went for a different method. Softening her eyes, she spoke a little quieter. Niji, come on. This is one of those once-in-a-lifetime memories that you can look fondly on. Even if there isn't anyone for you to write, at least come and watch the boats. Please. For me. Her words, light but confident, broke through his ranks. He sighed. Fine. Let's go, Lee and you, he said, pointing to Naruto, who looked at him with disgust. It's Naruto, he mumbled as he followed the other men towards the north side of the river. Tenten and I walked with several other women, each in different emotional states, towards the south bank of the river. The north bank crept along the city, whereas the southern bank was covered in forest and trees. The juxtaposition of modernization and nature was beautiful. As we crossed the bridge, I saw young men and fully grown adults stand along the river holding small boats and lit candles. Around me, pretty girls whispered in excitement. For some it was their first time, and like me, they were going to confess their love tonight. For others, their boyfriends or husbands were on the other side and were relaxed and confident, having been veterans. Tenten and I finally crossed the bridge and stood on the river's edge. As we awaited instructions, Tenten dropped her panda delicately underneath a tree and lifted her kimono up to splash her feet about in the river water. It looked dark and deep, and if it weren't for the city lights, I expect I wouldn't see anything on the other side of the river. I imagined being the Kunoichi in this story, looking into the emptiness, awaiting any sign of my ninja. I felt a small tug on my kimono. I looked down to find a girl about 12 holding a basket of papers and wooden pencils. Next to her was another girl, slightly older, holding a crate of small wooden boats, and next to that girl was another, though closer to the age of 7, holding a box of candles and matches. They handed me a boat, piece of paper, a match, candle, and pen, then told me very clear instructions. The men on the other side would send their boats over first. Young boys, who were too young to partake, would be along the banks creating waves and forcing the boats over. Once all the boats had reached, the same girls would come around and collect the papers to sort them out for easy distribution. While this is happening, the women will send their boats over. The idea seemed simple enough. I grabbed 2 pairs of supplies and walked over to Tenten. I sat down next to her on the grass and looked back across the river. You going to do it? Tenten reassured me. I nodded and picked up the pencil and paper. Though I was slow to start, I wrote down an N then A then Naruto. It was simple enough and was all I needed to say. I looked over at Tenten's paper. She was covering her sheet and it was too dark to read anyways, but I knew whose name she was writing. She quickly folded the paper and slid it into the boat. Tenten looked over at me and gave me a nervous smile. She looked across the lake, wringing her hands and biting her lips. Naruto POV. I looked at the small boat in my hands and tossed it around as I waited for a little boy to hand me a pencil and paper. He handed me a few sheets and pencils to pass around the group of men behind me. I turned around and handed Lee a sheet and pencil, who then passed the supplies to Niji. I glanced around at the other men. There was a guy around my age with gray hair wringing his hands and murmuring to himself. He was clearly trying to work up the courage to write someone's name down. To the right of him was another man who was already placing a piece of paper into his boat, a smiling playing on his face. I looked to my left and saw a small woman with purple hair and a strong face looking deeply across the river. I turned to her in incredible surprise. What are you doing on this side of the river? She looked around to make sure I was speaking to her. Once she was sure the question was directed towards her, she straightened her back and looked me directly in the eyes. Without any hesitation she responded. The woman I love is on the other side of the river. The woman continued to stare, daring me to say something. I could feel my face turning red quickly, and I tried to hide my embarrassment. How could I have been so inconsiderate? Oh geez, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean. She cut me off. It's really okay, she said with a smile, scribbling away along paragraph on her paper. She stopped and looked at me again. She pointed across the river. My longtime girlfriend is somewhere over there. A huge grin suddenly appeared on her face, and very quickly she broke out into a riotous giggle. I'm going to ask her to marry me tonight. Oh? Congratulations. I threw at her in shock. Admittedly, it was the first time I had ever met someone like her. I hope she says yes. I couldn't help but say. The woman nodded. Me too. She went back to writing the rest of her essay on the boat. I left her to her thoughts and moved back towards Niji and Lee, who were currently in a heated argument. Niji, you are young and should embrace the traditions and customs of our generation. No thank you, Lee. Niji tried to push the man away, but Lee wasn't having any of it. He poked Niji very hard in the chest, but Niji didn't move. Lee looked stern, which was surprising since he came off as someone who could never be taken seriously. He looked Niji straight in the eyes and said, "Write a name." No. In a last-ditch attempt, Lee pulled out an unpredictable move. Niji Hyuga, son of Hisashi Hyuga. You bring shame and dishonor to a clan of long-standing and proud family. How dare you not participate in the traditions of the new youth of our Lee was quickly quieted down by Niji's palm. Through gritted teeth, Niji whispered, "Fine." He looked over at me and saw me watching. Niji turned away and scribbled a name onto the paper. Unbeckoning to him though, I saw him slip the paper into his pocket while Lee had his back turned. I didn't say anything. Lee then turned his attention to me. With wide eyes and a grin on his face, he nudged me with his elbow. "So who are you putting down on your paper?" I froze. In complete shock, I responded, I don't know." Lee looked at me strangely. My face must have looked completely stricken, for Lee responded oddly. "You seem to have a lot to think about. I will leave you to your thoughts." He moved back towards Niji. I walked to the bank of the river and peered out across the water. I could see nothing. No one had lit their candles yet, and the moonlight was not enough to uncover what the trees had hidden away. Somewhere across that lake, Hinata was writing someone's name. I was confused. The same dilemma and the same feelings I had felt that morning were coming back, and though I didn't want to face them then, I had to now. There was Sakura, an unattainable and completely familiar love, or Hinata. For the first time I admitted to myself that I was thinking about Hinata as something more than a friend. But was it more than how I felt about Sakura? A high-pitched voice broke my thoughts. "You having a hard time, huh?" I looked down to see the girl from earlier. I nodded. "Are you deciding his name to write?" I nodded once again. She had a knowing look in her eyes, and she moved away from me and towards the river. I followed and watched as she removed her sandals and stuck her feet in. I did the same. The girl pointed across the river. I here it helps to imagine them on the other side. Then imagine their boats floating towards you. Whose boat would you rather have your name written on it? In other words, for which one would your heart break if they didn't love you back? She looked back at me one final time. "Good luck," she exclaimed, and walked back towards her own boat and candle. I closed my eyes and imagined the two girls on the other side of the river. Sakura and Hinata. I pictured them writing down a name on a sheet of paper and pushing it across the water. In my mind's eyes, I saw myself picking up only one boat and reading the name. I had only picked up one boat. I'll let the other boat float on the water and eventually sail in the other direction. The boat I held in my hand was the only boat, the only response, that mattered to me. I took my pencil, scribbled down her name, folded it up, confidently placed it in the boat, and lit a candle. A whistle blew and all the men and women were pushing their boats into the water. I watched as my answer floated away. Hinata POV. I heard a faint whistle and suddenly saw hundreds of small candles light up across the river. The darkness of the night masked the men holding the candles, creating the illusion of magical floating balls of light moving towards the river. Minutes later, those fairy tale-like little boats began to float towards us, illuminating the water. My eyes drowned in the enchanting form of what looked like tiny suns swimming towards us. In that moment I knew what the kunoichi in this story felt. Amazement, wonder, and anticipation rushed through me as the boat sailed closer and closer. When the first boat hit the shore, everyone cheered as an older woman around 30 rushed to grab it. She opened up the paper on the boat and shouted out, "Ami." A small girl rushed up to her and collected the paper as more. Cheers arose. Everyone was racing to the shore to grab a boat. Tenten grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the water. I picked up and examined the nearest one, carefully looking for the slip of paper. As I pulled it out, I saw Tenten passing hers to a little girl who was collecting them. "Once you turn in the paper, you can send your boat over," the girl informed us. I quickly pulled out the slip and read it. "Suki." The child collected the slip and I moved back towards the shore and gently placed my boat on the water. It didn't move, but instead floated on top of the river, bobbing up and down. Tenten looked at me with similar confusion, but soon waves suddenly rose. I looked over to find the young girls who had collected the papers were now holding large paddles and creating waves on the riverfront. The forceful waves pushed the boats across the river, and I saw my own start to blend in with the otherworldly array of light. I lost sight of my boat and sat down next to Tenten, who was also watching the ship sail away. Some time later, a gaggle of small girls were walking along the shore holding baskets of papers that were carefully organized and folded away. They came up to each woman and asked for their full name. Then the girls would sort through their collection and hand over any slips. They reached us. Your name? Tenten. Your full name, please. One girl said irritably. Tenten shot her a glare. That is my full name. The girl looked at her amused. Another girl next to her was ruffling through the basket and pulled out a small pile. She handed it to Tenten, who counted through them. The first girl then looked to me. Hinata H. Hyuga. I saw her eyes widen, and the other girl looked furiously for my name. The smallest one whispered to her friend. I saw her name, but I didn't believe it. Hyuga. She looks as pretty as they say. She shyly looked up at me and I smiled back at her. The girl with the basket handed me a paper and then scurried away. I gripped the paper tightly and looked at her in astonishment as she hid behind her basket. Thank you. I quickly said as I spun around to look at Tenten. Her chocolate brown eyes met my own, and we both started laughing. The girls giggled and walked on to the next pair of women. That has to be Naruto. I mean, who else would write your name? I was trying very hard to remain calm. It was difficult not to assume that Naruto had written my name. It could have very well been the suitor who had taken a liking to me, and I wasn't sure if I was prepared to be heartbroken if this was the outcome. I changed the topic. How many DD did you receive? Tenten blushed as she flipped through the sheets. I got 5, she said in surprise. I seriously wasn't expecting this many. Is there anyone in PP particular your age hoping one is from? I questioned, trying to coax out the truth. She looked away from me and back at the river. Tenten took a deep breath and hesitantly turned back to face me. And Niji, she whispered. I'm hoping Niji wrote my name. Gosh. Hina, can you believe how stupid I am? She threw her hands onto my shoulders and looked up at the stars. I fell for my stupid teammate. I know. What? She gawked at me. I've known for a while now. I peered over her shoulder and looked at the opposite side of the river, my mind still thinking about Naruto. Tenten grabbed my chin and forced me to listen to her. Is it obvious? No? Please do not worry, no one has noticed. I blatantly lied. I was sure that both Lee and Naruto also knew about Tenten's affections for Niji. Most likely, Niji was the only one who was oblivious towards her emotions. Either that or he was choosing to ignore it. Oh my god, Hina. I must have looked like a total moron this whole time. She said as we walked back across the bridge. I mean this. Whole time I was trying to deny it, but you knew anyways. I guess that makes sense though, since you are my best friend. While crossing the bridge, Tenten continued to talk a little more about her feelings about Niji. She said she began to develop a crush on the Hyuga boy when they had their first one-on-one training session without Lee or Guy-sensei. She said he stopped being so arrogant and haughty and began to talk to her in a friendlier way. She knew she liked him when he gave her his first ever compliment. You're an excellent match. It's always a pleasure to train with you. Her heart gave out and she was completely intoxicated with him. But he had never made any advances or shown any interest in her as anything other than a teammate, so she tried to push those feelings away. But if one of these are from him, then my entire night will be perfect. As she was about to continue her story, a tall man with shaggy hair called out to Tenten. He rushed over and stood in front of her and gasped. Tenten, did you write my name? He said, waving his paper in front of her. He grabbed her hand. Did you get mine? She pulled her hand away and grabbed the sheets she had tucked into hidden pockets. She shuffled through them and handed a few to him. He pulled the one he had written out and given them back to her. This one is mine. So how about it? Oh, sorry man. That wasn't me, she awkwardly informed. The man looked dejected and moved back. Oh, yeah, that's fine then. I guess I'll just try to find whoever it was that wrote my name then. He walked away a lot less confident. Tenten placed the slips back into her pocket. Well, that's one down. As we walked, more and more men approached Tenten to ask if she had written their names in return. One by one men were confessing their feelings, and Tenten had to repeatedly put down their advances. By the time we reached our meeting spot, Tenten was down to her last unknown slip, and she was confident that it had to have been from Niji. The guys were already there when we arrived. So how did you like it? Tenten asked them. Lee was the first to respond. That was beautiful and youthful. He roared. Though I didn't receive a single confession, the sight was magnificent. Tenten and I giggled as Niji shook his head in dismay. Tenten turned her focus to him, wide-eyed with anticipation. So how many slips did you get? 11. He replied uninterestedly and pulled out a stack. I gasped in surprise. Did that many people know Niji well enough to really write his name? He must have read my face. Probably girls who have only seen me around and know of my name. Well, don't you want to know who they're from? Tenten tried to egg him on. Not really. He said as he dropped papers into a nearby rubbish bin. Lee gasped in horror. Naruto quickly reached out to catch them before they landed in the garbage. He stormed up to Niji with a fistful of papers. These girls, whoever they are, whatever their motives were, wrote down their feelings for you. You should keep them. He shoved the crumpled papers into Niji's hands, who looked at him with amusement. Niji just took the pile and threw them back into his pocket. So Naruto, did you receive any? Naruto looked at her, caught off guard. His face switched from anger to embarrassment. He pulled out one single sheet. Yeah. He looked at me, then quickly looked away. I hid my face behind my own single sheet of paper. Tenten diffused the tension by redirecting her interrogation back towards Niji. Though it must have hurt to ask, Tenten ventured on. So who did you write on your paper? But before Niji could answer, a stylish man with slick back hair approached Tenten and greeted her with a dazzling smile. He pulled out a piece of paper and addressed her. I'm just going to come out and say it. I wrote your name down, and I'm really hoping that this one is from you. He waved the sheet in front of her face. Tenten pulled out her own pile, and from it procured the very last mystery paper. The man grinned as he told her that one was from him. I didn't write your name, she said quietly. He gloomily shuffled away, leaving Tenten holding the sheets and trying to recover her composure. Looks like you also had a lot of confessions, Niji stated. Tenten looked up, and I could see the realization forming in her mind. All 5 of the responses she received were from other men. Niji did not write her name. I felt heartbroken for her. Yeah. So it seems. She threw the papers away into the basket, but this time Naruto didn't stop her. He too felt the sudden change in atmosphere. Tenten's hands were shaking as she turned slowly back towards Niji. Her eyes met mine, and anguish washed over me. I saw her sorrow threatening to burst in the form of tears. Compassing herself, she spoke softly. It's been a long night. I think I want to go home. No one argued with her. Lee nodded his head. I agree, Niji said. I'll walk you home. No thank you, she replied a little too quickly. Niji didn't have the chance to mask how offended he clearly was. Tenten walked over to Lee. I'd rather have Lee take me home if it's alright with you. Without giving Niji the opportunity to speak up, Tenten grabbed Rock Lee and walked in the other direction. Niji was left alone with me and Naruto, though he didn't notice at first. He was looking at where Tenten and Lee had been, still a little disoriented. Finally, after a few seconds, he looked at me. If you will excuse me, I will head back to the compound. I'm sure this young man will escort you home safely. Then Niji left in a blur. I looked at Naruto, who seemed confused by the events. We stood there in silence, comprehending what had just happened. Do you want to go home? Naruto asked, though clearly he didn't want us to leave. I would like to spend the remainder of my time here with you at the fair. Naruto POV. I was astounded by what had occurred. In just 5 minutes, our entire group disbanded and Hinata and I were left to ourselves for the rest of the night. I was trying to recover from the dramatic events. As we silently walked through the crowd, I could still see Tenten's grief-stricken face. She always talked about Niji in the fondest of voices, and it was clear since the second she said his name that she was in love with him. She always tried to deny it, but whenever I made fun of her for it, I could see her secretly smiling at the idea of her and Niji being together. I assumed he was a decent guy since Tenten was a great girl. But the man I met was, to put it frankly, a dick. He was rude and mean to Hinata, even though she was still kind to him. He was arrogant and ridiculously pretentious as he pretended not to know my name, though he was clearly doing it on purpose. Niji was a tremendous asshole, and the icing on the bullshit cake was when he tried to throw away his confessions. Maybe the majority of them were from unknown women, but I knew one of them was from Tenten. So to see him try to dispose of Tenten's attempt to finally tell him about her love was too much for me to handle. And Tenten. What had happened? 1 second she was prodding Niji to tell her who he had written, though I knew already he hadn't sent it over. The next she'd become cold and closed off. She left. Without even saying goodbye. I hated him. The crowded bar, overflowing with people around our age, caught my attention, distracting me from my thoughts about Niji Hyuga. The music from the establishment was so melodic and uplifting. I looked down at Hinata and found that she was also looking towards the bar. I grabbed her hand and took her closer. As we moved I could hear the music grow louder, and the chattering escalated. We swam through the people and passed across the threshold. I pushed patrons out of our way until we found ourselves at the edge of a dance floor. Displayed before us was a hodgepodge of multiple couples dancing to the music in an asynchronous way. None of the couples were matching the others in their moves. One couple was waltzing gracefully and another was throwing themselves around. Off to one corner was a small band, happily playing the upbeat tempo that fueled the energy of the bar. Without even asking, I grabbed Hinata by the waist and pulled her onto the dance floor. She clung onto my yukata for support as I dragged her towards the center. At first we stood there unsure of what to do. I shuffled my feet and swayed side to side embarrassingly as Hinata tried to fix her ruffled kimono. Finally, after watching some of the other couples for a bit, I confidently wrapped one arm around her waist, used the other to hold her hand high into the air, and spun her a few times around the floor. A twinkling laugh left her gossamer lips, and I grinned broadly. We waltzed around the entirety of the floor, making up our own arbitrary dance moves, and whooped and snorted in pure glee. Finally the music slowed down for a bit, and I pulled her in closer until I knew she could feel my breath on the top of her head. I smelled the flowery perfume on her person, and the moment felt so intimate. It felt like the right time to tell her. "Hinata," I started. She looked up at me with those pearlescent orbs. "I wrote your name." She stopped dancing and gripped my hand. After a deep breath, she smiled. "I wrote yours too." I dropped her hand, picked her up by the waist, and spun her dramatically, finally landing her back on the ground. I lifted her chin up to take a good look at her. Then I kissed her. I couldn't let go. Instead I pulled her in closer and tighter, pressing her lips firmly to mine. I could feel Hinata lean into me, and we were suspended there for however long just holding each other. Finally, she moved back though I could feel my body instinctively moving closer to close the distance. I pulled back though, realizing I was acting a little childish. She looked at me and in that moment, as cliché as it sounds, I knew I loved her. I knew, with every fiber of my stupid impure unworthy being, that I was in love with this dazzling and kind and gentle and strong creature. We said nothing more for the rest of our time at the bar, but we didn't have to. Our actions, our closeness, our intimacy said enough. For about an hour, Hinata and I danced. Our moves were mostly spins and twirls accompanied by moments of tightness in which we would sway back and forth into one another. Couples came and went, but we stayed on the dance floor until the late bells chimed. Finally, Hinata spoke. "I should be back at the compound sooner else my father will worry." I nodded and held her hand as I led the way out of the bar. Walking onto the street, I realized how late it actually was. The booths were closing, and vendors were tearing down well-crafted stalls. The roads were empty, giving us the impression that we were the only people there in the entire world, as if this festival was set up purely for us to succumb to one another. There isn't enough flowery writing and provocative words in our language to capture how amazing I felt on that walk home. We were a few meters from the compound wall, just far enough so that Hinata could plant a delicate kiss on my lips. Without anyone knowing, I pulled her in once more and we kissed for the second time that night. Her face flushed as she said goodnight and walked away. I watched her until she faded into darkness and finally settled on going home. I strolled down the path still feeling high from the intoxicating kiss. However, instead of feeling euphoric, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I made my way home. Unsure at first, but with each step the feeling grew stronger. My ninja instincts were telling me that something was out of place. I stopped and looked around but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary, but for some reason, I felt like I was being followed. Usually I would have opted to take the shorter but more secluded path, but I knew better than to risk attack. Besides, on the open pavement, there was little place to hide. I rushed towards the city center and from the corner of my eyes, I detected black blurs. The ordinary citizen would not have seen anything, but years of training taught me otherwise. My suspicions were confirmed when I spied a man in an oversized coat shift behind a building. I kept my head down and pushed forwards. In an attempt to throw the pursuers off of my trail, I ran. Sprinting through back alleys and main roads, I hoped that they wouldn't be able to keep up with my speed. I could see it in the distance, my apartment shining like a beacon. My foot landed on the first step, but my path was blocked. Two men, draped in black cloaks covered in red clouds, stood before me. The first man looked unusual and inhuman. He had blue skin and sharp angular features. Beady black eyes stared at me in a primal way. He kept one hand held onto a hilt that belonged to a massive sword on his back. The other one looked familiar. I felt a bang in my chest. Sasuke. I knew the answer as soon as I had said his name. The first guy laughed as I scanned the second intruder closer. His hair was longer, his features more mature, and his height a little taller. This man wasn't Sasuke, but he looked almost like him. The second man spoke. "That's a name I haven't heard in some time," he said in a quiet low voice. The first laughed even louder, moving closer to me. I assumed fighting position and growled. "What do you want?" The first man grinned, and that's when I noticed razor-sharp teeth. This man, it finally occurred to me, looked like a shark. I slowly tried to move my hand into the inside pocket of my yukata where I kept a kunai. After an initial assessment of my scenario, I could tell I was outmatched. Even though I hadn't seen their skill, I could sense their overwhelmingly strong chakra, and could tell these men were no ordinary nin. But that wasn't going to deter me. In fact, in a strange way, I was excited for the challenge. I smiled back. "The carnival ended hours ago, you can take your makeup off," I said, egging the first one on. "Clever," I heard from behind me. Before my sentence was even over, the first guy had moved behind me, ready to attack. The original excitement had left and true panic entered. I prepared myself of a heavy blow. But the man didn't attack. Someone else had appeared between the two of us. I turned to find Jiraiya positioned between me and Sharkman. He had his hands out in what appeared to be in a skilled formation, ready to summon. The second man spoke again. "We weren't expecting you tonight, Jiraiya." He moved himself next to his partner and faced me. Jiraiya was unnerved. "Leave or there will be hell to pay." "We can take you on, old man," shouted the first guy. He pulled the sword from behind his back. It looked large and dull, with a curved and blunt edge. The sword was covered in wrapping, and how it was supposed to help in combat was beyond me. Jiraiya inhaled quickly in recognition. I see you recognize her, he said, skillfully wielding and spinning the heavy weapon. Jiraiya moved back an inch and I ran to meet him. But as I moved closer, Jiraiya pushed me back. Don't. The shark raised his eyebrows. You plan to protect the boy. TCH, this was supposed to be a quick grab and go, but I guess we can stop to play. He rushed towards Jiraiya, sword in hand, but before he could throw it down, his partner stood before him. He looked at us and I saw the frightening curse that was the Sharingan. But it was different. The pattern in his eyes weren't the same as Sasuke's. His looked like sharp discs, and the sight was both disturbing yet comforting. He directed himself back to his partner. Not tonight. With just those 2 words, he vanished. The shark sighed and placed his sword back into its holster. I'll see you around, he said before disappearing. I struggled to comprehend their actions as Jiraiya and I quickly entered the apartment. Suddenly they had appeared and then vanished without reaching whatever their goal was. Jiraiya dropped his bags and furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at me. Who were those men? I shouted, unable to hold back my rage. What the hell just happened? Jiraiya looked at me calmly and moved towards the window. He looked out, checked the surroundings, then closed the blinds. I don't sense their chakras anymore. He whispered mainly to himself, then sat down at the table. He motioned for me to take a seat. Jiraiya. Who was that other guy? Those 2 men are from the Akatsuki. Before I could interject, Jiraiya continued. That man that spoke to us was Kisan Hashigaki, from the village of the Hidden Mist. The other one Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. I was in the midst of the mass murderer who had started the chain events of my adolescent life. The very man Sasuke was training desperately to kill was just standing in front of me second ago. That was Itachi, I shrieked. What was he doing here? Jiraiya stood up to get a drink. He grabbed a green bottle and finished it in just a minute. It's been a long night, Naruto. How about we talk about this in the morning? No? I need answers now. I mean, why were they even here? Jiraiya ignored me and moved towards the bed. I followed him in hot pursuit. You have to tell me something. Naruto, he began with a tired voice. I learned a lot today and I need some time to process the information. Please. I left him alone and moved back to my bed, still traumatized and weary. Before I pulled the covers over me, Jiraiya managed to throw in one last quip. So, did you get any boats? He remarked slyly, turning out the lights. I said nothing but fell asleep with a smile on my face. Author's note. Thank you guys so much for all the support, follows, and favors. Sorry for such a long chapter, but I was really excited to write this one. If you thought it was good or if you have any constructive criticism, please leave a review. It really helps me build my writing and make the story a lot better. I'll be sure to update soon. Chapter 8. Hey guys. Before we start, I wanted to give a quick thank you to everyone who reviewed. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the feedback, and it motivates me to keep writing. Naruto POV. Certain moments from the night before played in my brain as I slept. My dreams manipulated them into some strange and twisted images. I could see Tenten's crestfallen eyes melt into a dance floor filled with faceless occupants, and from the crowd Hinata appears. She approached me quickly, grabbed my hand, and we danced for a few seconds before she was violently ripped from my arms by a man. With a menacing smile. The shark tossed her over to his red-eyed partner in crime, who was also smiling at me in a haunting and sad way. In front of me were the 2 men from the Akatsuki ready for a battle, their cackles filling my sleep sanctuary. I bolted upright in my bed searching for the cloaked men, only to find Jiraiya eyeing me from the kitchen table. I threw the covers off and scrambled out of bed, trying to ignore my lingering panic. Looking at the clock, I saw that the time was 4:45 and noticing the chilly weather outside, I donned a pullover and walked towards Jiraiya. He was drinking a cup of tea and had another cup already prepared, which he pushed over towards me. Normally we would have started our training around this time, but Jiraiya still owed me an explanation. As if he knew what I was about to get at, the old man motioned for me to follow him outside. I downed the scalding hot tea and closed the door behind me. We left the apartment, but instead of the usual pathway we took to the open training grounds, Jiraiya led me in the opposite direction. We walked silently next to each other, and the further we traveled the less urban our surroundings became. We had walked so far that there were no buildings or civilians around. Instead of seeing the merchants setting up shop early in the morning, I could see large trees and dark green grass, leading to a tall and powerful mountain. Jiraiya moved at a faster pace, now running at ninja speed, jumping meters high in the air over large rocks and trees. I followed in perfect imitation until I landed softly in front of a large banyan tree where Jiraiya was already sitting underneath, legs folded in meditation. I pushed through the overhanging roots and sat across from him, using up all of my patience waiting for him to explain. A few minutes had passed by before Jiraiya began. He made swift hand motions and scanned the area, making sure no one was anywhere near earshot. So about last night. Those men, as I said, are part of the Akatsuki, an organization that has plagued the bingo book for years. Many Anbu and Special Ops were sent to take down the Akatsuki and never returned. The group is a force to be reckoned with. Judging by their presence in the commons, their goal in sending those two last night was to capture you. Now, Kisum was once part of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, an extremely skilled guild of elite sword experts. He has a history of killing his comrades and maintains a very sadistic side. Though very skeptical and untrusting of most people, Kisum had a good partnership and fierce loyalty to Itachi. Itachi, well, you know about his past. Jiraiya looked at me, paying particular attention to my reaction. Yeah, I mumbled, looking away from him. I watched a small rodent scamper up the tree and hide itself into a hole. So what do they want with me? Think about it, Naruto. What do you have that most other people don't? What separates you from all the other civilians or ninjas for that matter? He pushed me to think critically. It only took about a minute to make the realization that I should have had long ago. The Kyuubi. I spoke quietly, as if saying the name out loud would release the demon. Jiraiya nodded his head. There are others like you. Other hosts who act as prisons for the various tailed beasts. The Akatsuki has been targeting them as well. You remember Gar-san? I nodded. He was a good friend in a similar situation as me. The Akatsuki want the tailed beasts, but for what reason I don't understand. Their end goal is still unclear. That's why I've come to the commons to research and find out more about them. It's also why I initially agreed to train you. I stared at him in disbelief. I knew he agreed to train me regardless of the beast, but I never realized he wanted to train me because of it. This meant his agenda was focused on the Kyuubi from the beginning. You're telling me you knew about this from day one, and you didn't think to inform me there were going to be freaky men coming after me. I couldn't hide the anger in my voice. If I knew, then I could have better prepared myself against I was cut off. Prepared for Itachi or Kisum. Naruto, you're far from being anywhere near their level of power. You're barely a chunin. I just thought to protect you from the truth for the time being, and keep you focused on your mission of bringing Sasuke back. He looked at me softly. Was it so wrong of me? Yeah, it was. At least now I know what's ahead of me. I mean, sure, they're probably stronger and faster, but you can teach me something to fight them back with, right? How do I combat those two? I pressed further, trying to ignore Jiraiya's fatherly stare. Suddenly he became very serious. Well, first, we'll be training here from now on. I looked around for training grounds but couldn't find any. Here? This area is secluded and away from civilians, and the type of training we'll be doing will require more room and privacy. My ears perked up quizzically. What could we possibly be doing that had us far away from civilians? What kind of training are we going to be doing? You're the apprentice of the great Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sannin. Did you really think I'd just be teaching you how to throw wind balls for the rest of your life? Come on, Naruto. Have more faith in your old man. I'll be teaching you how to enter Sage mode. He said, proudly, watching me as I came to an understanding. I jumped up in my excitement. You're finally going to teach me some cool stuff, I blurted out. He shook his head, laughing as he did. I thought I already had been teaching you some cool stuff, he said with mock hurt in his voice. I rolled my eyes. How many more times was I going to practice that damn Rasengan? I was excited for the change of pace. You need to know how to protect yourself, and this is the first step. When do we start? Now. Hinata POV. By the time I opened my eyes, the room was bright and golden. I realized I had awoken later than I normally would have. I was excused for training that morning since Hanabi was aware of how late I had arrived home. In fact, she was waiting for me to come back and was sitting patiently in the courtyard outside of our rooms. I walked in, overwhelmed with happiness from the recent kiss, only to be shocked to see Hanabi sipping tea and watching me enter the courtyard. She motioned for me to sit next to her, and I did so, albeit hesitantly. We sat quietly for a few minutes before Hanabi finally broke the silence. How was the festival? She said, turning away from me to look up at the moon. I jumped at the sound of her voice. It sounded practiced, as if she had spent hours rehearsing the delivery in the mirror, but behind the forced calm, I could hear hesitance and, to my absolute surprise, nervousness in her voice. I continued to watch as she sipped more tea, careful not to look at me. It was pleasant. Hanabi placed her tea down next to her and turned to me. As she stared at me, I really noticed she looked like my father. They shared similar eye shapes and sharp noses. In fact, she looked more like Niji's sister than she did my own. But she was still beautiful, probably more than I was, and she had all the elegance and grace befitting the next Hyuga leader. I was busy attending family matters, but she stopped midway through her sentence to look back at the moon. She thought for a moment before continuing. I wish I had gone as well. Hanabi was opening up to me. For the first time in our shared lives, Hanabi had spoken to me about something other than our training or my inability to lead. All this time I assumed she was uninterested in forming a bond with her older sister, but here she was patiently waiting for my return and confiding her feelings and wishes with me. I could only stare at her. Perhaps next YYU I can take YU. She looked once more at me, this time without the nerves or the fake calm. This time she looked at me with sadness. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, I think it is highly unlikely that I will ever be able to participate. But I am glad you were able to, she said in a knowing voice. Before me sat a girl of 15 years to my 19, yet she was wise and understood more beyond her years. Though she was only a child, Hanabi knew what was to be expected of her and what her future held. Hanabi saw I was cut off. I am your sister, am I not? So why do you stutter when you speak to me? I was stunned. I sat open-mouthed gaping at her question. She stood up, grabbed her teacup, and sighed as I remained sitting down. I'm tired and I think I'll retire to my room. I will not be needing your assistance in training tomorrow morning. Good night, older sister, she said, politely bowing before walking into her room and closing the door. It was a few minutes before I did the same, still in awe at her question. Now, late in the morning, I sat upright in my bed, the memory of everything that had happened the night before rushing through me. Naruto, the boats, Niji, Tenten, Hanabi, the kiss. I felt the blush creeping into my cheeks as I grabbed one of the many pillows, littered across my bed and smothered my face with it. I felt warm thinking about how we had danced all night long. I couldn't contain the delight I felt at remembering his strong arms holding me in place as he planted a delicate kiss which grew into a more passionate one. I breathed in and out trying to calm down my nerves. By the time I had completed my morning chores and finished combing my hair, a silent knock was at the door. I quickly opened it and in flew a blonde blur. Naruto had skillfully landed himself onto the bed I had just neatly made. He ruined the placement of all the throw pillows, wrinkled the sheets, tousled the covers, and smiled at me nervously. He watched me as I locked the door and moved closer to him, finally sitting next to him on the bed. We sat next to each other expecting the other to say something. I was hoping our feelings and ease from the night before would have transferred into the morning, but instead of the adrenaline-filled romance there was stagnant awkwardness. Naruto inched closer before catching himself and moving off of the bed and stood up. He wrung his hands nervously and coughed. So, did you sleep well? He began. I stood up as well and moved towards him, though the closer I came to him the more he walked away. Yes. Did you sleep well too, Naruto-kun? Not really, he said sheepishly. He had made it to the end of the room and made a U-turn, moving back towards the bed without realizing it. I continued to follow. So about last night, look, I understand if it was just like an in-the-moment type of thing. He felt the bed behind him and almost fell back. He stopped himself and as he was catching his step, I moved closer. I just wasn't sure if you really felt that or if. I kissed him. I had to place my hands on his shoulder and stand on the tips of my toes to reach, but I kissed him. I could feel all the nervous energy and insecurity wash off of him as he wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed me back. I pulled back and smiled at him. So about last night, I teased as his face turned bright red. He sat on the bed bringing me down with him. Moving off of his lap, I sat next to him, my face flushed. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and laughed. I guess I just wanted to make sure you still meant it. You know, with the boats and all. I meant it, I said firmly. Looking straight into his deep blue eyes, I continued with determination. I like you very, very, very much. Naruto-kun. He gave me a surprised look that shifted into joy. Naruto tackled me onto the bed, hovering above my face. He quickly realized the inappropriate position we were placed in, him on top of me. Pushing himself off, Naruto recovered and laughed again. Sorry, I was just really excited. I like you a lot too. He grinned, slowly moving his hand through the covers on the bed to grab mine. I felt my face turn into a tomato again and remembered asking myself when I was ever going to get over the ridiculous blush that cursed me whenever Naruto was involved. We were broken out of our stupor by a hard knock on the door. I rushed up to open it, hoping my face had turned to its usual pale white as Tenten walked in. Tenten moved to the center of the room, head down, making sure not to look at us. She had one hand on her elbow and she kept her gaze on the floor. I am really sorry for leaving you guys like that, she said, finally looking at me. I nodded and moved closer to her, but she held her hand up. Breathing in, Tenten continued. That was really rude of me, but Tenten shifted her gaze towards Naruto and seemed to hesitate. I was just really tired and wanted to go home. Naruto looked at me with an exasperated expression. Tenten was trying to deny how hurt she was over Niji's rejection in front of the blonde boy, but I knew that he knew her real reason and saw right through her excuse. But Naruto was kind and he pretended to believe her. That's okay. It was a long night for all of us. He agreed with her but turned to give me a cheeky smile. The dual meaning didn't go unnoticed as Tenten looked at both of us wide-eyed, grabbing my arm and demanding that we tell her what happened. For the most part, Naruto skimmed over what she would have deemed important. He told her we had just gone to a bar and danced and he took me home. A few hours later, after Naruto left, Tenten begged me for a fuller, more detailed story, and I obliged, wanting to share my happiness with her. And then we kissed again and said goodnight. I ended the story watching her mouth clench in an unbridled smile. She shook me back and forth in her excitement and gave a closed-mouthed squeal. I can't believe you guys finally got together. She threw herself onto the bed. I'm so happy for you guys. I sat next to her as she propped her head up on her hands. She stared at me and I saw that her mind was somewhere else. Are you really okay? I asked. She looked at me with sad eyes and sighed. Not really. It hurts, but I think it's for the best. He's my teammate, you know. Plus he's got a duty to your stupid clan, so it wouldn't have worked out anyways. I was just deluding myself into thinking there could be any more. Besides, he doesn't like me, and in a messed up way that actually helps. At least it's not one of those star-crossed lovers who can never be together type of thing, so I wouldn't be hung up on trying to be with him. He just doesn't like me, so coping with the whole thing is, I don't know, easier. She ended. I nodded, unsure of what to say. Before I could give her any words of advice, Tenten quickly changed the subject. So you and Naruto, huh? This means I'm going to have to leave you guys alone a lot more now, she said, giving me a cheeky look. My face turned red again. Tenten. Naruto POV. You would have thought after 2 months, Hinata and I would have moved fairly quickly. I mean, it only took a minute after we admitted we liked each other to kiss, so I expected things to move pretty fast. After that one super steamy kiss the night of the festival, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. I admit I was awkward at first, since it was the first time I was acting so romantic with a girl, and the girl happened to be the shy and elusive Hinata Hyuga. But then Hinata made the first move the next day, so I assumed everything was peachy keen. But no. 2 months later and we were still stuck in the hand-holding and cheek-kissing stage. I wasn't going to pressure her into doing anything she didn't want to do, and it wasn't like I was only with her for the physical. That wasn't the reason why I liked her so much, of course. But it's hard, you know, when you're a grown man and there's a pretty girl who likes you, and you're both in a room completely alone, and she's got really nice, skin, and you've already kissed, and you want to do it again, and I don't know. It's difficult sometimes. However ridiculous the urges were, I was proud of myself for being able to control them. I matured greatly in those last couple of months, having spent every morning in extreme meditation, trying to get my mind and body ready for sage mode. The meditation really helped with my, impulses. My muscles grew more toned, and I had grown significantly in height. Yuri realized the change when he noticed my clothes weren't fitting properly, and took me to buy a new wardrobe, so that my midriff no longer peeked out underneath my shirt. Hinata really liked the new clothes, since I still kept the stark orange in the pieces. She said it added color and personality, and I had to agree. But I also think she secretly liked the new taller and more buff Naruto. We were sitting in Hinata's room chatting about something or another. She has seemed preoccupied the entire morning, half-heartedly responding back to me and robotically folding clothes. Though Hinata was keeping the conversation going, I could see her mind was elsewhere. It wasn't until I mentioned training when Hinata finally noticed me trying to massage my aching muscles. She had asked what was wrong, and I informed her that I had a particularly grueling workout session with Jiraiya the night before, and now my body was killing me. Oh? The Hyuga have a technique to relieve muscle sores. We pinpoint certain spots on the body that helps loosen up the tension, she said, not looking at me as she was putting clothes away in her cartoonishly large closet. Would you do that for me? I asked. Yes. She agreed from inside the room. I removed my jacket and discarded it on the floor. I pulled off the white shirt I had on underneath, so that my back and chest were completely bare. To be honest, I wasn't really thinking when I took my clothes off. My only reasoning was that it would be easier to relieve the muscle tension if there wasn't anything between the skin and her hands. I walked into the closet, and as Hinata turned to look at me, her face turned deep red, redder than I had ever seen it. She looked quickly at the ground. I wasn't stupid. I knew what the blush meant. Though it did take me a while to catch on, Hinata only turned that color around me. I knew it meant she liked me, and from the deep red she was turning, I knew it meant she liked what she saw. I moved closer, getting a little cocky. What's wrong? I said in mock innocence. I knew full well what was wrong, but I couldn't pass up the chance to play with the pretty girl. There was a feeling of pride in knowing that only I could make her become so bashful. As I walked slowly towards her, Hinata walked backward further and further into the vast room. I kept the flirtatious questioning going. Is something the matter? I said as she continued to move backward. And nothing is the matter, she stuttered. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her attraction was so bad she was stuttering. Without anywhere to go, Hinata's back had bumped into the wall, stopping her in her tracks. She was trapped. Then why would you look at me? I finally closed the gap between us, pushing her chin up so that our eyes met. She could see the coy smile playing on my lips as I pressed against her, one hand against the wall, the other holding her face. I moved my lips to her ear. What can I do to help, Hinata? I said, stressing every syllable. In her name. I could feel her shiver as she tried to look away, and I let her, snaking my arm down to her hips, pushing myself closer onto the wall, thus onto her. And then Naruto, she said shyly. A fire was burning up in me, and I could feel my own face start to heat up. She was so cute and so tempting. I just wanted to kiss her. Moving my face closer to hers, I egged her on. I wanted her to ask me to kiss her. I wanted her permission so that I knew for certain that Hinata was okay with this. To my surprise, she looked back at me, face still red, and placed her own hand on my face. Hinata's lips moved closer and closer to mine. Knock 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 knock. Fuck. Loud knocks that made the closet tremble interrupted what would have been a perfect moment between me and the girl of my dreams. In one quick movement, Hinata had easily escaped my hold and rushed to get the door. I cursed my luck and moved to grab the white shirt at the entrance of the closet door. I shoved the shirt back onto my torso, and as Hinata opened the door, I was ready to be a real asshole to the stupid brunette who ruined my day. But when I saw her, my heart dropped. Tenten had sped into the room and threw herself onto the ground. She was on her knees, head in her hands, hair a mess. I looked towards Hinata for an answer, but she had already flocked to Tenten's side, holding her shoulders and repeating "it's okay" over and over again. A strangled cry finally left Tenten's throat, and a horrible realization occurred. Tenten was crying, no not crying, sobbing. She was sobbing heavily and finally accepting Hinata's open arms, she fell onto her friend. I stood there awkwardly unsure of what to do. Moving towards the two, I sat down next to Tenten and placed an arm on her shoulder. She jumped back in surprise. "Oh, and Naruto. I'm sorry. God, I must look ridiculous," she said with a croaky voice, trying to push away a loose strand of hair. Though Tenten was trying very hard to compose herself, she looked at me, tried to smile at her joke, and broke down again. Hinata motioned for me to help put Tenten on the bed where she sat, head on Hinata's shoulder and continued to cry. Unable to help myself, I finally asked, "What happened?" Tenten turned away from Hinata to look at me. I expected her to be upset with me for prying, but instead she opened up willingly. "And Niji." She choked, unable to catch her breath between sobs. I waited as she breathed in and out, trying to gain some composure before finally crying again. "He told me this morning during training. I mean, I didn't know what to do or what to say, so I just ran all the way here," Tenten said, hands in a fist as she closed her eyes. Finally, she answered my question. "Niji got engaged this morning." "What?" I was completely stunned. Who would want to marry that jerk? Tenten went back to sobbing, and Hinata nodded. "It happened this morning," Hinata said. Tenten looked up to listen to her explanation. "I wasn't sure how to tell you, Tenten. Hiyashi-sama found a suitable woman from the Inizuka clan to be Niji's future wife. He asked Niji this morning, and Niji accepted the proposal." Tenten sat in shock, one hand covering her mouth, the other gripping her shirt. She screamed in rage. "Damn it. Why am I getting so emotional over this? This is stupid. It doesn't matter. I don't care that he's getting married to some random woman he's never met. That's what he wants. Besides, Niji and I never had a relationship, so why am I acting so incredibly stupid?" she shouted. It was my turn to respond. "Because you love him." Those 4 words caused her to fall apart once again. Her anger turned straight back into despair as she looked towards the ceiling and started to sob harder than before. Large teardrops fell from her pretty face and slid down her throat. It was an awful sound, the way the cries caught in her throat. She continued to hiccup and cough and sputter. Hinata grabbed Tenten in a strong embrace. "I'm so sorry, Tenten." Just then there was a small swift knock on the door. Hinata looked at me in confusion. No one usually interrupted her during the day. She handed Tenten over to me, and I held my friend in one arm. Tenten continued to cry into my chest, and I used my free hand to pet her hair and push it away from her face, surprised that she was comfortable with my touch. Hinata moved right in front of the door but didn't open it. "Who's I?" A familiar voice responded. "Hinata-sama, it's Niji. I am here to ask if Tenten-san is with you." Hinata hesitated and looked back towards Tenten, his head had shot up out of my arms. She shook it violently, causing the large strands of hair to whack me in the face, and mouthed the word "no" before leaning back into my arms. "She-is not here," Hinata lied. A silence followed. "Hinata-sama, I know Tenten-san is inside your room. Please do not lie to me." Hinata seemed scared but kept her resolve while Niji continued. "Tenten," he directed towards the brunette, dropping the honorific. She stopped crying to listen. "Please come outside and talk to me rationally. You left without a word during training and I'm concerned with your abnormal behavior." I might have been mistaken, but for a second it seemed like he was genuinely worried. She isn't I interested in SP speaking right now?" Hinata pushed. "She's being childish and immature. There's no reason to behave so irrationally. Tell her to come out now and speak to me." His demeanor changed rapidly as he responded coldly. Hinata's anger was growing and so was mine. This guy was acting like a dick to Tenten, who clearly was not in the mood to deal with his bitchy attitude. He was being pathetically persistent. Please leave Tenten-san F for the D-Day." If I had known that I had chosen a partner who was so fragile, I might have made a different decision. She is acting weak and reckless. I had had it with this man. He was acting arrogant and rude, and Tenten had started to tear up again. His words were cruel and unfeeling, and he had no love for his partner. I acted with thinking, dropping Tenten on the bed and moving towards the door. I was ready to swing it open and give him a piece of my mind when Hinata grabbed my hand. She quickly shook her head to say no, and motioned for me to move back. Niji was silent for a bit. Who else is there? His words sent fear into my heart. Even though I knew he couldn't use his Byakugan to look into the room, I was scared for what he would see if he could. The damn Hyuga somehow sensed my presence. Someone else is in there besides Tenten, he stated. After some time, he spoke again. Is it the other male that accompanied us during the festival? Is there a man in your room, Hinata-sama? Hinata didn't answer. She looked at me and I saw the same terrified expression on her face that was probably on mine. I could see her mind racing to try to find an excuse or explanation. However, it didn't matter because Niji continued. That doesn't matter right now though. The more pressing issue is my stupid teammate. I don't have time to be dealing with her games. Send that child out right now. No, Hinata shouted firmly. She was commanding and solid in her order. Hinata didn't stutter, and I understood that in a moment of real importance, Hinata was the strongest person out of the three of us. She protected Tenten fiercely, and her selfish cousin wasn't going to intimidate her. Niji-san, please leave at once. That is an order. Of course, Hinata-sama. He spat with venom before leaving. Hinata did a quick scan with her Byakugan before nodding, giving us the all clear. She moved back towards Tenten, who was gripping her sides, tears still flowing freely. I'm sorry you had to do that, Hina. She spoke quietly. Hinata motioned for her to stop talking. We sat there for a long time, all three of us, as Hinata consoled a crying Tenten, and I watched my friend's heart break, unable to do anything. Hinata POV. Tenten stayed with me through the evening and late into the night, in order to avoid Niji's wrath. Though he wasn't near the room, she was worried he would follow her out of the compound if she left early. She knew his schedule well enough to know he would be busy late in the night and decided to leave then. Naruto had to leave for home or else Jiraiya would worry, but he kissed me on the forehead and gave Tenten a large embrace after telling her not to worry, because no matter what happened he would be there for her. Naruto made her laugh by promising to, and I quote, fuck up Niji so bad that he'll choke on the stick up his ass. The graphic image helped Tenten's mood exponentially, since she already had a love of dark humor. Naruto did an excellent job of comforting her, even taking turns throughout the day to hold her like a father would his young daughter. It pained me to see her like that. Tenten, the strong-willed and independent woman who had honored me with her friendship, was suddenly so frail and unguarded. I felt useless because the reality of the situation was there was nothing I could do for her. No amount of persuasion or coercion would ever convince my father to call off the engagement, especially since he had been planning the affair for months. Though I could lie and say the proposal came as a shock to me, I think I chose to ignore the signs. The multiple dignitaries that were frequenting the compound in larger numbers, the various letters back and forth from my father to the Onizuka clan, and his uncharacteristic willingness to allow Niji to engage in commoner activities like the festival. Hiyashi-sama had been planning this for weeks, probably months, in advance, and I chose to be blind to it. But no matter how much I tried to blame my father, ultimately the decision came down to Niji, and if he agreed to the marriage there was nothing any of us could do. I'd like to imagine, that even though Niji was so cold and unfeeling, that like me, he knew at some level what Hiyashi-sama's plans for him were, and that's why he didn't confess his feelings during the festival, and why he was acting so harsh towards Tenten. But Tenten was convinced that he never saw her in a romantic way. In between shallow sobs she tried to prove her point by saying that the way he had treated her earlier was clear evidence of his disinterest. Tenten said a man who genuinely loved her would never think to call her weak. Once Tenten had left, I wrote a short letter to Niji apologizing for my behavior earlier that day. I scanned it to make sure I had written everything appropriately. Niji-san. My sincerest apologies for my actions early today in regards to Tenten-san. It was not my intention to hold authority over you. However, you must understand that my priority was the well-being of a good friend. We have a duty to protect those in our charge, and I only did as I thought would best protect my friend. My hope is that no ill will remains from this event. Hinata. After deciding that it was good enough, I had a servant give the letter to Niji, and I hope he received it and accepted it fairly. It was late, and when I finally retired to my bed, I couldn't fall asleep. The inordinate amount of drama should have exhausted me both physically and mentally, but my mind kept coming back to one particular event. Thinking about it made me nervous and giddy inside, and I kept trying to push the memory out of my mind. But I could still see him there, standing before me without a shirt, showing off years of physical training, and the image made my face turn warm. I fell asleep imagining what might have happened if Tenten hadn't interrupted. Naruto POV. The rest of the evening was quiet. Tenten finally calmed down, though she was obviously still depressed. She tried very hard to make herself furious with Niji's word, but all she felt was unbelievably hurt. Much like myself, Tenten preferred to be angry rather than sad. She said anger was strength, and sadness meant weakness. Anger was physical and easier to deal with. It was fiery and predictable. Since neither of us held grudges, the feeling was fleeting and temporary, and she knew it would go away eventually. But sadness was a disease without a cure. There was nothing she could do to fix the situation, and there was no guarantee it would ever leave. The underlying feeling lingers on for days, even years, without reconciliation. Your body and mind shut down and all your motivation and determination slip away. Tenten kept wishing she was just pissed at him so she could go and take her anger out on him during training. But instead all she could do was lie down, her head on my lap, and pity herself. Tenten was a funny combination of light-hearted and free-spirited with tough and independent. She never took things very seriously and was able to joke and play while still managing to appear strong and confident. So for someone so carefree, deep emotions like sorrow and melancholy were hard to cope with. Tenten would try to make light of the situation, cracking jokes about how weak she apparently was, but every time she tried to poke fun at herself, tears would form and the crying would start again. Sometime later in the day, Hinata had to leave to attend a quick appointment, and Tenten and I were left alone for a few minutes. Tenten had her back against mine so that we weren't facing each other. Sorry about all of this. I'm not really this emotional, you know. Aw, I must seem so stupid to you. No? Don't apologize. Actually, I think the fact that you're so messed up by this shows just how fucking strong you are. What do you mean? Like, I don't know. You're not just some sad girl pining for some dude like you think I think you are. You're this person who really truly loves this asshole guy. And it's not some shallow love, you know. From what Hinata's told me, you've known him for what, like, 6 years now. So you know him, you've trained with him, you've spent time with him. I mean, during the festival he was a totally different person around you, so you must see and experience a different side to him that Hinata and I don't see. And I know you're this super independent, I don't need a man to take care of me, kind of girl, so for you to actually like someone means that this dude has to be a decent human being. So here's something I haven't even told Hinata, but I think it'll help explain what I'm trying to say. Tenten listened carefully as I continued on, unable to stop myself. I had this friend back home and she ended up being my teammate. She was super girly and totally drop-dead gorgeous. She had this long pretty pink hair and was super intelligent. I mean, she was probably one of the smartest girls in our class. And I totally fell head over heels for her. Even when I left home and came here I was still hung up on her. But after meeting Hinata, I realized my feelings for her weren't authentic. Yeah, I found her beautiful and liked the idea of being with her, but I knew I didn't truly love her, because the fact that she didn't like me, didn't hurt me the way you're hurt by Niji. On the opposite side of that, she fell madly in love with our other teammate, and he was kind of just like Niji. He was like the class heartthrob and every girl was into him. She didn't even really know him before she started chasing after him. He was really mean to her at first and barely even paid any attention to her, but it didn't deter her because she was obsessed with him, not in love. But over time he started to open up to us and show a different side. Kind of like how Niji is different around you and bushy brows, around Sakura and I mean, my friend was less of a dick and more kind. And her superficial kind of love turned into something legitimate after truly experiencing and getting to know him better. Then he left and broke her heart, and she's probably still hurting from it. And she's hurting from it because her feelings are genuine unlike mine were. What I'm trying to get at is that, Tenten, you're so strong because your feelings are your truth, you know. They aren't fake, they aren't crap, they're your honest-to-God truth. And it hurts and it should hurt because you've been lying to yourself all this time, and you're finally being honest. It's that rejection of you and your truth that hurts, and your tears are proof of it all. I guess I'm saying, I don't see you in any other way other than the cool and super awesome friend that you are to me, and I still think you're strong, because strength to me isn't hiding yourself and your feelings and who you are. You can't pretend to be someone else in front of others and especially to yourself. It's you finally living in your own truth, and that is the hardest thing for anyone to do. After I had finished my speech, I felt embarrassed by what I had just said. I must have sounded so weirdly passionate, and I'm sure the things I was saying didn't make sense. My long-winded tangent silenced Tenten. I waited awkwardly for her to say something. Living in your own truth, huh? She whispered. Thanks for that, it actually helped a lot. I can't try and force myself to be angry because I'm not angry, I'm just hurt and sad. I guess I just can't lie or pretend anymore. Yeah, you just have to be true to yourself, I guess. I could hear Tenten laugh and felt her body shake as she giggled. Since when were you so corny? I felt flustered as she made fun of me. So are you living in your own truth? Tenten asked, her back still leaning against mine. I knew she was just joking, trying to make fun of my words, but I actually thought about it. I don't think so. But my truth is a lot more dangerous than most other truths are. I said, leaving the interpretation ambiguous. Thankfully Tenten didn't press the matter any further. Instead, she took the conversation in an equally treacherous route. Even in her current state, Tenten managed to press the things that bothered me most. So this other girl, Sakura, Hinata doesn't know about her. Well, I mean she does. She knows about my teammates and everything, but it's kind of awkward telling your current girlfriend about some chick you were obsessed with before her. I said with a sigh. I had thought about telling Hinata about Sakura a few times, but it just always seemed like the wrong time. Besides, I wanted Hinata to really like and get along with Sakura, and from what Jiraiya told me, most girls don't take kindly to their man being friends with their ex-love interests. My mind was starting to think of ways I could bring up my old crush to Hinata, but I was interrupted by Tenten. So Hinata's your girlfriend, huh? Though I couldn't see it, I knew she was smirking at me with that dumb annoying grin of hers. I leaned back harder on her back, causing Tenten to start laughing. Shut up. Tenten wouldn't stop laughing at my reaction, and she moved to get a better look at my embarrassed face. I tried to glare at her as a new wave of laughter fell over her, but seeing Tenten like that brought a smile to my face. She stopped and looked at me strangely. What? Tenten asked. I shook my head. I'm glad you're feeling better at my expense. I gave her a shove as she smiled softly. She turned to look away from me, and I saw the flush in her cheeks. Thanks for making me feel better. Anything for a friend. We talked a little bit more about her life and her team. She had a mother who left them when Tenten was very young. Her father was a blacksmith who developed high-quality weapons for military purposes, which was the reason why she had an affinity for any and all weapons. Her dad was an old man and passed away, orphaning her at the age of 12. Instead of continuing on to higher studies, Tenten resolved to join the academy where she honed her skills and became a fully qualified weapons specialist. It was hard for her since there weren't many women enrolled in the academy, and the rarity of a woman led to many people underestimating her talents. The particular academy she attended was located in the kingdom, and, as a result, any of the few students who belonged to the royal families were allowed to handpick their teams after graduation. I was honestly super surprised when I learned that the Nichi Hyuga had chosen me for his team. I didn't even think he knew I existed, but apparently he was impressed with my knowledge of weapons and traps, and said he needed someone like that on his team. I guess he regrets the decision now, she said, thinking about Nichi's insults from earlier. If I had known that I had chosen a partner who was so fragile, I might have made a different decision. I quickly tried to redirect her thoughts. What about bushy brows? Lee? She laughed. That's a funny story. Apparently Hiyashi-sama was adamant about Ga-sensei being Nichi's team leader. Guy is the world-renowned Taijutsu expert, and he's looked upon with great reverence. So Nichi chose Guy-sensei to be his mentor, but Guy-sensei said he wouldn't be part of any team that didn't include Lee. Nichi kind of hated Lee at first. He saw him as weak and useless since Lee doesn't have much chakra control and can't do any ninjutsu or genjutsu. But Nichi agreed nonetheless, and I think he's happy with the decision now. Lee is just as impressive as Guy-sensei, and together we make a pretty bitchin' team. I bet, I said, encouraged by the confident look on Tenten's face. Hinata had returned and I left soon after that. I went home happy knowing I had made some lifelong friends during my time in the commons. Hinata POV. The next day I woke normally, gently pulling the covers off of me, and neatly making my bed. I showered and took extra attention to my hair, hoping that maybe today Naruto would try again. I made sure to look very nice and chose pretty clothes. I opened up my door, and all of the anticipation of the day was drained from me as I left my room. To my horror, 2 Hyuga guards were stationed outside of my door. I turned to my left and right to get a good look at them, hoping they were just standing casually by my door on accident. But they were in fact standing in military formation, greeting me, but never breaking eye contact with the wall opposite to them. They stood there rigidly and panic set in as I activated the Byakugan. Ignoring their now confused looks, I scanned the premises and realized to my absolute horror that 2 other Hyuga guards were positioned outside of the secret entrance Naruto used to enter the compound. Why have you been PP placed here? The answer to my question came from someone lurking in the shadows. From behind a large pillar came Nichi, a small smirk playing on his lips. He responded with believable concern in his voice. I had a feeling that a suspicious character has been entering the compound, and asked for tighter security around the old passageways and outside the heiress's room. A suspicious CH character? I asked. Nichi looked at me, the satisfaction becoming more evident. Yes. As you said in your letter, Hinata-sama, we have a duty to protect those in our charge, and I only did as I thought would best protect the Hyuga heiresses. He spat my own words back at me, and in that moment I realized what his goal was. This was revenge. This power play of Nichi's was all to punish me for my order. Because I prevented Nichi from speaking to Tenten, he made sure Naruto couldn't visit anymore. In his eyes, I took away something important to him, and he returned the action tenfold. He essentially guaranteed my miserable and lonely existence, because where else would Naruto and I meet? I stared at him dumbfounded as his filthy smirk grew wider. Tears threatened to fall as I was unable to contain my rage. I made a complete 180 and walked straight back into my room, locked the door, and cried like Tenten had done the day before. In a sad twist of fate, we were both miserable because of Nichi Hyuga. Naruto POV. I had it all planned out. I was going to make a move on Hinata, and this time it was going to work out. In fact, I knew exactly how I was going to do it. I found the necklace I had bought Hinata that one day Jiraiya kidnapped me. It was hidden away in a pile of laundry I had never bothered to touch. I was never able to give it to her, and it provided the perfect excuse to get close to her. I was going to place it gently on her neck, then turn her around and kiss her, and everything was going to be magical. On my way to the compound, I stopped by the bazaar and grabbed a few desserts for Tenten, in case she was still feeling bad. I heard somewhere that girls like to eat sweet things when they were sad, and Tenten was going to need all the help she could get. My thoughts were focused on Niji and Tenten, and as I walked I tried to figure out what it was about Niji that Tenten seemed to like so much. I could see why many guys liked Tenten. She was a charismatic and warm person. Tenten was easy to talk to, made funny jokes, and was very pretty in this strong tomboyish type of way. Her boyish mannerisms made it easy for men to become her friend, and I could see how over time they would start to fall in love with her. It was so unfortunate that she fell for the Hyuga, but I guess I shouldn't really be surprised. Tenten doesn't seem like she wants some guy to take care of her or give her baseless praises. She probably wants a strong man that she can rely on, both on the battlefield and off, and someone who can actually appreciate her talents. She wants someone who won't throw shallow compliments at her and treat her like some weak woman. Niji seems like that kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to criticize or challenge her, and would treat her like an equal. I could understand why a woman like Tenten would want someone like that. Finally, I had reached the forest that lead to the entrance, but something was off. I could feel powerful chakra from the tunnel, even though I was a good 25 meters away. Scanning the area, I focused on targeting the source of the chakra. I panicked at first, thinking it was the Akatsuki, but quickly realized there were various chakra signatures stationed on the inside of the tunnel. I knew it was coming from inside the tunnel itself, since the feeling was dull and muted, probably by the thick walls. I hesitantly moved closer to the entrance through the forest, making sure to suppress my own chakra signature. The closer I moved to the secret passage, the more I felt their presence. Their chakra was familiar, but I was sure I had never met whoever the chakra belonged to. Stopping in my tracks, I took some time to think about the facts. There were people, probably two, close to the secret compound entrance. After a few minutes, I understood that the chakra was familiar because it was similar to Hinata's, which implied that whoever was on the other side was probably a Hyuga. Therefore, they would have the same bloodline limit, and most likely already knew about my presence in the forest. I waited about 20 minutes and realized that the individuals hadn't moved from their positions. They were guarding the entrance and thus preventing me from going in. I turned around and sped back home in a confused daze. Why were there suddenly Hyuga guards stationed at an old servant's entrance, and why now? Were they going to be there from now on? How was I going to see Hinata if the only route to her room is being blocked by Hyuga thugs? I grew angrier and angrier thinking about how shitty our luck seemed to be. Someone out in the world seemed to have something against us. I had such an awesome time writing this chapter, and I especially loved writing about Naruto and Tenten's friendship. At first I was unsure about it because they're such an unlikely pair, but I kind of love how brotherly Naruto is towards her, and how she seems comfortable talking to him now. Please be sure to leave a review if you enjoyed this chapter. I hope to update soon. Man, I had such an awesome time writing this chapter, and I especially loved writing about Naruto and Tenten's friendship. At first I was unsure about it because they're such an unlikely pair, but I kind of love how brotherly Naruto is towards her, and how she's comfortable talking to him now. Be sure to follow or keep up with this story because the next chapter is going to be very heated. I don't want to reveal too much, but let's just say Naruto fulfills his promise to Tenten. Remember to leave a review if you enjoyed this chapter. I hope to update soon. Chapter 9. Once again I want to thank you all for the phenomenal and super helpful reviews and the awesome favors and follows. You guys are seriously too cool for school. On a completely different note, I'd like to beg you all for my forgiveness. I am sincerely apologetic for being so late in updating. I had this entire chapter planned out, but this last month has been so chaotic and busy that I haven't had any time to sit down and write. Hopefully, this chapter will make up for my horrible delay. I'll get better at updating. I promise. Naruto POV. Hinata and I were forcefully separated for the second time in my pitiful existence. It took a while for me to honestly believe the same thing had happened once again. Though I had already experienced the loneliness and isolation from the first time, this instance felt worse. This time, Hinata wasn't just some friend that I couldn't hang out with. I couldn't pretend that the hurt I felt was the same it would have been if it were any other person. Hinata was more important to me now, and that pain, which would have been a dull ache for a friend, was now a sharp steely knife that stabbed me right through the heart every time I thought of her. She was the woman I really liked. I begged to see her again or even to just hear her voice. My eyes craved just a look of her hair or just to hold her dainty hands. My dreams tried to make up for the lack of Hinata in my life by torturing me with fond memories, but when I awoke she was never there. I felt worse and worse with every passing morning, hoping to fall back into a dreamland where we were together. God damn it. I was frustrated with my luck and how it seemed like there was a higher power trying to keep us apart. But it wasn't in my nature to give up, and that meant that I wouldn't stop trying to meet her. I went back to the Hyuga compound the very next day, then the day after that, and the day after that. Every time I went to check if the coast was clear, those stupid fucking guards were still there like stone gargoyles just waiting for an intruder. Okay, fine then. I couldn't enter the compound. Not a big deal. There were bound to be other places to meet Hinata. I went to search the bazaar every chance I got, determined to find Hinata or even Tenten shopping and chatting with the apple guy like nothing had even happened. I scoured the place looking high and low for any trace of blue hair or two ridiculous brown buns, but at the end of each day, I was left to lay in my bed, unfulfilled and unhappy. No matter how many times I thought about it, I couldn't figure out why those damn guards were there. I hadn't heard of any attack on the Hyuga compound, so the guards weren't placed at the entrances as a reaction to a threat. It didn't seem as though the Hyuga knew about my secret meetings in Hinata's room. If I had been caught, then those white-eye thugs would be after me when I came near the entrance, but they just let me be as if I was a passerby. So clearly I wasn't their target. Besides, they were stationary guards, not on alert, and from their stance and posture, they were more ornamental than attack, meaning they could still fight. They weren't a joke. But they weren't seriously guarding something like you would a rare treasure or the heir to a dynasty. So the guard didn't know why they weren't stationed there. They were just following orders. Ugh, just trying to figure it out was giving me a headache. I could barely follow my own line of reasoning as I tossed and turned all goddamn night. Bags started to blossom under my eyes from the lack of sleep. I couldn't eat properly and barely kept my meals down. I was moping and walking around like a zombie, always off in a daze. But what was even worse was the anxiety. The waiting and wondering when and how I was ever going to see her was eating me inside little by little. She wasn't coming to the bazaar and I couldn't enter the Hyuga compound. Those were the two domains we lived in, and now neither was an option. The worst part of this whole stupid situation is that this has already happened before. It's not like it's a new challenge we have to overcome, it's the same goddamn thing all over again, but this time it's harder. This time we've exhausted all other option and have to think, get real fucking creative, about how to meet again. The first time we were separated was on my side. Jiraiya. This time it's on Hinata's side. Her family. Although this obstacle seemed more difficult to deal with, my resolve wouldn't die. Hinata was patient. She waited for weeks, diligently waiting for me to show up, so I promised myself to do the same. I care about her so much, and if I really meant how I felt, I would do the same for her. Even if it takes days, weeks, even months, I'll keep waiting for her. I was walking around the bazaar on my way to the apple guy. He had been giving me updates on Hinata, whether she had stopped by or not, though really these updates were just him shaking his head pitifully at me. In the last few weeks, the weather was moving away from a comfortable warmth to the heat of 1,000 fires. The sun shot down heat rays, forcing me to sweat through the jacket I still wore even on unbearably hot days. My mind couldn't help wondering if Hinata would like the sun and the hot weather, or if it burned her delicate skin. I imagined Hinata with the same tan as Tenten, and the imagine was slightly amusing. I found my way to the booth, grabbed an apple without asking, and sat myself down on a chair he had left out for me. The customer eyed me curiously, but the apple man waved his hand in reassurance, and the customer paid his due and left. The apple man turned to me. "Why hasn't Hinata-sama been visiting lately?" he finally asked. I was wondering when his curiosity would have got the best of him. He had been very polite about the situation, but I could see his worry growing over time. I told him how we had been meeting at the Hyuga compounds in secret and how suddenly the guards had appeared. I updated him on where my life was at this point, and he patiently listened to me as I complained. And then, as if blessed by some sort of wisdom, the apple guy smiled at me and said, "Why don't you just go check the grounds?" What? I said, trying not to choke on the bite of the apple. He laughed as I tried to recover. Wiping juice off of my chin, I continued. "Wait, what do you mean check the grounds? There are guards all over the place." Well, by the way it sounds, there are only guards at the entrances of the Hyuga compound, but the Hyuga grounds are vast and located outside of the compound. It's where the training and battlefields are. He said, peeling an apple with a small fruit knife. He cut a chunk of the apple off and threw it into his mouth. Hinata-sama clearly has academy training. The apple guy started, thinking back to their first encounter. So, she must be out on the training fields sometimes, and since they're just training fields, there won't be guards stationed there. Just go check. I flipped a coin at him before heading off. As I ran towards the Hyuga grounds, I shouted thanks, and I could hear the man laughing loudly in the background. I rushed through the streets and down the side roads, past the main Hyuga compounds, until finally I found myself onto a spacious field with various carved-out training areas. I stayed on the outskirts of the arenas looking for any sign of Hinata or a member of the household. As I skirted around, I noticed someone on a training field in the way back. In the farthest arena was a familiar face. Standing by himself was that prick, Nichi Hyuga. He was in training attire, which was a simple white tunic and loose pants, but he still looked regal. He maintained a fierce aura of royalty even in such plain garb. Although I didn't like the guy, he was bound to know why the guards were there. He was Hinata's cousin after all. I walked casually towards him until finally I was a good 10 feet away. I knew he sensed my presence, but he refused to acknowledge me. So I walked a little closer and coughed. He then turned to look at me. I noticed there was dirt on the hem of his pants, and his palms were red from practice, but no sweat on his face. Hey. I said, waving awkwardly at the stoic man. He didn't say anything and just kept staring at me as I moved closer. How have you been? I said, rubbing the back of my neck, trying to strike up some sort of conversation. What are you doing on Hyuga grounds? Niji asked me in a serious tone. His position moved from a fighting stance to a rigid formation. He stared me dead in the eyes. Oh, well, the thing is. Couldn't get past the guards, huh? He said, interrupting me, as a smirk played on his face. Wait, so you know about the guards? He smiled in such a condescending manner I could barely ask the question politely. Do I know about the guards? Why do you think they are there? It took a few seconds to really process the weight of his words. At first I thought he was implying something entirely different. I don't know what, but my mind didn't want to consider the alternative. I reviewed what he said 2 or 3 times before it really sank in. Why do you think they are there? He knew about the guards. Because he put them there. On primal instinct alone, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Since I didn't even realize that I was going to do it, Niji didn't predict the move and was slow to block it. My fist clenched around the fabric as I brought his face close to mine, so that our noses were almost touching. Why the fuck would you do that? Hinata POV. It's true what they say. History has a habit of repeating itself, and in my case, it seems the history was in an infinite loop. I felt hopeless and doomed to an eternity of reuniting with my love and being torn from him. After realizing the guards were stationed at the secret passage entrance and that Naruto wasn't able to come, I spent the first day alone in my room. Surprisingly, Tenten hadn't come by the compound that day. I suppose she wanted to avoid seeing Niji so soon after her reaction to his engagement. So I laid in my bed and cried all day and well into the night. I let all the emotions out until I couldn't breathe anymore and the tears had dried out. I had not realized how hungry or thirsty I was become all I could feel was overwhelming sadness. Like an unending misery doomed to repeat itself over and over again. When I awoke it was almost noon, and I hadn't attended any of my usual duties. I picked myself up off of my bed and headed to the door, not bothering to fix my attire or cover up the puffiness under my eyes. I walked past the guards, who remained frozen in their place, and towards my father's chambers. After a timid knock, my father called me in. He looked up at me, and his face froze in a what could be called a concerned look. Father, may I go to the BB bazaars today? He turned back towards the paper he was reading before I entered the room. I waited patiently for him to finish his work. You were late this morning. I wasn't feeling well. Then perhaps you should not leave the compound. Go to your room and get some rest. It was an order. That father, IP promised to FF friend I would see them today. He actually saw him looked up at me, though not angry like I assumed, but in surprise. It must have been the first time I had ever tried to counter a direct order. He raised an eyebrow and set his pen down. Thinking for a while, he finally responded. Well then, take one of the Hyuga guards to accompany you. Your cousin has thoughtfully put into place a much necessary precautionary measure for your protection. I must agree with him on these orders. We have been much too relaxed with the degree of protection the family has placed upon you. If you are to go to the bazaars, you are to go with the guard. Father. I started hesitantly. He looked up at me with annoyance now. What about Tenten? CC could she potentially act as my guard instead? My father thought about this proposition a little longer than he had the others. He knew Tenten was an extremely skilled kunoichi, and she was a trusted comrade of Niji's. A female guard would be more likely suited for the heirs, and Tenten would be better at handling situations like entering women's restrooms. I will confer with Niji and see what his thoughts are seeing as these are his measures. My father made a motion informing me that he was done with the conversation. I bowed and turned to leave the room. Upon exiting, Niji passed me and entered the room. I could hear my father greet him, and knew he was going to ask Niji about Tenten being my guard. I left before I could hear the verdict, already knowing what Niji was going to say. I sat on my bed and pondered what my next move would be. I could try to escape through my bedroom window, but I would be caught. Leaving almost immediately. Then I would have to explain why I was trying to leave so discreetly. I tried my very hardest not to curse my cousin, though I found it very difficult. What had I done that was horrible enough to offend the man? The lengths to which Niji went for revenge were far too extreme for just my actions alone. My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. I opened it, revealing one of the compound gate guards. Hinata-sama. Tenten has arrived in the compound. I nodded my head in thanks for the update, and moved to meet her halfway. I walked swiftly down the hallway but stopped when I heard a loud voice erupting from the courtyard. It sounded as if Tenten was shouting at someone. I hid behind a corner and listened. What the hell are you thinking placing guards at every damn entrance? Have you gone absolutely insane? She said loudly in the quiet courtyard. It's for Hinata-sama's protection. Bullshit, she said quickly. You and I both know you couldn't care less about Hinata's well-being. What's the real reason for this madness? There was a strange person in her room. You're really going to play ignorant right now? Seriously, Niji. You know full well who that was. He wasn't a damn threat to her in any way. You have no right meddling in her business. Well, she had no right meddling in ours. She shouldn't have kept you in her room like that, and you should have come outside and let our business be our own, instead of dragging Hinata-sama into this. He spat my name out as if it were some type of venom. Niji continued on. What had gotten into you that day anyways? Silence followed his question, and I could feel the tension and awkwardness even from how far I was. You're acting selfishly right now. Don't take out your anger towards me on Hinata. Ugh, you're acting like such a jackass. You horribly selfish and spiteful prick. And those things you said. All those nasty mean things you said about me. Did you really mean them? Yes. He said with ice in his voice. And you're continuing to act childish even now. I don't know if I can stand working with someone so immature. Fine then. I don't think I can train with someone who is such an asshole. Don't bother calling for me anymore. From now on I'm training with Lee. I'll see you on our damn missions. In that case, please inform Hinata-sama that after assessing your current state and emotional instability, I have decided not to assign you as her bodyguard, and that if Hinata-sama wishes to leave the compound, she has to be accompanied by a member of the clan. Tenten stopped in her tracks and slowly turned to look at him with a look of horror. After a moment's silence, I heard the whoosh of Niji's signature move block what I assumed was probably a kunai from Tenten. How dare you try to attack me in my own home? Niji said, trying to maintain his stoic mannerism, but the outrage couldn't be hidden. My apologies, Niji-san, however I was trained to attack the enemy. With that final statement, Tenten began walking towards me, and I rushed off back to my room to pretend like I hadn't heard the conversation. By the time I reached my door, Tenten was in my line of sight. I pretended as though I had just left the room to go meet her, and as I moved forward to greet Tenten, she pushed me back into the room only after a moment's hesitation when she stared angrily at the guards placed by my door. Once we were inside, she yelled a primal scream at the top of her lungs. That son of a bitch. How fucking dare he? She shouted. To no one in particularly. Tenten turned to me, a tear streaming down her cheek, and grabbed my hand. Hinata, I'm seriously so sorry. This whole thing is all my fault. How's Naruto going to hang out with you if there are those stupid guards outside of your room? We can try to break you out. It's futile, I stated. I know, she whispered. Tenten held me in an embrace for what seemed like an hour as I cried into her arms. The fight between him and Tenten had a noticeable impact on Niji's behavior and mood. It only increased his determination to make my life miserable. He added more stringent rules as to what I could and could not do even in my own home. It got to the point where there seemed like no possibility of safely meeting Naruto outside or within the compound. His rules restricted even my own movement in the compound. In fact, I could barely take a step outside of the inner walls without asking permission in advance from my father, who approved of all the measures Niji had in place. The only safe zone of freedom was my own room, though Niji had tried to place guards in there as well. Luckily, Hanabi had intervened, stating that the measure was an invasion of privacy, and more likely to be a threat rather than protection. Hanabi, my beautiful and surprisingly caring sister, noticed my second depression. This time she was quick to act and forgot all awkward pretense. She came every day after her rigorous training and schooling to sit and ask how I was doing. At first Tenten was confused and taken aback by the sudden gesture of sibling love, but over time she became used to Hanabi's stoic mannerisms. Tenten said that the rigidity emitting from Hanabi was probably because she only ever spent time with my father or the other Hyugas, and, according to Tenten, they all had to stick up their ass. Tenten was positive Hanabi would loosen up and become as wild as she was. Though I was not quick to tell Hanabi the situation, she could figure out enough to know that something had happened between me, Tenten, and Niji, and the added protection was a result of Niji's rage. She was a smart girl who easily picked up on the subtleties in human interactions. With only a few hours she realized Tenten was in love with Niji and made it a point to ask her about it. Tenten's face turned bright red, and said that her feelings were a mistake, and that Niji was not someone Tenten could ever see herself with anymore. Hanabi had also noticed my fidgety behavior, and picked up on my need to leave the compound. Though she didn't know the reason behind it, she also understood the feeling of being cooped up. She tried to encourage us to go into the courtyards or living rooms, but Tenten refused to enter any common area where Niji might be, and I secretly agreed. I had managed to avoid him the last few days, and I wasn't sure if I could contain my rage if I saw him in person. I think we should go for a walk at least, Hanabi said, sitting at my writing desk, flipping through a few pages in an old textbook I owned. Tenten, who was sprawled on the ground, raised her head onto her hand, using her arm to keep her head up, and looked at Hanabi. Yeah, but we're going to be accompanied by a guard, she pointed out. Hanabi closed her book and placed it back onto the shelf. Yes, but even so, it would be good for my older sister to get some air and leave her room once in a while. Father is also starting to get worried. My ears perked up and I turned to look at her. Was my father worried about my behavior? Before I could prime more, Hanabi had quickly moved over to me and placed a hand on my arm. How about we go for a walk then? Wouldn't that be nice? She said with worry in her eyes. I smiled at her, trying to mask my own fatigue, and nodded. Yes, that would be lovely. Tenten, would you care to join us? Tenten had already pushed herself off of the ground and went to open the door, Hanabi and I following behind her. Once she left the room, Tenten turned to one of the guards. We want to go for a walk around the grounds. Come with us. Then she grabbed my hand and forced Hanabi and I to walk with her, a confused guard following suit. Naruto POV. I see you are upset. He smiled in the most condescending way imaginable. I moved my face closer to his. You're damn right I am. Niji swiftly pushed me off of him and straightened his collar. I was getting angrier and angrier with every second he took to brush off the dust on his clothes. Niji finally turned to me. It seems as if you do not understand the might of the Hyuga household, or else you would never dare to lay a hand on me. You look like a give a rat's ass about your stupid clan. Tell me why those guards are there in the first place, you prick. No? What do you mean no? I said through gritted teeth. I moved to lunge at him, but he was too quick and moved out of the way. It seems like you're keen on a fight. I'll fucking beat you to a pulp if you don't tell me what's going on. I snarled at him from on the ground. I picked myself up and threw my body at him once more. Yet again Niji dodged. Let's make this interesting, shall we? He said, ignoring my comment. Since you seem like you want to fight, we'll spar. If you win, I'll release the guards from their stations. And if you win, you leave Hinata-sama forever. Fine. Let's fucking fight. I jumped back a few feet, preparing myself for the battle ahead. Niji didn't even move from his spot, but instead kept smirking at me. Are you that excited to stop seeing Hinata-sama? What are you talking about? I'm going to win. I charged at him with the kunai in hand. Niji's eyes strained and veins popped out as the trademark Byakugan appeared on his face. One arm was behind his back while the other was pointing in my direction, palm facing me. It was clearly a stance he had practiced the position thousands of times before. Niji's form and posture were perfect and deadly. He moved my hand away and proceeded to jab a bony finger into the crevice in my shoulder. I felt my arm fall numbly to my side. Fighting me is futile. The battle is won before it has even begun. He said as I moved away, trying to avoid his hands. Whatever he did messed up my left arm. I tried to pour more chakra into the arm, but nothing fixed it. How can you be so sure? I said while simultaneously trying to analyze any openings he had. His 360-degree vision would surely cover all openings. I know because all of our fates are decided beforehand. What the hell are you babbling about? Our fate, the very path our lives take, have already been predetermined. I am fated to win this battle as you are fated to lose it. There is no escaping that inevitable defeat. Oh, shut up. You don't know how this is going to end. I said, throwing a flurry of shuriken at him. My arm had miraculously recovered due to a surge of chakra. But to my surprise and horror, Niji began to rotate and create large chakra orb that covered him in all directions. The weapons hit the wall and flew back flimsily onto the ground around him. He continued with his strange rant, as if he wasn't just pelted with sharp objects. I was born into the Hyuga branch house, a sect of the clan built only to serve the main branch. I live only to protect that weak child, your door. Having been born into one of Konoha's most prominent family, I was trained since birth. I am stronger and more skilled than you because of my birth. I have always had the training and the tools to overcome a weak opponent like you. My path, my fate, has been one that will lead me to beat you because of what I was born into. In a battle like this, I will always win against someone who clearly hasn't had the same caliber of training or practice I've had. Even after 100 attempts, I will still always beat you. Because that is your fate. My background will always win against your pitiful lineage. Shut up. I screamed, rushing towards him. Hinata POV. I felt my chest become a little lighter once I had stepped foot outside of the compound walls. Though my situation hasn't changed, the weather gave me hope. The dazzling sunlight and warm air rejuvenated me. I took in a deep breath and gave Tenten a weak smile. Hanabi and the Hyuga guard were walking ahead of us, while Tenten and I walked slowly behind them. I forgot the smell of the fresh outdoor air and the feeling of wind blowing through my hair. Tenten grabbed my pinky with her own, and I almost skipped down the lane, hand in hand. We took a left on the fork in the road. My feet were about to betray me and run to the right, which would have led me to the bazaars. But that would have caused more trouble than necessary. I wasn't going to be able to explain to my father why I had tried to leave, and knowing Niji, the restrictions would become tighter. With a heavy heart, I followed them down a different route. I looked behind me and watched as the path to Naruto moved farther away. Hanabi stopped suddenly, and if it wasn't for Tenten's arms, I would have bumped into her back. I moved quickly in front of her to see what was wrong, but there was nothing immediately in our sight. I looked back towards Hanabi to see she had activated her Byakugan. Our guard did as well, but whatever it was that Hanabi saw, he couldn't. His range was not as far as hers was. Hanabi walked faster, and I had to take long strides to keep up. She missed a path that led towards the gardens and practically ran towards the training grounds. Then they came into view. When we reached the edge, the most shocking scene unfolded before us. All the way in the far corner of the expansive field was a sparring match between Niji and Naruto. Hanabi pulled me swiftly towards the forest edge, and we skirted around the sides, moving closer to the battle. We tried to get a better view by moving closer to the battle, but the guard stopped us before we could reach them. He was unsure if he was supposed to intervene in the fight, or if it was a scheduled training session, so he motioned for us to stay put and watch the match from where we were. We were stationed at a distance that was close enough for us to hear the shouting words, but far enough so that Naruto would at least be unable to see us. Tenten grabbed my hand firmly and looked at me as if trying to confirm that I was also seeing what she was. Before us was Naruto charging at Niji, who had skillfully dodging the attack. Hanabi pulled me under the shade of a nearby tree, never taking her eyes off of the two men. Naruto had moved back and was racing around Niji, looking for an opening most likely. Niji didn't move an inch. He didn't even move his head to watch Naruto. Niji began speaking, loud and clear for everyone to hear. I think he knew we were there, and I think he wanted us to hear what he was saying. You must have had a miserable life living in the ruts. I hear it's a disgusting place. Were you in constant poverty? Did you even have any friends? Does anyone even know you're here? Does anyone miss you back home? Could you even call that place a home? I could hear Niji's cruel words as he smiled menacingly at Naruto. Naruto had stood still for a second trying to process the words. How did you know I'm from the ruts? Who told you? Niji smirked as he moved into a more casual stance. He stood straight up, arms to his side, shoulder relaxed. The ease of his posture scared me. Niji looked ready to land a heavy blow even though he wasn't in fighting mode. I was worried for Naruto. Naruto had always told me he was a tough fighter, but from my own experience, I knew Niji was most likely stronger. No one told me. I just figured it out on my own. How? Naruto asked, now rushing towards Niji with a kunai in hand. Even though Niji seemed relaxed, he was still on alert and easily dodged the attack, moving a few feet back. Niji looked Naruto in the eyes, an evil smile playing on his face. Where else would they keep the fox demon? I froze. My hands fell to my side as I let go of Hanabi's. I watched as Naruto stood there in horror, the same look of mingled fear and surprise that mimicked my own facial expression. How could Niji have known? I felt Tenten move to look at me, her eyes begging to see if I had known that Naruto was, in fact, the fox demon's host. I refused to look at her and kept my eyes on Naruto. How? He said in a quiet voice that was barely audible from where I stood. I could see his body shake. The Byakugan allows me to see your chakra. I can see your own natural chakra flowing through your body, but when you tried to mend that arm you couldn't with your own. I saw a hidden chakra that looks as if it will lock inside of you, flow out and into your arm. It's a chakra much too powerful to belong to you. I'm not a fool. I can put two and two together. Niji moved closer while Naruto stood paralyzed. Naruto made no movement, allowing Niji to keep moving closer and closer to him. Niji began to circle around him like a vulture waiting for its prey to die. Let me guess what life was like for the demon boy. You had no parents, so you lived as a poor orphan fending for yourself. No one dared come near you because you were dangerous. Less human and more monster. You made no friends, and the children around you hated you because their parents taught them to. You were feared and looked down upon, and no matter what you tried and how hard you worked, you would never be accepted. You're right. They did hate me. Of course I'm right. Like I said, our lives are decided the moment we are born. Your fate was sealed like that fox inside of you, and there is no changing that. There is no changing your future. You're wrong, Naruto said with his head still looking towards the ground. I couldn't see his eyes, but his fists were clenched. Ha! Am I right or am I wrong? Which is it? Naruto looked up at Niji, who had stopped circling around him, and now stood before Naruto patiently waiting for his reply. In almost a second, Naruto had thrown a fist at Niji, who barely managed to dodge the surprise attack. Niji leaped back a few feet and stared at Naruto in disbelief. You were right about my past, but you're dead wrong about my future. Excuse me. My fate. Our lives aren't predetermined or whatever. Our choices right now shape our future, not just whatever the hell happens when we're born. You're a fool. Niji spoke in a harsh tone. The choices that were made for us at birth shape our entire life. You wouldn't understand because you're too naive. Then try to explain. Enlighten me. I'll use my own life as an example, shall I? When I was born, a curse seal was placed on my forehead, forever brandishing me as a lesser Hyuga. Being born into the branch house meant I was entitled to less and obeyed all of the main house's laws. The decision of the Hyuga main house to subjugate me and my father to servanthood to their cause has impacted everything I ever do. My every action is based on the foundation that Hiyashi-sama has laid. I cannot be my own person without thinking about how my actions will affect the Hyuga clan. I am merely a slave, a bodyguard, to that pathetic girl they call the clan heiress. It is because of Hinata-sama and her family that I am bound by duty to this clan. It is because of your precious Hinata that I have no freedom. It is because of her that I am marrying some woman I have never known. She did this to me. Her father and her family determined my very life, and my father and I were just pawns of their game. It is because of Hinata-sama that my father died. Snack. Niji was too caught up in his monologue to realize one of Naruto's clones had come up behind him and hit him on the side of the head. Niji's face was flushed as he tried to recover, but before he could, Naruto, the real Naruto I think, slammed right into Niji, causing him to fly backward. Niji was able to recover himself mid-air and landing on his feet. "You're the fool," Naruto shouted. "You're a fool if you think any of that is Hinata's fault." My heart stood still while my breathing elevated. All of Niji's anger and resentment towards me was coming out. He blamed me for Hisashi-sen's death. He blamed me for all of the cruelty and unfairness he endured. Niji blames me for his arranged marriage. But before I could continue to think about Niji's words, Naruto picked up again. "You thought that because I was born with the demon fox inside of me that I was doomed to a life of misery. My fucking fate was decided that day, huh? My fate said I wouldn't make friends and everyone would hate me, is that right? Well, then your logic is wrong. I lived with friends. I had people who loved me. In a life that was supposed to be filled with isolation, I found people who could see past the demon and who cared for me. I have a father and a mentor and a family and a woman who can see past my flaws. If you think Hinata is to blame for your misfortunes, then you are dead wrong. Hinata is the kindest, most gentle, most beautiful, and caring person I have ever met. She would never ever willingly hurt someone else. I don't know what the hell happened in your past or what the main house did to you, but whatever it was had nothing to do with Hinata. You're freaking delusional. You sound as if you love her." Niji threw at him as it were a weapon. Naruto POV. "Maybe I do. Maybe I love Hinata. What are you going to do about that?" I screamed at the top of my lungs. I responded to his taunt without thinking, and I looked at the shock on his face. The words were even a surprise to me. "Hinata cares about me," I continued to shout. "Hinata sees the good in me because that's how Hinata is. She's patient and kind and the most loving person I have ever known, and I will do anything to protect her. You lived with her your entire life. How can you deny her kindness? How can you even think to say those horrible things about her? That's the woman I love, you fucking idiot." A cold and sinister laugh escaped Niji's lips. He threw his head back and chuckled, and the action looked like something a psychopath would do. I could see him starting to break and fall apart. "Isn't that something? Konoha's very own fox demon is in love with the Hyuga princess. You realize you will never marry her because you were not fated to be with her. There it is again. This fate business. What the hell is with you and thinking that your life is already set? You know what I think? Believing in a predetermined fate is a fucking cop-out for weak men like you to blame someone else for their own cowardice. Fate is your excuse for not even trying to fix your situation. You would rather sit back and cry than do something about it. You think I won't be able to marry Hinata? Well, fuck you. If I tried to, if I put all of my effort into it, then there isn't anything in this entire world that can stop me from being with her. If you honestly love someone, the way I love Hinata, you wouldn't give a fuck about the obstacles. You wouldn't care what people thought or who you have to disobey to be with that person, because if you truly love them, then you know it's all worth it in the end. Fate has nothing to do with how hard you tried to be with a person because your effort is on you. Fate sure as hell has nothing to do with all the shitty things you said to Tenten last week. That wasn't a predetermined force making you act like a dick. It wasn't fate, or your clan, or Hinata, or whoever else you're choosing to blame that made you treat a person you care about like shit. That was all you. If my fate is determined like you think it is, then I shouldn't be able to win this fight. But here I am about to kick your ass. This is for how awful you treated my friend. Tenten is your teammate, someone you handpicked to support you, and no one should treat their teammate, their closest friend, with such disrespect. But mostly this is payback for your misguided resentment towards the most wonderful woman in this entire world. Hinata POV. You said even after 100 attempts I wouldn't be able to beat you. Well, how about 101? Suddenly an army of shadow clones that covered the entirety of the Hyuga grounds surrounded Niji. At first he fended them off easily, but as more and more flung themselves at him, Niji began to slow down. I saw Hanabi activated by Akugan, and like her I could tell Niji was starting to lose a lot of chakra very quickly. He was tiring out, but Naruto's clones weren't slowing down. A few minutes of various barrages went on until finally there were only 20 clones, and Niji had stopped spinning around. He instead began using hand combat to try to fight off the clones. Finally, there was only one, the original, left. "Got you," Niji said, moving to close his hand around Naruto's neck. But just as he wrapped his finger around his neck, Naruto vanished with a puff of smoke. Niji's eyes widened in surprise as the ground beneath him shook. Naruto came bursting out from under him and landed a hard hit to Niji's chin that sent him flying. "Don't fucking assume you know the future. Niji fell to the ground, but this time he wasn't able to land properly. His body was too tired and weak to catch himself. His back hit the earth and he laid there motionless. For a few seconds, the world stood still. We were all in complete shock as we waited for the Hyuga prodigy to pick himself back up off of the ground. After 10 seconds had passed, I felt a rush of air fly past me, and saw Tenten sprint towards where Niji had landed. Once she was above him she fell to her feet. She tried to pick him up by his shoulders, but Niji pushed her off of him and motioned for her to stop. A few minutes passed by as he laid there silently looking at the sky. You didn't win. So I proved that there is no such thing as predetermined fate. Now remove the guards like you promised. I had completely forgotten about Naruto in my shock. He was standing 10 feet back trying to catch his breath. Niji didn't respond. Instead, he motioned for Tenten to lean in closer to him. I strained my ears to catch what he was saying. I'm sorry. Niji's eyes closed as he fell to the ground, body becoming limp. He had passed out from exhaustion. Tenten quickly flung his arm around her shoulder and picked him up. Without even looking back in my direction, she sprinted away to help the injured man. Hinata, I heard my name being called from across the battlefield. Naruto had spotted us and his face showed undeniable happiness upon seeing me. He started to run towards me, and I felt my body move to meet him. But before I could take a step closer, I felt someone grab my arms, and I was whisked away out of the clearing. Within seconds, I was back within the Hyuga compound seated next to Hanabi inside the courtyard. She too looked surprised by the sudden change in setting. Hanabi looked at me for an explanation, but her answer came in the form of our guard. His hands were still positioned in a transportation jutsu. He had moved us from the scene before I even had a chance to speak with Naruto. In one final act of desperation, I tried to run back towards the gates. But I only reached a few feet before I felt a calloused hand close in around my elbow and pull me back onto the bench. Hanabi-sama. Please escort Hinata-sama to her room. I must report Niji's condition to Hiashi-sama immediately. The guard vanished into smoke. Hanabi dragged me to my room and I spent the rest of the evening in silent sadness. History was to repeat itself once again. Once again, sorry for the delay in updating. I had a lot of trouble trying to write the fighting. Action is not my best. Be sure to leave a review. Thank you so very much. AC. Chapter 10. Happy New Year my wonderful, kind, patient, loyal, phenomenal, loving, supportive, and all around the best followers a horrible updater like me could ever ask for. I know there isn't any excuse I can make for not updating within the last couple of months, and I know I can't make it up to you, but I hope you can see it in your hearts to read this next chapter. All I can ask for, and I know it's more than I deserve, is your continual support, and I hope that you like this chapter. AC. Hinata POV. I slept soundly that night. There was a guilty feeling in my stomach when I awoke the next morning, still in the clothes I had worn from the day before. I should have been tossing and turning all night. I should have been worried about Naruto and concerned about Niji's well-being after the battle. Instead I had slept for an estimate of 12 hours straight, without ever dreaming of the man who is supposed to be my one true love. I sat in bed pondering why I had not spent the night grieving. Because, I thought with Malice finally getting out of bed, this happens too often for me to be affected anymore. Though the fact was harsh, it was still true. Why should I worry anymore after the third or fourth separation? I went to wash up and as I saw my reflection in the mirror, all of the fear and worry came crashing down. Within an instant, I was gripping the wash basin with my left hand as an anchor and clutching my heart in the other. My breathing was erratic, and the images of Naruto's face and Ichi's limp body began flashing through my mind. I relived Hanabi's fruitless questioning and felt Tenten's fear, willing myself not to vomit. My stomach was churning, trying to force me to empty its contents, but there were none. I had not eaten and the effects were almost immediate once I had realized this. I began to feel dizzy while still witnessing the battle from the evening before. Laying on the floor, I allowed the coolness of the tiles to calm me down. With each slow intake of breath, I saw blue eyes, and with each outtake, I felt panic. Then suddenly a feeling of joy woke me up. I had just remembered Naruto's proclamation of love. He had said he loved me. In the midst of all the chaos and agony I had forgotten that during the fight between my cousin and Naruto had said he loved me. I felt even more sick. How could he love me when all our relationship ever seemed to bring him was hurt? A man who had spent his entire life battered and in fear, was now doomed to love someone who could only give him just that. I stayed there motionless in self-pity for a good length of time, before a knock on the door forced me to my feet. A glance at the mirror on my way out showed me once again the horrific state I was in. I opened the door slowly and saw a Hyuga guard standing there. Master Hiashi wishes you to report to his chambers immediately. I am to escort you there now. He looked at my wrinkled clothing and bare feet. However, it might be prudent for you to finish dressing. I nodded and closed the door to prepare. I entered my closet but stood there for some time pondering what it was that my father wanted. His meeting request could not have been about Naruto, could it? Had Niji told him about the events from the day before? It wasn't possible for after all hadn't Niji promised to remove the guards and keep Naruto's relationship with me a secret if Naruto had won, and Naruto had, in fact, won. Having changed into formal attire, I exited my room and followed the guard to my father's chambers. The guard escorted me into the outer chamber where he then left me to enter my father's room alone. I silently knocked on the door once and was immediately told to enter. Upon opening the door, I saw my father sitting solemnly in front of me. His desk was pushed aside and a small pillow was placed in front of him. I sat hesitantly on it and refused to look at the stern face across from me. Minutes passed before my father finally spoke. "You have dishonored me, Hinata," he said in a cold voice. I finally looked up in surprise, but his eyes removed any confusion. He knew. Saying nothing, I lowered my head and stared at my knees. My father stared at me with unforgiving eyes before starting again. "Do you know who that man is?" I continued to remain silent. Taking my silence as a yes, my father continued on. "The guard who accompanied you and Hanabi on your walk reported to me immediately, as he is supposed to do when the demon fox is supposedly in love with the Hyuga heiress. Now I am confused as to why that thing is shouting nonsense like that. How would the demon fox of Konoha be on good enough terms to even know who the Hyuga heiress is?" His voice raised higher in anger. "How do you?" I was cut off before I could ask. "How do you know who he is? How are you familiar with that man?" I couldn't respond. In fact, I didn't want to respond. But the silence was starting to infuriate Hiyashi-sama. He slapped his hand down onto his thigh. "Answer me now." The command forced the words out of my mouth. "We are met at the BP Bazaar." "When?" When?" I repeated stupidly. My father's eyes narrowed. With pursed lips he asked his question again. "When did you meet him?" I hesitated before drawing breath and answering. "About half of a year ago." I saw from my periphery my father's hands close into fists. "You have been in contact with the demon for half of a year?" he asked. Why yes. My voice shook. I expected my father's wrath to hail down on me, but what he said next seemed worse than any shower of anger. "You will never see that man again." I finally raised my face, and the absolute shock I felt seemed to show, for I could see my father's features twist in anger. I gaped at him, gasping like a fish on land. I couldn't keep my breathing steady, and as I clutched my shirt, I knew my father was looking at me in disgust. It took me a few minutes to calm down. "Father, please you circa. Do not tell me what I can and cannot do," he finally shouted, standing up to his full height as I looked back to the floor, my anxiety coming back. "You?" His voice shook as he spoke down at me. "I will not allow you to jeopardize the Hyuga family honor." I began to cry. I couldn't stop the flow of tears that fell onto the silk pillow. But father, I love." "How dare you?" he seethed. I waited for a hand to hit me, but it never came. Instead, my father turned his back to me. "You dare you? That abomination. I could never let that thing," he broke off. "I will never let a Hyuga heir socialize with, let alone marry, the demon host." My father turned back to me. The anger in his voice had faded and was now replaced with stony precision. "Never forget that your loyalties are to the Hyuga clan." Father," I pleaded. This time I felt the rush of wind as his hand came flying, but it stopped in midair. He composed himself once again. "You are a grown woman, so I will not raise my hand to you. But you should be grateful I haven't sent every available Hyuga soldier after that monster. Because of my goodwill and desire not to make a scene, that devil continues to breathe and live somewhere inside the city. You will do as you are told unless you wish for me to send him to the gates of hell where he belongs. I forbid you to see him again. You will not ever under any circumstance speak to or meet with that thing. Do you understand?" My voice would not come to me. I remained in my spot, stifling sobs, and continuing to allow the tears to well in the corner of my eyes. "Respond." "I understand." I squeaked in fear, feeling my back straighten in surprise. My father gave me one last cursory glance in disgust before turning away from me. "Leave." I leapt up immediately, pushing through the doors, rushing past the guard, trying desperately to conceal my tears, but there was no use. I sprinted back to my room and finally broke into a sob once I had reached my door, not caring about what the other Hyugas thought of my behavior. I cried and I cried and I cried and I cried until I finally fell asleep. Naruto POV. The events from a week ago were still fresh in my mind as I cleaned a blue pan in the sink. I was scrubbing the grime thoughtlessly as my mind wandered through the battle, watching myself fight Niji. Witnessing Tenten's sudden presence, and finally noticing Hinata on the sidelines before she was whisked out of sight. I had almost chased after Hinata and the other girl as they sprinted away, but someone's hand was clasped against my arm. I turned to see another one of the bright-eyed lackeys holding me back. He warned me not to follow the heiress and to leave the compound and never return if I knew what was good for me. I told him I didn't care about what was good for me. The Hyuga's grip tightened, and he pulled me closer, giving me what he thought was supposed to be an intimidating stare. "If you do not want to make the situation worse for Hinata-sama, you will leave at once." The man vanished, leaving me alone on the battleground. I stood there contemplating my next move and soon after decided to leave and gather my thoughts at home. Now 7 days later, I still didn't know what I was supposed to do. I wasn't stupid. I knew full well that the guards would still be there no matter what Niji promised. If anything, the security was probably tightened. My theory was confirmed when I went back to check. There were guards stationed at every entrance and in the outer grounds, including the training ground where Niji and I had battled. The earth was leveled and even as if nothing had ever happened. I didn't dare go back in case someone had spotted me. I figured the security would intensify if I continued to loiter around the compound. Crack. In my frustration, I had accidentally snapped the pan in two. A large gash suddenly appeared on my hand, and blood began gushing from the spot where the skillet had cut me. I loudly swore and grabbed the nearest dish rag, wrapping it around my hand. I bit my lip, biting back tears that had nothing to do with the pain. Jiraiya had poked his head into the room to see what had happened. I pinched the bridge of my nose, hoping the tears would vanish before Jiraiya could ask. "That's one way to clean dishes. If we don't have any, then you don't have to clean at all," he said in exasperation, taking the broken pieces and throwing them away. I turned away from him and simply grunted in response. I removed the cloth from my hand and watched as my body began to repair itself almost instantaneously. Jiraiya had taught me about the incredible regenerative ability I had because of the demon fox. Throwing the blood-soaked towel away, I grabbed my jacket and moved to the door. "I'm heading out." Before Jiraiya could say anything, I slammed the door and bolted towards the bazaar. The bazaar was my last resort. Like I usually did whenever Hinata and I were forced apart, I sat at the apple stall every day, waiting for any sign of her or Tenten or even a bit of inspiration from the apple guy. I explained to him what had happened days after the battle. At first he simply looked at me in awe. Grabbing an apple, I irritatedly waited for a response that seemed as though it would never come. I snapped my fingers in his face. "I'm sorry, it's just I can't believe it." "Yeah, I know. I mean, how fucking often is this supposed to happen?" A nearby shopper gave me a stern look and shuffled to move their kid away from the stall. The apple guy looked at me in continued shock. "No, I mean, I can't believe you beat Niji Hyuga." "What?" I said, spitting apple chunks everywhere. After all I said, the only thing he was concerned about was the result of the match. Was he serious? Shaking his head, he turned away to bag up some green apples. "No one has ever beaten Niji Hyuga. You," he looked at me with proud eyes. "You must be a very powerful ninja." I couldn't help but break into a smile, much to the apple man's surprise. "Yeah, well, I am the best there ever was. I'm going to be Hokage someday." "Oh, Hokage," he blurted out, dropping a few apples in the process. I shook my head and saw the man smile back in return. "You know, I honestly believe it, though I can't possibly imagine the day a moron like you becomes Hokage." We broke out into raptured conversation about my future, and for the first time all thought of Hinata had vanished. But that was the last time I was able to ignore my problem. Though the apple man tried his best to ease the pain, there was still no forgetting that here for what was the 4th or 5th, or I can't even remember what time, I was alone. I walked down the stalls, jealously watching families shop together and couples feed each other. As I approached the stall, I saw a familiar face sitting in my usual spot. My mind did a double take as I saw Tenten sitting in my chair, eating an apple, and talking to the apple guy. I raced over and grabbed her in a hug, which she reciprocated immediately. I pulled back and stared into her brown eyes, which were looking at me pityingly. Before I could say anything, she turned away from me, thanked the apple man, and motioned for me to follow her. We walked in silence for some time before she started speaking. "How are you?" "How am I?" I asked, incensed. "How are you? How's Hinata? What the hell is going on? When can I see her again?" Tenten took her sweet time in responding. She waited until we had reached a relatively deserted portion of the bazaar, where merchants were selling more obscure artifacts not meant for the general public. The yellow-toothed vendor was whispering to a handsome man about some shady-looking vial he had in his hand. The man looked from side to side and, upon seeing my gaze, ushered the crone into the tent to continue his business in a more private setting. Tenten walked towards a very rough-faced man selling menacing-looking kunai, who simply nodded and looked away as she pushed past the drapery into his tent. I followed her into a storeroom that smelled strongly of something foul, and, what my heightened sense of smell told me, was blood. I wanted to ask Tenten how she was acquainted with such a weird part of the city, but that line of questioning would have to wait. She sat down on an unlabeled barrel and motioned for me to sit on the one next to her. I waved my hand and remained standing. Taking a deep breath, she began. "I'm fine, and so is Hinata." I exhaled in relief. At least Hinata was okay, and for now that was all I could really ask for. Tenten eyed me cautiously before continuing. However, she started slowly, as if choosing each word carefully. "Hinata is forbidden from ever seeing you again." "What?" I shouted, eliciting a wince from Tenten. "Why can't she see me anymore?" "Hiyashi-sama, her father, found about the battle from the guard that was accompanying us. He told Hiyashi-sama that you were the one who beat Niji, that you said you were in love with Hinata, and she paused and gathered her breath, that you are the host of the Demon Fox." Tenten looked at me with a wary expression, almost as if she expected the demon to come flying from me, once she had said the words. Her eyes held a familiar scene, one that I had witnessed countless times in those of others. "She fears you," a voice that wasn't my own, but still familiar to me came from within my mind. "That girl was supposed to be your friend, but like all the rest she fears you. How soon until she begins to hate you?" It said with a hint of a smirk. "You're afraid of me?" I stated lamely, turning my head away. "Yeah, I am." My eyes widened in surprise. There was some part of me that was expecting her to react similar to how Hinata had reacted. I was hoping that Tenten would say she wasn't scared of me and hit me on the head and smile like she usually did. I felt my throat clench and I turned away from her towards the edge of the tent. "Well, I guess this is goodbye then." I walked toward the tent entrance, but before I could take another step I felt a kunai clip my ear and saw it wedge itself into the wooden rods keeping the tent up. I turned to look at Tenten, who still wore a look of fear and anticipation, but her hands remained steady. "What was that for?" I exclaimed, touching my ear and feeling the wet blood between my fingers. I knew the small cut would heal in seconds, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but outrage flared up in me. "Where do you think you're going?" she said, trying to hide the shakiness. Tenten's eyes never broke my hard stare, and I moved back. She pulled out a small scroll, unraveled it and conjured up 2 mugs. Grabbing another kunai hanging from the tent poles, she used it to cut a hole in the side of the barrel she was sitting on, and almost instantly deep amber liquid spilled from it. She filled up both mugs and used the kunai as a stopper to prevent any more of the juice from flowing out. Tenten motioned for me to take a mug, and I did so, though still angry and hurt. I took a large gulp and felt the amber fall smoothly down my throat and burn my stomach. Tenten had waited for me to take the first drink before taking a hearty mouthful herself. She continued to drink until her mug was finished, then wiped her mouth on her sleeve. As she poured herself another drink she started to smile. "This is the finest ale imported all the way from Suna. It's technically illegal to sell in the kingdom, since the alcohol content is higher than the legal sale limit for any beverage. But the man out there smuggles me a barrel of this once every few months. I drank this for the first time on a mission in Suna with Lee and Iji. It was one of our first ones without Guy-sensei, and we wanted to celebrate." She shook her head, laughing a little at the fond memory. Sitting back on the barrel, she motioned for me to take another drink, and once I did she continued this story. "God, it was such a fiasco. Lee had only ever drank with Guy-sensei, and sensei never told us how unbearably rowdy Lee got when he was drunk. He nearly took down the entire bar, and it was one of the only times Niji couldn't subdue Lee. It took both of us and a few other nin who were escorting us to finally restrain Lee, and when he woke up in the morning he didn't remember any of it. Niji and I continued to drink while we watched over him. I think we talked very late into the night, and I remember waking up with my head on Niji's shoulder. He hadn't moved all night, and I guess he just stayed awake for the 2 of us." Her cheeks began to flush, so Tenten didn't look at all abashed by the intimate story. I was glad she felt comfortable telling me these things, but I wanted her to get to the point. I was still waiting to hear about Hinata. Sensing my tension, Tenten looked back at me. "Do you like it?" "Yeah, it's good," I said impatiently. "You should drink some more." "I don't want drink." Getting increasingly more annoyed, I finished the drink. Tenten swiftly grabbed my mug, refilled it, and replaced it back in my hand within a minute. She sat on the dirt floor and leaned against the barrel, and this time I followed suit, leaning against the chest across from her. She swished the contents of the mug. "This drink is precious to me, not just because of its taste and allure. It reminds me of fond times with some of the most important people to me. Just like how these apples remind me of you and Hinata." She pulled out an apple and a kunai from behind her back, and began to peel it. She cut up chunks of the fruit into her drink and tossed the rest of the apple to me. "I'm not going to lie, I was a bit frightened when I found out about you. I mean, we had all heard stories of the beast when we were children. The fox demon was the nightmare that all the kids in Konoha were raised to fear." "I know," I interrupted, ignoring the bitterness in my voice. "Tenten, watch me as I took a bite of the apple and another drink of my ale. But you're not a monster. You're Naruto, and there's no way I'd be scared of an idiot like you." I looked at her and saw a small smile flit across her lips. She sighed. "I'm still fearful of the fox demon, but I know you, Naruto. You're my friend, and I know you're not some fairy tale monster. So you don't have to worry about me." Hot tears fell from my eyes and slid down my face. I looked into my mug and let the tears fall into the liquid. All of the anger, anxiety, and fear I felt after her initial statement were escaping me in the form of silent droplets. Tenten didn't say anything and allowed me to compose myself in peace the same way I had let her weeks before. When finally the tears stopped and I felt my throat unclench, I took a long drink of the ale and slouched out of tiredness. "Thanks." My voice cracked and I still refused to look at Tenten. I only hoped she understood how grateful I was. I had to stop worrying about being rejected because, just like many others before her, Tenten was a friend who accepted me for my most fatal flaw. "Hinata," I began again, but Tenten cut me off. "She wouldn't be able to leave the compound for a few months, I suspect. Her security has been tightened so severely that I was only able to request an audience with her because Niji has vouched for me. Speaking of which, how is he? I asked half-heartedly, seeing as I wasn't actually that worried about the guy. His chakra was severely depleted and his body was in shock from exhaustion, but he recovered quickly. That's good, I said dryly and took another drink. Tenten smiled and looked at me. He's different now though. What do you mean? This time Tenten took a drink, but the smile didn't vanish. His demeanor has changed. I think after his battle with you he's become more positive. His outlook on things seems to be more optimistic. I think the things you said really got to him. You know, all of that stuff about changing your own fate seemed to have a real impact on him. I mean, he's been a lot more kinder to me if only slightly. So did you guys make up? Well, I think so, she said, draining her mug. Tenten was still pink in the face, but didn't seem to be influenced by the alcohol. However, she didn't move to refill her cup. He apologized for the things he said, and for the way he treated me, but we didn't really talk about it after that. That's good, I said, this time actually meaning my words. Tenten deserved this. She deserved to be happy even if it was because of the very man who tried to ruin my own relationship. Yeah, it is, she said, her mind wandering away from the stall to some other memory, one that I didn't have access to. I finished the rest of my ale and threw the mug at her. She caught it and her face changed from bliss to a look of seriousness. It's actually because of Niji I'm still able to meet with Hinata. Hiyashizama knows of my relationship with you, though I don't think he realizes to what extent. Niji made it seem as if I had knowledge of your relationship with Hinata, and I was merely an impartial witness rather than a biased friend. For now the Hyuga household thinks I only knew of the relationship, and I'm only guilty of allowing it to happen. If they knew that we were also close friends, I don't think I'd be able to see Hinata either. She slowly stood up and moved over to give me her arm. I pulled myself up. Because of the nature of my involvement in the situation, I'm also being stringently watched whenever I go to the compound. My every actions and moves are scrutinized, and I can't ruin my chances of seeing Hinata. So, you can't come visit me anymore, is it? Tenten looked away and nodded. If any Hyuga were to see you and me talking, they would immediately report it, Hiyashizama, and I wouldn't be able to set foot in the compound, and Hinata needs me and I need her, and I really don't want to risk anything. Yeah, I completely understand, I said, keeping my voice as steady as possible. I had thought that maybe if Tenten was freely able to move between the compound and visit me, she could be a messenger, and I could communicate to Hinata that way for the time being. But even that seemed out of the question. Before you go though, could you tell her that I love her and that I won't give up? Tenten looked at me and I could see this time she was trying to keep in tears. I honestly don't think I can. Whenever I'm with Hinata there is always a Hyuga guard present monitoring us at all times. I'm not allowed in her room and we can only hang out in public areas. I don't think I could relay any message to her from you without jeopardizing. Okay, yeah, I get it. I moved closer to Tenten and hugged her fiercely, knowing it might be the last time in a long time I would see her. I let go of her and moved to the exit. Before I left, I turned back to her and grinned as big as I could. Don't worry though. We'll see each other again. With that final promise, I returned home trying to convince myself that I could live up to the words. Hinata POV. My room was a prison and I was the highest level captive the Hyuga clan had detained. Every inch of the room was a memory of Naruto. He had laid on this bed, he had been in this closet, he had touched these walls, he had made fun of these curtains. Every time I touched anything in the room I felt tears trickle down and couldn't bear to look anymore. I was sick of it. Sick of the hopelessness and depression, and I wanted for it to end desperately. When the sickness became too intense, when the emotions seemed so unbearable that I felt as if I would never recover, I would wish silently to myself for it to all go away. I remember distinctly wishing for none of it to have ever happened. If none of it had happened, then I would be happy. Empty but happy. I would still be walking out in daylight and shopping with Tenten if I had never met Naruto. In those dark moments, I felt disgusted with myself. My own patheticness nauseated me, and I could see my reflection look back in loathing. How could you? I would think to myself. How could you ever even think to wish for a life without him? Don't you remember those moments when you were with him? Were they not the happiest memories of your life? Hadn't you claimed that in those moments with Naruto you had felt more alive than you had felt in all of your life? And you dare wish him away? After all he's given you. I hated myself because even though I loved Naruto there was a part of me, a small sneaking part, that was cowardly. It wanted the pain to end, and it was willing to trade Naruto for peace of mind. It was on one of those nights when I battled with my inner demons that I suddenly felt the need to leave my room. I didn't care if I had to sit in a common area surrounded by the watchful eyes of the Hyuga guard. I couldn't spend one more second in agony in the prison cell. I grabbed a lavender shawl and draped it around myself before leaving through the door. Immediately a Hyuga guard followed my path, quietly watching my every movement to make sure I didn't try to escape. Walking down lamplit halls through the compound, I spotted Niji sitting alone in the very same courtyard in which she had argued with Tenten, and I had my first real conversation with Hanabi. I'm not entirely sure what it was that came over me, but I suspect a fragile look on his face influenced my decision, and I walked towards the man. He looked up as I drew near and motioned for me to sit next to him. He waved away the guard who remained on the spot. She is with me, is she not? No harm will come to her, and she will not leave the compound. The guard had not moved. Are you defying a direct order? Niji-san, Hiyashi-sama said. I know what my uncle has instructed and he has ordered so on my request. Leave now so I may speak with my cousin, and if Hiyashi-sama is upset he may come to me. The guard hesitated at first but vanished in the next second. That applies to the rest of you as well unless you think that Niji Hyuga is unable to protect Hinata-sama himself. Faint rustles were heard through the silence, and with a cursory glance with the Byakugan, I knew we were truly alone. I waited a few moments before speaking. How are why your injuries? I am fully healed. Thank you for asking. I am glad to hear it. Silence. The moon was waning, and the milky light shined brightly over the garden, illuminating the white flowers and trees. It was peaceful, and I made a mental note to come out more at night when most of the family was asleep. Niji's words drew me away from my thoughts. I am sorry, he said quietly at first. The shock of his words rendered me completely silent. I couldn't think of any response because I genuinely thought I was hallucinating. He continued. I apologize for my behavior not just for last week, but for all those years I treated you poorly. I blamed you without ever considering that you were also a victim as well suffering as I had. But unlike myself, you are still able to show a silent strength that I never had. Excuse me? A silent strength? Me? Niji looked seriously at me for a second, then turned back to look at the pond. You always showed me kindness even when I was at my most foulest. I insulted you, belittled you, betrayed you, and you still cared for me. Even now after what I have done, you are still able to sit patiently with me listening to my words, even though I do not deserve your sympathy. Even after all you have been through, you are still able to show a level of altruism that I never could, and I admittedly envy and appreciate that quality now. I wish I was more compassionate and understanding like you have been. The words took some time to sink in, but before I could react Niji ventured on. It is my fault for meddling in your affairs and ultimately placing you in this circumstance. I am truly very sorry. He placed his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. After some time he turned to look at me with desperation in his eyes. Will you please forgive me for my actions and the cruelty I've shown you all these years? I looked away from him and stared into the moon. Niji was right. We were both victims of our birthright, and his anger stemmed from the same soil as my loneliness and insecurity. Both were products of our upbringing that blossomed under the meticulous care of constant competition and degradation. How could I continue to hold a grudge against a man who was merely another casualty of the royal system? How could I not forgive someone who had finally seen the error of his ways and truly and desperately longed for forgiveness? I will. In a sudden urge, I placed my hand upon Niji's shoulders and looked into his eyes with the same look of sadness and desperation. We sat in silence once more. I pushed forward hoping to continue the conversation. The C clan is excited about why you're nearing engagement C ceremony. Is she nice, your fiancé? I heard Niji laugh. But it wasn't a pure and joyful laugh like I had heard during the festival, but rather a hollow and bitter one that frightened me. He leaned back and looked at me tragically. I would not know. I have never met her though I have heard great things of her beauty. He chuckled sadly. Then why? I was greeted with another pitying smile. For our clan. For the sake of our family and out of loyalty, I agreed to the marriage to preserve our lineage and forge alliances. I couldn't help myself as the words escaped me. I knew it wasn't my place to say, but I couldn't watch Niji make these choices without knowing the truth. Tenten is in love with you. Niji immediately tensed up, and I saw the smile fade while the sadness remained. I sensed his breathing become quicker and saw him rub his hands together. He looked away from me. I know. What? UKN knew this whole tea time. Niji turned back to me. She is I suppose I chose to ignore her feelings and, if I am being truthful, my own. Tenten is a very impressive woman with many skills. She is stronger than most of the men I went to academy with, and that was why I chose her to be on my team. She wasn't as beautiful and elegant, performing with all the grace expected of a kunoichi, but also fierce and determined to break all expectations of her. She was a woman fighting in a man's world, and I think that was what initially attracted me to her, though I disguised the feeling as purely respect. I liked watching someone try and succeed in changing their outcome. However, when I chose Tenten to be on my team, I knew nothing would come of a romantic relationship, and was determined to ignore all the signs. I was cold to her, but much like you she had always shown me kindness though that came in equal amounts of cheek. You think I did not realize she had written my name on those stupid little boats? He reached into his vest pocket and pulled out 2 scraps of paper. I reached out for them and upon inspection I saw 2 names. On one paper was the distinct chicken scratch-like handwriting I knew to be Tenten's. It said Niji Hyuga. The second piece of paper had Tenten's name sprawled across it, and my hand shook in realization. The KK kept it and UWR wrote her a name. I said feeling the Lump in my throat well up again. I handed the papers back to Niji, who carefully tucked them away. Can you blame me for being aggravated that day? I was already infuriated with the marriage and resigned to my fate. Imagine the woman that she ran away from me and refused to listen to me. And all the while I could never tell her how I truly felt. What purpose would my confession serve when the result would only be heartbreak for her? Would it not be best to play the cold villain and feign ignorance towards her feelings? Niji finished. He had poured so much of his personal life to me, and I felt obligated to reciprocate with my own feelings, for who else could I tell? Lately IHH have been thinking that it might have been better if I had never met Naruto. Do you ever wish you hadn't chosen Tenten as a teammate? He faced me again, but this time with an honest smile, one of which I had never seen the likes of. Never. Choosing Tenten was the greatest choice I have ever made. The first actual choice I had made on my own and for myself. I chose something so wonderful and so good that even if I may never be with her, those years I spent with Tenten are enough to make up for my miserable life. It was my turn to laugh, and I could feel the mania in each giggle. I felt the overwhelming helplessness drip from each sound, and when I stopped I looked at Niji, who seemed concerned. We both fell in love with orphans with no noble lineage or wealth to their name. Our fate is to never be with the ones we love, I said in full confidence, finally allowing the tears to fall. My hands shook and my breathing was sporadic. I felt a breakdown coming and had not realized I had fallen to the floor until Niji grabbed my arm and pulled me back onto the marble bench. No, you are wrong, he said softly, patting my back. Bloodshot eyes turned to look at him with skepticism. Your friend is right, Hinata-sama. He pulled his hand away and looked at the moon again. His pale features shone brilliantly in the light, and a smile pulled at his lips. I thought a lot about what he had said, and I think he is correct. There is no such thing as fate. It is just an excuse to give up and accept defeat. Niji suddenly grabbed my hand and I looked straight in his eyes. There was a newfound fire blazing in the opulent eyes. You have been strong all these years, stronger than I have ever given you credit for. You are no coward and you are not weak. Hinata-sama, I would not expect you to give up as easily as you are. You should not settle for this kind of future. You should shape your life as you want. If you continue to make the choices you feel are right for you, then I will truly believe mankind can shape its own destiny. Do not give up, Hinata-sama, and do what makes you happy. At least one of us should. Niji let go of my hand and stood up. I will be the first to leave. He bowed and made his way out of the courtyard, leaving me with his words. My cousin, who loathed me for ages, was suddenly my biggest supporter. His words rang within my chest. If Niji no longer believed in fate, why should I resign myself to such antiquated philosophies? All the sadness and disgust I had felt was slowly being replaced with a rousing feeling of determination that seemed as though it would never escape me. He was right. I had endured years of isolation and I deserved this chance of happiness. I earned this, and it was only by my own hands could I change my fate. I went to bed feeling better than I had in weeks. Naruto POV. It's not like that, old man. I shouted to the merchant, who was giving me a shifty grin. I didn't give up. I'm just giving it some time. I mean, I'll wait for years if I have to, but there's just nothing that I can do right now. Whatever you say, Naruto. I swear if you keep this up I'm leaving and never coming back. Ha! Wouldn't be the first time that's happened, would it? I threw an apple at his head, but he caught it before it could land. Oh, shut up, I said, but I gave him a huge smile. The customer had shown up and was rummaging through the apples, occupying Appleman's attention. We had been childishly arguing about what I was going to do to get Hinata back. From all the information I had gathered about the Hyuga compound and from what Tenten told me, I concluded that there was absolutely nothing I could do. At least for the time being. But like every other instance, some opportunity might present itself to see Hinata, and when it did I would be ready to pounce. Until then, I would train and eat apples. I turned my head around to examine the bazaar. The day was hotter than usual, and most people had preferred to remain in the tents or within their comfy homes, rather than burn under the heat. Very few people were shopping in the daylight, and those who wore shawls around their head or hats to shield from the light. As I scanned crowd, something familiar crossed my eyes. But it couldn't be. Perhaps it was because of the light or the nearby stained glass stall, but I could have sworn I saw pink hair fly by. Curiosity got the best of me. I'll be back, I said to the man before rushing off towards where I had seen the rosy color. When I approached the spot where the pink hair had vanished, I looked around for any trace of a familiar face. I only saw unknown faces swim by and sighed to myself. Who was I kidding? Naruto. I spun around to see where the voice came from. Between the flaps of an apothecary tent stood the stunning pink-haired Kunoichi that as of this last year I had only seen in dreams and photos. As Sakura, she leapt at me, embracing me in the tightest hug I ever received. I could have sworn a rib or two cracked underneath the pressure. Sakura pulled away and grabbed my face as if to confirm this wasn't some mirage. People around us stared at the commotion. Oh my goodness, Naruto, what on earth are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. Last I remember I left you back in the ruts. What brings you to the kingdom? Oh god Naruto, we have so much to catch up on. I grabbed her hand and we walked in silent giddy towards a small shop that served mint tea. Sitting underneath a small umbrella, I went to buy 2 teas and handed Sakura one. She took a sip then charged. You freaking moron. She suddenly shouted, punching me hard in the arm. At first I suspected it wouldn't hurt, seeing as Sakura was never known for her strength, but once her fist made contact I felt myself flying back. I was sprawled on the ground, tea all over me. With an expression of horror as I saw her face glare at me. I pushed myself back up, rubbing my arm. What the fuck was that for? How could you just leave me? She said, lips quivering. I looked at her, surprised. What are you talking about? I said goodbye. I know, but once you left I had no one else. I was all alone while you went off to train. Okay fine, I'm sorry. I said, still massaging my arm. I pointed my finger at her. That still doesn't explain what you're doing here. Instantaneously the crocodile tears dried up, and Sakura scoffed, rolling her eyes as she did so. You couldn't possibly expect me to sit around like some kind of damsel in distress while you went off to train, did you? I suppose not. I smiled sheepishly, then winced at the pain. She rolled her eyes and pushed my jacket sleeve up to my shoulder. Suddenly her hand glowed blue and she did something to my arm to make the pain go away. All I could do was stare at her, dumbfounded. The Sakura with the glowing hands and mass strength, was definitely not the same timid girl I had left. She spotted my expression and grinned with pride. Once you left I begged Tsunade-sama to train me. Tsunade. This time I got an eye roll. Ah, yes Tsunade. She arrived shortly after you left looking for an apprentice. I was the only one to pass all of her tests, and she quickly took me under her wing. She said, standing up to show off the new symbol on her jacket. Taking a step back I looked at Sakura more carefully. She still had short hair, but it wasn't as short as it used to be. Her pink hair was shoulder length and was held back by the iconic Konoha leaf head plate. She grew a few inches taller, and though I would never say this out loud, filled out her clothes in a way that I could see would be appealing to most guys that weren't me, since I had a girlfriend that I loved. But more importantly, there were definitely toned muscles hiding underneath the mid-length sleeves and a tan, which were all evidence of rigorous training. Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the mastermind behind the medical ninja unit. That's what I'm training as. If I'm a medic then I can be there right up with you, and Sasuke, I can finally support you too instead of being such a burden. The conversation fell silent as I grasped her words. She pushed a strand of pink hair back and sighed. You're not the only one working hard to find him, you know. After taking a sip of tea, Sakura grabbed my hand. I want to be there with you and Kakashi-sensei. I want to bring him back too. Quick to change the subject, I pulled my hand away and pressed on in a different direction. Why the fuck can you suddenly break bones with just one hit? Sakura thankfully took this fruit in conversation. She smirked as she took another slow sip of tea. I can break mountains with just my pinky. I sputtered. What? Sakura plowed through stories of her training, allowing me to interject here and there. For an hour we swapped different training stories and talked about how crazy both of our mentors were. We laughed and spoke like old friends, as if nothing had changed, as if I had never left. Finally, Sakura was able to get to the reason why she was in the kingdom. Tsunade-sama is not only a skilled medic, but she's also the royal medical consultant for all the royal families. She meets with every family and accesses their needs. Tsunade-sama wanted me with her so that I would get first-hand experience, seeing as I am her prodigy. I'm going with her tomorrow to meet all the heads of the various royal clans. My heart stopped. I interrupted her before she continued. Which families? Sakura stared at me in surprise. My voice must have been more demanding than I had meant it to sound. Oh well, let's see. There's the Akimichi clan, and the Nara, then the Inizuka and Aburum, and of course the Hyuga, and the Hyuga. Yeah, the Hyuga will be there. But why? Will it just be the head of the clan or the entire clan? Sakura continued to give me a puzzled look. Well, it'll be the main people, I guess, like the head and the heirs mostly. I grabbed Sakura's hand. The Hyuga heirs will be there. She pulled back in surprise. Naruto, what the hell is going on? Sakura barked, and I could feel the anger rising. I forgot how quick to attack she was. Moving back, I grinned. Boy, do I have a story for you. I spent the better portion of the afternoon and evening telling Sakura every single detail about my life these last 7 months, focusing primarily on my relationship with Hinata. Sakura was the perfect audience, gasping at all the appropriate moments, cheering me on, asking relevant questions when I had forgotten an important detail. The sun was slowly creeping away, and the stalls were closing up by the time my story had ended. She sat across from me, tears in her eyes. Oh come on. Don't cry. I said. Sakura wiped her eyes. I'm just so sorry for you, Naruto. I mean, I can't imagine. I was touched by her response, but I didn't have time to comfort her. It was getting late, and Jiraiya was expecting me home soon. Look Sakura, I don't have much time. I have to get back soon. Sakura nodded, looking around in surprise. Oh my god, is it already night? Yeah, but before I go I need you to relay a message to Hinata. Can you do that? She nodded. I hope that all of the character development and emotion in this chapter makes up just a little bit for the delay. I hope to update a new chapter by the end of the week, fingers crossed. I would be incredibly honored if you could follow, fave, and most importantly review this chapter so I know you like the content and direction that the story is going. And if you don't, let me know that too. I'm personally very excited for Sakura's involvement in everything. Once again, Happy New Year 2016. AC. Chapter 11. I wanted to make a quick note about the timeline, since things are about to get a bit jumbled up, and when I was rereading some passages, I realized it was confusing for the reader to determine when certain events were happening relative to others. I also want to mention it's been about 8 months since the start of the story. Start day 0, battle between Naruto and Ichi takes place. Next day 1, Hinata is forbidden from seeing Naruto. Naruto talks to Apple Guy. 1 week later day 8, Tenten and Naruto meet. A few days later day 13, Hinata and Ichi speak. 2 weeks later day 27, Naruto meets Sakura. Hopefully that clears up some confusion. Hinata POV. After that night, after that conversation with Ichi, I felt a bit, if only a little, more confident in my situation. Though I couldn't possibly see how I was ever going to meet Naruto again, something about Ichi's words kept me optimistic. Ichi, for all of his unkindnesses and past misgivings, had been so supportive in his speech that I couldn't doubt my future. It seemed like an insult to our newfound relationship to diminish his encouragement. Though I hardly left the confines of my room, on the rare occasion I did step out into the more public areas, I was able to give a small smile to Ichi as he passed by me in the hallways. He would return my recent attempts at friendship with a respectful nod. I was able to find out through gossiping maids that Ichi had also tried to convince my father to lower the security around my quarters and to allow Tenten access into my room. My father, knowing the full situation, wouldn't hear any of Ichi's reasoning, flat out refusing to remove the guard, and still remained resentful towards Tenten. Hiyashi-sama had always maintained some level of respect for the orphan Kunoichi. Even as she was of a lower status, she was able to keep pace with the Hyuga elite. He had always given Tenten all considerations. When she was within the compound, even taking the time to speak to her, albeit quickly and formally. She was both friend to Ichi and me, and that made her elite in her own regard. But in light of the recent events, Tenten was treated like a traitor. Whenever Hiyashi-sama saw her in the common rooms, he would glare at her as if it were her fault for my betrayal. She was forbidden from being alone with me in case she were to pass information about Naruto. The moments that Tenten had been able to visit, she had completely avoided the subject of Naruto and the battle. She too understood the severity of her involvement in my love life, and it seemed that she didn't want to give the elders any excuse to expel her from the compound. Tenten tried to ignore the watchful eyes of the Hyuga guard for my sake. Pretending as if they were only statues, she would attempt to produce the same playful atmosphere that surrounded us when we were alone in my room. I too was determined to keep my spirits up. We spoke about kingdom politics and combat maneuvers. When Tenten got bored with listening to Hanabi drone on about the various rival clans, the conversation would switch to stories from her missions. Sometimes Hanabi and Tenten would casually spar, with the result that Hanabi always wound up being more and more impressed with the Kunoichi's abilities. Ichi had been kind enough to have various games and toys delivered to us on the evenings he knew Hanabi and Tenten had free. I think it was his way of trying to encourage me, and it worked for the most part. For those brief few days after our conversation, I was able to take my mind away from the constant gloom and play marbles with an overly competitive Tenten. It wasn't just my relationship with Ichi that had improved immensely within the short time span. From what Tenten told me 2 days after the battle, Ichi seemed to have a change of heart in terms of his stance on how he was going to treat her. Though I highly doubted he told her his feelings, it seemed as though he was kinder towards her, and even apologized to her the way he had with me. In turn, Tenten's demeanor improved dramatically. While my mood was determinedly spirited, hers was a genuine joy that wasn't forced. She would guiltily leave our afternoon meetings early to visit Ichi and bask in the renewed friendship. I tried, though ruefully, to encourage her to spend the warm evenings with Ichi. I wanted them both to enjoy what little he had left of his bachelor hut, pretending, if only for a few hours a day, that they were more to each other than just teammates. She was happier, and, after my nighttime chat with Ichi, I could tell he was happier too, a joy I think they wouldn't experience in the next few months. Exactly 3 days after Hiyashi-sama forbade me from seeing Naruto, he had announced the date for Ichi's engagement ceremony. I had almost choked on the bread I was eating as my eyes flashed towards Ichi. His face remained neutral while his hands clenched the silverware on the table. The ceremony was to occur 1 month from now, and would be held within the Hyuga compound. Ichi did not object, but slowly nodded his head in understanding. At first it seemed as though the engagement was some elusive event that was bound to happen in the distant future. There were no immediate plans being made, and Ichi himself seemed to go about his daily work, as if he had never been told of the impending tragedy. But almost 2 weeks later, the entire compound was bustling away with preparations. Almost 2 weeks. The elders would exclaim during clan meetings, sometimes even daring to interrupt an important announcement. They were all a-tither with excitement. It was comical, ignoring the severity of the event, how giddy the usually stoic clan members were when discussing Niji's engagement. There was a renewed sense of youth among the elders who were enthused to witness another marriage on par with that of Hiyashi-sama's many years ago. The entire kingdom would be envious of the Hyuga clan and the strength that would come of the merger. Children and young adults who had never attended such a lavish celebration were chirping to each other about the new clothes they would be wearing and the attention the clan was receiving. The solemn Hyuga clan was pathetically enthusiastic, replacing the unbearably dull gray and pale blue hues with bright reds, creamy whites, and vibrant yellows, all colors thought to bring good luck in a marriage. Servants were hysterically recruited into renovating the already pristine compound by adding marble statues at the end of every corridor, or replacing the plain oil lamps with grand golden torches. They too were reveling in the increased pay and better treatment that came with the overall positive mood of the clan. The only people who seemed to remain somber through the happy occasion were Niji and Tenten. Each time Tenten walked through the corridors, her fists would ball up and her eyes would water, though she would wear a resolute smile on her lips to hide her rage. When elders thoughtlessly asked her opinion of the marriage, Tenten would bite her tongue and reply politely that she too thought the match was perfect. Yes, the bride is beautiful. She responded to a particularly pushy older woman. Beautiful. My dear, she is like a goddess. I think she may be the only woman in all of Konoha that is a fit match for our Niji. Look at the two of them. The woman said, pulling out the picture of the bride next to the picture of Niji that was taken to send to the bride's family. I dare anyone to name another woman who is as ideal for him as she is. Tenten was forced to nod in agreement as the lady waved the photos around. Though I have never claimed to read minds, in that moment I knew exactly what Tenten was thinking. Me, she would have responded. Sometimes when we sat in the courtyard, we would see Niji walking through the hallway surrounded by various maids, trying to color match his outfits and coordinate his attire. On certain occasions he would catch Tenten's eyes and rush quickly away, causing the many maids to scurry after him. Tenten would turn silent for a few minutes before returning to the conversation. Once when Hanabi, Tenten, and I were playing a silly game involving snakes and ladders, one of Hanabi's handmaids arrived to ask for her outfit selection. While Hanabi rifled through the various garments, the maid struck up conversation with Tenten, whom she had always been friendly with. You must be the most excited to attend the Niji-sama's engagement. I heard that he named you as one of his familiars. She was referring to the kingdom tradition of granting those closest to the groom and bride, who weren't family, a temporary status that placed them equal to their immediate kin. Lee, Gai-san, and Tenten would be sitting right up at the head table, and would be standing right next to Niji during the ceremony. It was considered one of the highest honors to be a Hyuga familiar. Yes. I'm just thrilled. Tenten said through gritted teeth, trying to keep her eyes on the serpents carved into the wooden placard. It must be like watching your own brother being given away. The maid said with an air of doe-eyed romanticism. Tenten clenched her fists but still replied respectfully. Yes. Like a brother. I wonder what the bride looks like. I hear she is supposed to be extremely beautiful. Yes. I heard that as well. I wonder if Niji-sama will appreciate her good looks. Someone said many men from across the globe came searching for her hand. Is that so? Though Tenten didn't mean it as encouragement, the maid took this statement to indicate Tenten's interest. Yes. But Niji's own handsome features and proper lineage were able to convince her of the marriage. She was silent for a moment, contemplating something. Tenten took this lapse in conversation to ask me to play my next turn. As I tossed the dice onto the board, the maid began again. I wonder how soon after the wedding the couple will conceive a child. I mean, if it's too soon, then we can be sure that Niji-sama is content with his bride. I sputtered through the shock of the words. Tenten had turned her head towards the maid in such a quick movement I was afraid her neck would break. Before Tenten could act rashly, a pale hand thrust a dress into the maid's lap. That is enough. Hanabi said with the voice she used to command. The maid's face turned bright red, and she quickly stood up. I am so sorry, Hanabi-sama. I spoke foolishly out of turn. It is not my place to say such. You are right. It is not your place. Hanabi said coldly and waved her hand indicating for the maid to leave. The girl rapidly grabbed a pile of clothing and ran out of the courtyard. We sat silently, waiting for Tenten to speak. I think I'm going to head out. I should practice a bit before Niji and Lee show up for training. Without a glance back, Tenten had disappeared out of the courtyard as well, leaving Hanabi and I to pack up the game. As Hanabi folded up the wooden playset, she spoke softly. Love is a horrible curse. In that moment I knew how I was supposed to reply. After hearing Niji's pep talk and pushing myself to keep up an air of determination, I was supposed to correct her. I was supposed to say, no, Hanabi, love is a splendid blessing that we should cherish, or something equally as passionate and motivating. But what I said instead showed the truth that I felt in my heart despite all the support. Yes, it is. It was in these moments, witnessing Tenten's heartbreak and Niji's melancholy resignation, that my own confidence would begin to waver. It was easy to tell myself that I could do this, that I could hold my own and wait for Naruto, when I was alone in my bed fantasizing about elaborate escapes. I would repeat the heroic words Nietzsche had told me over and over again in my head. They were the mantra I used to motivate myself. In those unattended moments, I felt as though I could take on an entire army. But here, sitting with Tenten and noticing her agony with my own eyes, I saw my own hopelessness mirrored in the scenario. The restoration of my depression came from two realizations both sprung on by the engagement ceremony preparations. The first came to me when I was walking through the halls, regarding the change in atmosphere in the compound for the first time. Nietzsche would be engaged in 2 weeks' time and then married within the next few months. How long after his wedding would my own be? I was of marriageable age, having already rejected a slurry of suitors. I couldn't expect my father to be patient any longer. In fact, I think Nietzsche's impending marriage and my relationship with Naruto would only push him towards finding me a suitor as soon as possible. When within that time frame was I supposed to find Naruto? Leaving the compound proved impossible, and the security detail wouldn't change once I was engaged. Would I be married within the year, only months after Nietzsche's? I couldn't think of any way, besides drastic measures, that would prevent my marriage. I would be married even if I was forced into it and subjugated to the rules of whichever household I now belonged to. I may be able to escape from there, but the fact remained that I would be married, a prospect that seemed equal to death. The second was a slow realization that would wash into my mind like calm waves, each time I spoke to Tenten or played with Hanabi. Even if I had found a way to leave the compound, I would be throwing away everything for Naruto. I would be giving up the luxurious lifestyle of a Hyuga heiress, a price that seemed petty in comparison to a future filled with golden locks and bright blue eyes. But when I seriously considered what my life would be like after forsaking my family, I realized I would be giving up much more than fancy dresses and gaudy dinner parties. I would be sacrificing the closest friend I had ever made. I would never be able to see Tenten again. Tenten would never give up her high ambitions and love of Nietzsche to follow me and Naruto wherever we went. She would stay in the kingdom, accepting dangerous missions, watching Nietzsche's life. Without her, and maintaining loyalty to the Hokage she had sworn her services to. And what of Hanabi and Nietzsche? I had finally been granted the sibling love I had always wanted, and could I give that up so easily? Was it really so selfish of me to want to keep these important people in my life? In my quest to reunite with Naruto, I would have to sacrifice Tenten, Hanabi, and Nietzsche, and the price seemed too steep. I knew then that if I wanted to have the perfect future I envisioned, I would have to do it through the approval, or at least acceptance, of the Hyuga household. Otherwise I only saw two paths. One that lead to Naruto at the sacrifice of the family I chose for myself. The other, I could see, had me walking towards a loveless marriage and bleak family life, but maintaining the comfort of my friends. I didn't want to walk down either, and the weight of the decision kept bringing back the insecurity and dread I had felt time and time again. 2 days before the engagement ceremony, my father had called me, Hanabi, and Nietzsche into his drawing room. He sat us down at the deep cherry table, and a servant poured us hot tea. The room was sparse except for the dining table and paintings of various clan leaders on the wall. This room, as well as the rest of Hiyashi-sama's chambers, were one of the few places within the compound that had remained untouched by the festive decorations. Tomorrow we will all be attending a royal event. The medical consultant, Tsunade-sama, is hosting a small party to commemorate her arrival in the kingdom and the introduction of her apprentice. She has been away for some time recruiting the new pupil. All the noble clans will be in attendance, and I expect all of you to accompany me. We each nodded in acknowledgement. This should not need to be said, but I must remind you that your behavior at this event is a reflection of the clan as a whole. Do not embarrass me, he emphasized before looking away from my frightful face. We will not, father. Hanabi reassured him. He looked at her approvingly and nodded. You are dismissed. Hanabi, will you stay a moment? My sister stayed back as Nietzsche and I left the room. I sighed, mentally preparing myself for the next day. I had spent the next morning practicing my table manners with Hanabi and our instructor. After lunch I went to my room for a quick nap, and woke up to find a set of handsome robes laid on my desk. The satin flowed through my fingertips as I examined the delicate efflorescent design, weaving its way throughout the dress. Before I could properly appreciate the depth of the pattern, a knock on the door shifted my attention. Once I opened the door, a flurry of handmaids and seamstresses gathered inside. One moved to open the curtains, which I hadn't touched in the last month, preferring to keep the prison in a constant state of darkness. Dust rose from the fabric as she pulled them back. Light poured in, displaying the contents of my room in full brightness. I was thrust into a chair and a woman set to work on my hair and face. I vanished into the cushions as hands tugged at my dark locks, pinning them to my head. Another set of hands dusted rouge across my cheeks, and after half an hour of the pampering, they lifted me out of the chair. Stripping away my nightgown, they spun the robe around me, fastening pins and clips in various places. I felt the coolness of a heavy diamond necklace sitting against my chest. After walking through clouds of perfume, I was deemed fit for the party. They ushered me out of my room and escorted to the main entrance, where I met Hanabi and Niji, both looking stunning. Under the usual plain uniform of the Hyuga attire, Hanabi and Niji were both still considered attractive. However, with all the trimmings and the effort, they were a force to be reckoned with. Niji led us into a horse-drawn carriage where Hiyashi-sama awaited us. The coachman held the door open as I followed Hanabi into the spacious interior. Hiyashi-sama refused to look at me as Niji reviewed the guard's schedule with us. Only 4 Hyuga elite were to accompany us on the journey. 2 would be up front acting as coachmen, while the other 2 would travel from afar. They would not be accompanying us into the party, but would be dutifully waiting and watching outside. The horses began to trot steadily onto the path as we rode into town, the very center of which stood the shimmering white castle that was home to the Hokage and Tsunade-san, who was by far the most royal of all of us. She had Hokage blood, and the castle was her birthright the same way White Eyes were mine. I had been to the castle countless times, but it had been almost a year since I had stepped into the ivory halls. I watched as the trees transformed into houses, into mansions as we drew closer and closer. On impulse I drew my head to the window, almost itching to leave the carriage. I thought, for one rash second, that I could quickly thrust the doors open and run as fast as I could, perhaps escaping into the incoming darkness of night. Almost as if she could see the plan forming in my eyes, Hanabi grabbed my hand and gently pulled me away from the window. She reached over me and pulled the drapes over it, preventing me from my one escape. We continued to sit quietly as the carriage began to slow down and halt behind rows of other vehicles. Once we were at the front entrance, a court attendant escorted us through the large golden doors, and before me was a scene from a fairy tale. The hall shimmered with glittering yellow lights and beautiful women who were laughing or dancing with handsome gentlemen. The Hyuga clan, the attendant announced, then bowed away. The group of people nearest looked up at us, and whispering broke through the hall as the announcement of our arrival traveled through to all of the other clans. I was immediately swept into the crowd as Hanabi gripped my elbow tightly, and we followed after my father and Niji. We spent half of an hour greeting various noblemen and women. They were all delighted to see me and Hanabi and congratulated Niji on his engagement. Niji and Hanabi, the perfect pictures of grace, replied kindly to these comments, complimenting the well-wishers in return. I could only bow and give a forced smile. Niji and Hanabi were able to use their commanding personalities to their favor, giving an air of elegance and respect. My own timidness played to my favor as many of the noble families found the qualities of shyness and softness befitting of a Hyuga princess. Men did not like strong women, they would say to each other in front of me, so Hinata-sama is the perfect pig for anyone. I took the insults as compliments and gave weak smiles that produced the desired results. The Hyuga clan was idyllic. Hiyashi-sama broke away from us to speak with other clan elders, and we were left to our own devices. Niji and Hanabi had both been engaged in separate conversations, and their focus was away from me. While I waited by myself, I heard my name being called out from behind me. Hinata-sama. A tall gentleman with dark hair and sunken eyes greeted me. I knew him to be from one of the other clans that had asked for my hand in marriage. Hanabi had rejected him, calling the man arrogant and idiotic. He took my hand before I could protest and kissed it. It has been much too long since I have seen your beauty, he said, throwing me what he thought was a charming smile. I stood there silently. Without releasing my hand, the man pulled me closer. Come. Let's have a dance, shall we? Suddenly a hand came between ours and I was ripped away from the suitor. Come on, give it a rest, man. A familiar voice spoke from behind me. To my left I saw the recognizable features of a tall man with dark glasses. He nodded to me in greeting. My eyes shifted from him to the man who was currently holding my hand. An impish grin spread across his face as he watched the suitor shuffle away, muttering underneath his breath. The brown-haired man turned to me and smiled. Hinata. Kiba pulled me into an embrace, followed in suit by Shino, who was never one for physical affection. It was almost a year since I had seen either of them. These two men were part of my team when I was enrolled in the academy. Once I had graduated, my father didn't think it was necessary for me to continue on as a ninja and pulled me out of the team. I had visited them a few times on the training field, but that seemed like another life. I couldn't help myself and smiled back. Long time no see. Where the hell have you been? Kiba said, pulling me towards an empty table. Shino sat silently to my left as Kiba took the spot to my right. How come we haven't seen you in forever? Oh please, Hinata, it's only been a year. It's not like we're strangers, Kiba said, rolling his eyes. I blushed under the embarrassment of my stutter. Compassing myself, I started again. I have been busy. Too busy to stop by once in a while. Shino's been practically on the brink of insanity waiting for you. Shino shook his head at the dramatization. It is good to see you, Shino said. I nodded. It is good to see you as well. Hinata, you look really pretty tonight. No wonder all the guys are checking you out. Thank you. I blushed, trying to conceal the grin painted across my face. Encouraged by the smile, Kiba put his arm around my chair in a display of familiarity rarely given to a Hyuga in public. If it were anyone else, I'm sure Hiyashi-sama would be up in arms. However, the Inizuka and Abiram clans were both incredibly gifted families on par with the Hyuga. In fact, Hiyashi-sama had once hoped for a marriage between Kiba and I, that was quickly disregarded since we were teammates at the time. So it looks like your cousin is going to marry mine, huh? I had temporarily forgotten that it was a woman from the Inizuka clan whom Niji would be betrothed. Do you know the bride well? Nah, she's a distant relative who lives out in the west. I don't know her personally, but my parents are attending the engagement. Will you not be there as well, Kiba-kun? It was his turn to blush, though I hardly understood why. Kiba-kun. God, Hinata, you're so cute. But nah, I didn't really want to go, but now that I know you'll be there, I'm kinda pissed I said no. Conversation flowed smoothly from there as we discussed the marriage. I watched as Kiba joked with Shino, and I studied his features. He was definitely handsome, with devilish looks and sharp teeth. He had wolfish qualities that both charmed and frightened the girls at Academy. Even though he spoke roughly with the other girls, Kiba was always kind to me and treated me with care and consideration. Before I had met Naruto, I would sometimes imagine marrying Kiba and falling in love. As I sat staring at the man, I pictured myself as his wife. I wouldn't be completely miserable, and I might even grow to love him in a different way than I had loved Naruto. I wouldn't be unhappy and I could bear it. Maybe I could settle myself into a content life with Kiba. The brown-haired royalty ripped me away from my thoughts of infidelity. Hinata, your dad is calling you. I turned around to see Hiyashi-sama and Hanabi looking at me. Their eyes rested upon Kiba's arm, which had traveled off of the chair and around my shoulders. Noticing their gaze, he quickly pulled away and stood up, moving my chair back, allowing me to leave the table. I dismissed myself and walked towards the pair. A simple smile fell upon Hiyashi-sama's lips, though it vanished once I arrived. I see you are comfortable with the Inizuka air. I didn't reply. Hanabi grabbed my hand and whispered we must speak soon in my ear before her attention was turned elsewhere. Tsunade-sama, this is my eldest daughter, Hinata. I bowed deeply as Tsunade-sama surveyed me. She smiled brightly before clasping a hand on my shoulder. Oh goodness, I remember when you were just a little girl. I've been gone for too long, Hiyashi. She laughed and looked towards the table where Kiba and Shino had sat. I still can't believe the Inizuka brat has grown so tall. He was such a troublemaker and now look at him. My father attempted a smile before Tsunade-sama grabbed a pale pink-haired girl and presented her to us. This is Sakura, my apprentice. Sakura, this is Hiyashi-sama, the head of the Hyuga clan. The girl bowed. Tsunade-sama continued. This here is Hinata and this is Hanabi. Wow, she has grown as well. Hanabi stuck out her hand and the girl, Sakura, took it and they shook hands. This grown man right here is Niji. He is to be engaged tomorrow. Oh Hiyashi, I'm so sorry I can't be there, but I promise I'll attend the wedding. My father merely nodded. Congratulations. The girl said, though her eyes continuously flitted towards me. She turned to Tsunade-sama. Sensei, there are very few women in my age group at this party. Would it be presumptuous of me to take Hinata-sama away from her family for a few minutes? I do miss the company of other women. I looked at her in surprise. Hiyashi-sama was shocked as well, but before he could interfere, Tsunade-sama had waved me towards Sakura. Oh Hashiashi. It's healthy for young girls to get to know one another. In fact, I would say it would be a good investment for the Hyuga clan if one of your own became close friends with my apprentice. The statement shut my father up very quickly. After nodding his approval, Hiyashi-sama turned back to Tsunade-sama. Sakura grabbed my hand and guided me skillfully through the crowd of dancers onto a secluded balcony. She drew the curtains around her and stood there with me, quietly breathing in the fresh night air. Use your Byakugan and check for any of the Hyuga guards around here. I was taken aback but did as she said. The order seemed serious. Though I did not see any Hyuga guards within the trees, I scanned the dance floor and saw that my father's eyes were on me, even through the curtains. There would be no chance of escape on the balcony. Are they there? She said. I shook my head and she let out a sigh. Leaning against the stone railing, Sakura looked me up and down. She smiled widely. You're really as pretty as he said. My eyes widened. Who was she referring to? She couldn't possibly mean. Naruto asked me to send a message to you. Spotting my confusion, she clarified. I'm a friend of his from home and an ally to your cause. Your family doesn't know of my connection to Naruto, so I think I'm the safest channel for communication. Suddenly she grabbed my hand and brought them to her chest. Her face was so close to mine. I could smell her fragrant perfume. Naruto wants me to tell you that he isn't going to give up. He's going to wait and keep fighting for you. He doesn't care how many years it takes, he doesn't care what situation you'll be in, and he doesn't mind waiting. He wanted me to make sure you understand that he will always be there for you and that you shouldn't forget him, and that he won't stop looking for you, and that he loves you. And her voice cracked. Fresh tears fell onto my hands as Sakura stared deeply into my eyes, gauging my reaction. Do you understand? He loves you and you can't give up, okay? Sakura let go of my hand and moved away to wipe her tears. The sudden bombardment of information was too much to process. A strange girl who I had never even spoken a word to was telling me not to give up. Memories of Naruto telling me about his teammates rushed in as I tried to recall everything I had ever heard about the girl. All little, kind, caring. Finally my thoughts came back to the most important matter at hand. Naruto wanted me to know that he wasn't going to give up. I know this is kind of weird coming from someone you don't know, but I just want you to know that Naruto loves you very much. I could tell. He's never spoken like that about anyone before and he had this look. He honestly loves you so much. Thank you. I said before she could continue. I was trying very hard to hold back tears. I think she could tell because she stopped, pleading for me to understand. I moved closer to her and wiped away tears from her face. Thank you for crying in my place. We stood there for a few minutes as Sakura regained her composure. She smiled a little. I'm sorry. I can't believe I'm the one crying and you're the one comforting me. I feel so bad. It's just that you guys have to find each other. I mean, I wish someone loved me the way Naruto loves you. She turned her back to me. From what I could remember, Sakura was in love with Sasuke Uchiha, and I assumed that she spoke of him. I couldn't comfort her though. My own emotions were beginning to overwhelm me. Come on. They're probably waiting for us, she said once her eyes were dry. She made to take me to the door, but I gripped her arm and pulled her back. Sakura stood there surprised. I need you to tell him something. Naruto POV. The cold night air brushed through my long hair. I pawed through the blonde tufts trying to smooth it out. I noticed that my hair had grown considerably long in the month. I didn't take care of myself as much since I honestly didn't care what I looked like. Hinata liked my hair short, but that didn't really matter since I wasn't really going to see Hinata anyways. She was off at some party probably just as miserable as I was, but instead of sitting on top of a bell tower, she was being forced to dance with some haughty royal prince. I felt the tower rumble as someone below pulled the heavy rope, forcing the bell to sway back and forth. It rang heavily in the dark sky promptly, ringing in the new hour. As the last few chimes came to a silent halt, I listened as the bellman walked back down the winding staircase into his study. I breathed out, waiting impatiently for her to arrive. We had agreed to meet here, away from prying eyes, in case there were Hyuga guards on the lookout for me. I smelled cherry blossoms and felt her presence next to me. Without looking her way, I continued to examine the kingdom as Sakura sat down. She's so pretty. Yeah, I know. I sighed staring at the brightly lit castle where I knew Hinata was preparing to leave for home. I finally looked at Sakura who was wearing an exquisite kimono. A younger me would have been enthralled to be alone with a beautiful Sakura. Did you give her the message? Yeah, and she has one of her own. She wants me to tell that she loves you, and that she wishes she could tell you that in person, and that she'll never ever lose hope and she won't stop trying. I turned back to the castle. Tears began to fall violently from the edge of the rooftop onto the ground many feet below it. Whoever was standing underneath me probably thought it was raining in that specific location. But I couldn't control it and it wasn't going to stop. I was both happy and sad. I finally got my words to Hinata, but the journey had just began. I was still nowhere near the end goal, and the gravity of the situation came crashing down. I was so happy that Hinata loved me, but why couldn't this love have come at an easier price? Head in my hands I sobbed so viciously it took Sakura her considerable strength to pull me into her chest. Why? I repeated to her. Why is it so hard? She shushed me trying to calm me down. When my tears finally stopped and my breathing steadied, Sakura pulled my face up to look at her. Naruto, sometimes the best loves are the hardest. It'll be worth it in the end, I promise. A new river of tears came gushing out, and we sat there holding one another as I let it all out. Finally, when I finished and could no longer cry, I wiped away snot and laughed. Sorry for being so emotional. It's just so hard, you know. Sakura looked at me and didn't smile. She pulled away and drew her knees up to her chest. Yeah, I know. I gave her a quizzical look. When Sasuke left me on that bench, I cried for days. I didn't think I could ever stop crying, and looking back I'm amazed that I even did. Once you left, all I could seem to do was cry. I was just so devastated by what he did and how he just left me there. Left me like I wasn't worth it. I would have gone with him, but she broke off trying to choke back tears. Do you still love him? Sakura looked at me with such hopelessly sad eyes. Yes. Her voice cracked. I think I still do, but don't get me wrong. I know full well Sasuke isn't the same boy we used to train with. The boy I fell in love with and the man we're chasing after are two different people, and I know that. But I don't think I'll ever get over Sasuke. Perched on the ledge of the bell tower, we stayed there until daybreak, consumed by our thoughts and hardships. Hinata POV. There was a fervor within the household that I had never felt. A great eagerness flooded the Hyuga clan as people ran from room to room, placing last-minute decorations and plating dinnerware before the Inuzuka clan arrived. Hiyashi-sama commanded the clan as if we were in the middle of war, demanding everyone be dressed according to tradition and seated according to rank. Through the hustle and bustle I tried to catch Hanabi and ask her what she wanted to discuss from the night before, but she too was scrambling around and was unable to leave my father's side. It was 5:15 and the music began. The gates fling open and a grand procession of the bride's family swarmed in. There she stood, at the front of the parade, face covered by a white veil adorned in a red sari. Hiyashi-sama greeted the clan elders and ushered them into the compound. They shook hands with Niji and Hanabi and laughed merrily, eager to start the traditional dinner. We all sat down at the long table, Hiyashi-sama at one end. To his left the bride's father, another powerful clansman, and to the father's left was the bride's mother. To Hiyashi-sama's right sat Hanabi, then me, then Niji, who was placed strategically across from the bride. Next to him were 2 empty seats, and next to the bride remained another empty seat. Hiyashi, what are we waiting for? Let's start the meal, the father said loftily. Hiyashi-sama remained composed. We are waiting for a few more important guests to arrive. By the end of his sentence, the doors swung open again. From the far end of the room came 2 men in identical haircuts, followed by a pretty young woman. Gai-san walked forward and embraced Hiyashi-sama. Team Gai is honored to be invited to such a joyous occasion. Thank you for attending. Hiyashi-sama introduced Gai-san to the bride's father, who knew him well. Gai-san, please take a seat next to Niji. Lee can sit next to you. Tenten, you may sit next to the bride. Yes. It is important for you to be friends with your future husband's comrades, chortled the father. The bride lowered her head in embarrassment. Once Tenten had taken her seat next to the bride, waiters brought plates of dinner in front of us. A thick yellow curry sat before me, but I only had eyes for Tenten. She looked uncomfortable having to be seated so close to the woman she resented. I saw Tenten's eyes flicker towards Niji, but then dart away back towards her food. My dear child, please remove your veil and let us all witness your beauty. Long fingers rose from underneath the table and gently pushed back the white curtains. In front of Niji sat a maiden whose rumors hardly did the girl justice. She was, in all aspects, beautiful. The bride had the perfect pale complexion and soft hands of one who had never spent a day of menial labor. She had big porcelain eyes that were crisp sea green and hair so light in color it looked like gold. Her thick lashes batted against rosy cheeks, and each time she breathed she looked like a doll come to life. You underplayed just how stunning your daughter was, shouted an elder from next to Lee. Tenten finally glanced at the girl, but I wish she hadn't. Her face immediately hardened as she gazed at the blushing bride. Well, do the 2 Hyuga princesses approve of my daughter? The mother asked from across the table. Hanabi replied with perfect precision. She is far more beautiful than I could have asked for. My cousin is lucky. A hearty laugh came from her father. It is us who are lucky to have Niji Hyuga as a son-in-law. Dinner continued in the same manner, both parties taking turns commenting on the beauty of the bride or the strength of the groom. It wasn't until dessert that Gai-sensei chimed in. It's one thing for you two to boast about your prospective son and daughter. Neither the groom or the bride have said a word. He leaned towards the bride. Now, can you tell us what you think of our Niji? He is most accomplished. I am honored to be chosen as his bride. Her voice almost sang as she spoke the words. It was beautiful and proper, perfectly fitting of her appearance. Gai clapped a hand on Niji as the rest waited for his reply. It is I who is honored. You are more beautiful than any woman I have ever met, and I cannot wait for the day I may call you my wife. He stared directly into the bride's eyes, causing her to turn red and look quickly away. The table laughed as the couple returned their attention to their plates. I was the only one to notice Tenten drop her fork onto the table, refusing to take another bite. My stomach churned as I chanced to look at Niji. His face remained stern despite the loving words he had just said. I couldn't help but notice that he refused to look in Tenten's direction. After dinner the pre-ceremony rituals began. On an altar sat the bride and groom, and behind them stood their respective families and familiars. One by one various clan elders from both sides came to give their blessing to the couple. With each elder came well wishes and heavy doses of compliments that stated how perfect the couple would be together. Tenten stood right next to me, and I felt her take deep breaths as the bride gave thanks. I took Tenten's hand and squeezed it, hoping to give her some support, though little it did. In between changing people, I glanced at Tenten and saw to my horror, wet tears threatened the corner of her eyes. They did not fall but clung to her eyes as she raised her head, willing the tears to go back. Nearly an hour went by until finally it was my turn. Letting go of Tenten's hands, I moved forward and stood in front of the couple. I grabbed a handful of flower petals and threw them on both the bride and groom. May you have a happy engagement. The bride smiled at me with tears in her eyes. Thank you so much, Hinata-sama, she said. I stood off to the side and watched as Hanabi did the same. Following her were the bride's familiars, 2 young women who giggled as they blessed the couple. Then I knew it was Niji's familiar's turn. I watched as Gai-san approached and blessed them, then Lee, and then finally Tenten. With tan hands, she grabbed a fistful of flowers and delicately showered the couple before making to leave. Her hand was caught by the bride, who looked at her hesitantly. Do you have any words for your teammate? Tenten withdrew her hands and moved back. Her face pulled into a smile. In my excitement I forgot to speak the words I wanted to say. The bride's father and mother both laughed. Tenten looked at Niji, and for the first time that night, he looked back at her. I wish you both the best and I hope to spend many wonderful years under the comfort of your union. The bride clapped her hands to her mouth, and tears began to well again. Oh Tenten-san, I hope that we become something like sisters to one another. Tenten gave the bride a slight bow before taking her place beside me in Hanabi. She held my hand firmly, and I could feel it shake underneath my hold. Finally Hiyashi-sama and the bride's father and mother gave their blessings. Chatter broke out as preparations for the next step in the ritual began. The bride and groom were given 2 separate rooms where their family and familiars are able to speak openly about the engagement. This time is used to tell the groom more personal blessings and good tidings before the official engagement. Niji was escorted to an inner chamber while Hanabi, Team Guy, and I followed suit. There were initial doors leading into a sitting room, and through the sitting room was another set of ornate wooden doors, with oriental designs carved into them. It was through these doors and in a smaller, more private room that Niji would attend to his well-wishers. Everyone else lined up outside the initial doors waiting for their turn to speak with Niji. There were only about 10 people excluding our group waiting in line. One by one, Niji would call them in until finally Hanabi was called forward. After a few minutes, she exited the room and asked the rest of us to all enter. Team Guy and I walked into the small room. I could see Niji through the large holes cut in between dragons in the wooden doors. He peered out through the barrier and motioned for me to enter. Respectfully, Lee, Guy-san, and Tenten sat on the sofa furthest from the door. I sat down on the floor across from Niji. The room was surprisingly dark in comparison with the bright sitting room. Only a few lamps were lit, and a large window showed a moonless sky. Thank you for coming. Niji bowed deeply enough that his head hit the floor. Rising up, he sighed. Why you, don't have. Hinata, I thank you for your blessing. It is kind of you to attend this personal meeting, however I fear we do not have enough time. We can speak more openly after the ceremony. I ask that you remain in the room while I speak with the rest of my team. Thank you. He waved an arm towards the door. I stood up unsure what to do. I pushed open the door and from behind me Niji beckoned Tenten in. Instead of moving towards Guy-san and Lee, I sat on the sofa closest to the wooden doors. I tried not to watch as Niji stood up to address Tenten. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me. It is an honor to be named a familiar. Tenten's voice was controlled. If she was crying or upset there was no indication of it. You have given me more than you will ever understand. The honor of familiar is the least I can give to you in return. Niji, please listen to me. I need to tell you something. Her voice didn't tremble or waver. She sounded determined. From the corner of my eye, I saw clothing flutter and thin fingers clutch a strong shoulder. I could vaguely see Tenten push herself onto Niji, clinging onto his clothing and forcing him to look at her. His arm snaked around her waist in response to the sudden closeness. You mean so much to me, I don't think you get how much. You can't go through with this wedding, you just can't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think you feel the same way too. Niji, I love. That is enough. I turned away, but I still heard the shuffling of feet. I knew Tenten had moved away from him, and her only attempt to confess to Niji was over. Tenten, I need you to understand that I must marry that woman. To the untrained ear Niji's words would have sounded hard and cold. But I was able to hear the rhythm falter on the words marry that woman. I think Tenten knew it too because I heard her walk away from Niji to the opposite side of the room. I understand, she said calmly. However, you can't expect me to stay here and witness. I can't do that for you. That's asking too much from me. I understand, Niji said back to her. After a moment's silence, Tenten spoke again. Lee arranged a mission for me. It's a long one and it'll take me away from here for a week. I'm going to go on it because I can't be here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, he parroted. I could hear her move towards the door. I hope in the end you'll be happy. Congratulations. The wooden doors opened up once again. Tenten's eyes met mine, and I did not see any tears. I'm going out of town for a week for a mission. I wish I could stay, but it's urgent. Try to take care of yourself and don't get too down, okay? Tenten pulled me in and gave the top of my head a quick kiss before addressing Lee. I'm going to wait outside if that's alright with you. Lee nodded and Tenten moved past him and out of sight. He then moved towards Niji's den, leaving the wood doors wide open. Lee Niji began, but he was quickly cut off. I understand, Lee said sympathetically. He grabbed Niji's forearm and pulled him into an embrace. He released Niji and looked into the man's eyes. You have always been honor and duty bound. This is a quality I respect. If this is your decision I will not try to change your mind. I can only wish you the best and hope that you are earnest in your choice. I am, Niji said with unwavering certainty. I expect nothing else. However, I too cannot stay to witness your engagement. Lee motioned his head towards the door Tenten had just left from. Niji nodded in return. Her needs outweigh my own right now. She needs you. Go. Lee gave Niji one final pat on the shoulder. As he passed me, Lee gave a quick bye and ducked out of the room to join Tenten. It was now Guy-san's turn and as he got up out of his seat, I saw the droplets fall to the carpet. As he passed me by, Guy-san shook his head solemnly. He sat down and waited for Niji to take his seat. Niji, I have seen you grow from an arrogant and privileged child into an incredible young man deserving of all the love you refuse to afford yourself. Kai-sen sighed deeply. My team is threatening to fall apart, Niji. I can't bear to watch the sunflower I have helped blossom begin to wilt. You shouldn't allow yourself to wither away, but instead, like the sunflower, seek out your life's source, your light. You have always chosen duty before all else, but perhaps this time you can choose yourself. Choose her. I cannot. The sound scared me. His voice was rougher and shakier than before. It was some time before he spoke again. In a more collected tone, Niji explained. You know I cannot. I thank you for your advice and words of encouragement, but my clan has always and will always come first. My decision tonight will shape our future, and will serve as a stepping stone for others to shape theirs. If that is your choice. Kai-san bowed his head and made to leave. Will you be staying for the ceremony? Kai-san looked at Niji incredulously before bestowing upon the man his patented smile and thumbs-up combo. I wouldn't miss your engagement for the world. I saw Niji break a small smile as Kai-san made to leave. Kai-san bowed respectfully towards me and left the chambers. Once he left, I stood up and waited diligently for Niji to leave the room. However, Niji sat there within the protection of the wooden doors. I could hear his deep breaths as he regained composure. He needed some time to collect himself, and I would wait for him patiently as he did. Almost 15 minutes later, Niji left the room and I walked with him, almost like a bodyguard, towards the main hall. Upon arrival, Niji and I were thrown onto the floor, seated beside Hanabi and Hiyashi-sama and across from the bride's family. In between the two clans sat various large silver plates stacked with different items. One plate held jewels, the other scrolls, another decadent sweets, and so on and so forth. Directly in front of Hiyashi-sama sat a plate with a beautiful rose-colored kimono and vibrant headpiece. An officiator began to speak ritualistic words in an ancient language very few of us knew. On cue, Niji and the bride would repeat certain words after the officiator. The final act of the engagement was introduced as music played in the background by a small band. Hiyashi-sama took the plate in front of him and passed it to the bride's mother and father, who accepted it graciously. They in turn handed Hiyashi-sama a similar plate with formal marital clothing and a traditional headdress. The swapping of the plates cemented the engagement. The two families cheered and flower petals were thrown all around. This would have been exuberant if it were not for the heartbreaking expression that played across Niji's face. He turned away from his bride, who was looking at him with an almost identical grimace. The festivities went on for hours. It wasn't until late into the night that the Onizuka family had finally left and the maids were hard at work, cleaning up the mess of flowers and food. Amidst the chaos, Niji beckoned me into a deserted chamber where we sat in the stillness, waiting for someone to interrupt us. When it seemed that no one would come looking for us, Niji relaxed a little. What a day. He groaned sitting on the plush sofa. I watched as his head tilted back and he closed his eyes out of tiredness. Why are you doing this? I asked him. Niji shook his head in frustration. I have to. No, you do not. I begged him, trying to make the man understand. It's too late now. I sat beside Niji, hoping that the closeness would push him towards realization. You see, cannot keep putting the C clan before yourself. Niji shook his head again. Hinata-sama, my primary motivation in this marriage is for the clan. But my secondary motivation is for you. What? You are not the heir to the Hyuga Empire. You are neither an incredibly skilled asset to the main house. You are simply a daughter born to the highest member of the house. He stood up and paced around the room. I couldn't see where he was going with this line of reasoning. If I go through with this marriage, then the Hyuga household has made a solid alliance within the West and will no longer feel the pressure from our enemies in the area. Any further marriages would be based on clan strength and personal preference rather than political savvy. The weight of their decision in your marriage or Hanabi's would be comprised less of politics and necessity and more relaxed. On the other spectrum, Hanabi will soon be old enough to be considered a formidable leader, and I will aid her to the best of my ability. She, much like myself, is duty-bound and will marry whomever Hiyashi-sama has chosen for her. Do you not see, Hinata? Hanabi and I have ultimately ensured that your inevitable betrayal of the Hyuga clan will not come at such a high price to the family. We will still be powerful. We have gained a new alliance and have a strong leader. When you leave to be with that man, your father will be able to retain the dignity of his clan, because I have taken this marriage, and because Hanabi will take authority. Our sacrifices have allowed you to take the path you want. You can make the choice we cannot make for ourselves. That's LL Dicreus. USH should not F for me. Hinata-sama, you do not understand the perfect opportunity presented before you. I only encourage the circumstances further. Like I said, my primary motivation was always our clan, but knowing my marriage may help you pursue your ambitions only serves to show I have made the right choice. Please do not throw away my sacrifice. Niji looked at me one last time before leaving back towards his room. I sat by myself thinking of everything I had experienced in the last month. Every thought I had came gushing back. Naruto had risked his life to come and get me back. Sakura had inspired faith in me to keep going and was rooting for us. Neji and Tenten had both sacrificed their chance of love so that I may have my own. I couldn't sit idly by as my friends endured hardships for my sake. But the age-old dilemma came back. If I chose Naruto, I would have to forsake those friends. But if I didn't, then I would be spitting on their suffering. I made up my mind. As I hurried through the corridors, I could feel my resolve harden. If I couldn't see myself taking either path, then I would have to pave my own. I would have Naruto and I would have my friends, and in order to have both I needed to force my father to accept my decision. I marched my way past weary guards and into the first set of doors, leading into my father's chambers. Hinata-sama, no one is permitted into the master's chambers. I wished to speak with my father now. I commanded the best I could. The guard looked hesitantly towards the door. I pushed him aside and made my way into the room. The man followed after me. Hinata-sama, please, you mustn't. I will speak to my father. I'll leave at once. The noise caused the man behind the second set of doors to rustle around. I heard my father get up to investigate. He pushed back the door and looked at the confusing scene before him. Hiashi-sama, she just came in. Leave. My father and I both said. The guard scampered away, closing the door with him. My father pulled his robe tighter around him as he stared at me curiously. I have come to speak to you about Naruto. Who? And Naruto, the demon host. My father's curious expression melted into fury. There will be no discussion. I have made my decision. But I have not made mine. I declared to my father's surprise. For a split second his anger disappeared because shock had taken over. You have no decision to make. You will not dishonor our household with your filthy actions. I felt a rage boil in me that I had never experienced before. A force of such magnitude crashed over me, forcing the timidness away and replacing it with magnanimous animosity. My fists clenched up and I could feel the blood rising. I do not care for your honor or anyone else's. It is not my job to care for the prestige of the Hyuga name. You have so clearly given those positions to Hanabi and Neji. I am not a puppet of your clan father. I make my own choices. I could feel the pressure begin to rise and rise as wind rushed around my feet. My father's unwavering face aggravated me further. How dare you? He shouted at me, but the desired effect of fear did not come. Instead I stepped even closer, feeling my chakra beginning to surge. How dare you? I shrieked, accidentally activating my Byakugan. How dare you treat me as a possession rather than a daughter? You do not own me and you do not dictate my life. How dare you and your clan try to control how I live my life and who I choose to love? I owe no allegiance to the Hyuga household. A burst of energy flew from my hands, and I saw wind and chakra engulf me. Before my very eyes, swirling around me was an amalgamate of air and power, forming a thin spherical shell in protection. My rage only continued to fuel it. Hiashi-sama activated his Byakugan as well. He was poised to strike. When the bubble showed no signs of stopping, he spun in his spot and tried to attack, but was blown back. His attacks were useless against the 360 defense. Hinata stopped this at once. Hiashi-sama shouted through the gust, but I had no intention of ending the fight. I would make him see the future I wanted. He came at me a second time and was once again thrown back. His attacks were fruitless. Guards came rushing in through the doors, but I paid them no mind. I was formulating what I would say next. I steadied my willpower, finally deciding on my next choice of action. However, as soon as the words were about to leave my lips, I felt my body abruptly grow weak and watched the sphere begin to pacify. I felt lightheaded, and the last thing I remember was falling back onto the ground as my eyes closed from the extreme fatigue. When I awoke, I found myself in a dark room lying on a soft bed. My limbs felt sore and I couldn't move myself off of the bed, let alone sit up. All I could do was stare at the pitch-black ceiling. I tried to remember what had just happened. In my anger, I had created something so powerful that my father, the strongest of the Hyuga, was unable to penetrate. But it didn't last long, and I hypothesized that its disappearance was in correlation to my inability to sustain that much energy. That was why I was now in a state of complete exhaustion. I wasn't even able to flex my fingers. Lying quietly in the dark, I heard whispering from beyond the room. Straining to listen to the sounds, I picked up a familiar voice. My father was speaking rapidly to someone else. I need this to be kept between us. Please do this favor for our family. I fear the situation has become too dire for us to continue on. She could be a danger to the clan. My father spoke in a grave voice. You say she attacked you? A second voice, which also sounded familiar, asked. No. She was defending herself, but it was unlike any other defense our clan has ever used. It was unique in strength. I am still unable to fully understand what she did. And you want them all gone. All of it, like they never existed. This could seriously mess with her psyche, Hiashi. A pause. There are more important things at stake here, Inoichi. Inoichi. The name sounded familiar. The door to my right opened up, and I could barely muster the strength to turn my head to look. In the light of the frame, I saw a tall man with a long blonde ponytail stride forward. He wore a purple vest and carried a strange-looking device. As he came closer, the door swung shut and immediately small blue balls of light illuminated the room. It gave the dark dungeon an eerie and ominous feeling. Anoichi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan, known for their ability to enter minds and access memories. The man walked up to me and placed a strange headband-like object across my forehead and attached a similar one to his own. 3 different colored wires lead from one headband to the other. My train of thought sped up as I tried to understand the current situation. The only time Anoichi made personal visits to the clans were to penetrate the thoughts of captured enemies or to cure the mentally ill. I wasn't mentally ill though. What else were they known for? My mind raced to find the answer. The Yamanaka also had the ability to manipulate memories. But the only reason for him to be here under my father's orders would be to erase my own. I heard clicking and felt chakra creep through the wires, coming closer and closer to my mind. He was sent to erase my memories of Naruto. The realization came too late. This chapter has been extremely Hinata-centric with a heavy dose of Nijiten, which I hope is okay. I'm also going to have a pretty busy next few months, so I apologize for leaving you guys with this cliffhanger. There are only 2 more chapters left until this story is over, so please be sure to follow, fav, and most of all review. I really appreciate review because it lets me know what you the reader are feeling, and if I'm doing a decent job with the story. Until the next update. AC. Chapter 12. My dear readers. I am a piece of shit. I know it. I'm sorry that I haven't updated in over a year. I could make excuses, and I will, but I understand your unwillingness to forgive me in this. Sometimes life is overwhelming and we have to prioritize our professional goals over our hobbies. Sometimes we live in an undeveloped area in a foreign country for over 5 months, and there is no Wi-Fi. Sometimes we're just lazy AF. In my case it was all 3. But I love this story and I will complete it. We're almost there. I know I said the next chapter would be the last, but after seeing how long this one was and underestimating my own laziness, I had to break this chapter and the last one into 2 parts, so that there are now 3 more chapters until the end. But I have everything figured out. All there is to do is write, which is the hard part. But it will be awesome. So please enjoy this latest installment of the Affair Bazaar. And if I continue to be a miserable piece of garbage, don't hesitate to call me out on it. Like seriously don't. AC. Hinata POV. No? I bolted upright and bright sunlight blinded my eyes. As I tried to adjust to the canary yellow spots in my vision, my heart, which was thumping at an enormous rate, began to calm down. Slowly unclenching my hands from the comforter, I laid back down onto the bed, trying to understand why I had woken in a panic. Closing my eyes, I saw the orange glow passing through my lids. A nightmare, I thought. But what could it have been? Breathing much slower than before, I tried to conjure up the dream, but my mind was blanking. My eyes lazily opened as I rolled to my side and looked towards the curtains that were pulled apart by a maid that had snuck into my room in the early hours. As I pulled the covers off and sat up in my bed, I watched small blue birds fly past my window in pairs. They swooped low into the trees, then quickly rocketed back, disappearing into the sky. The sight of it made my heart flutter with excitement, and for some reason I desperately craved the fresh air. I jumped from the bed and swung myself around the bedpost, pushing off of the wooden backboard and throwing myself onto the window. After swiftly undoing a small latch, I flung the panes open and felt the rush of wind crash into the room. The scent of lilacs and roses from the bushes below curled around me, filtered into my senses, and spread through my veins. A soft sigh left me as I collapsed back onto the bed. Somehow I felt like I had not been part of the world around me for weeks, and that finally I could feel alive again. I hadn't breathed for months, and right now I had taken my first gulps of air. My chest felt light, and I grabbed a pillow next to me to squeeze it tight. My heart was whole and it was beating fast. I smiled into the pillow and inhaled once again. To breathe full and unburdened felt so unfamiliar. A knock came from the door. "See, come in. Hinata-sama, Hiyashi-sama wishes for you to come to his chambers." The kind-faced serving girl spoke in a nervous voice. I panicked. I knew why he was calling me. I rushed to wash my face and change my clothes. My father would be extremely angry with me, an anger I had not felt the wrath of in some while. Rushing through the door, I tried my best to walk as quick as possible through the maze of hallways leading to my father's chambers. I stopped just before the hallway reaching his room to catch my breath and make sure I was presentable. After checking myself in a nearby wall mirror, I rounded the corner only to stop as the door to my father's room opened. Loud shouting reverberated throughout the hall. I fled back behind the corner and listened. "Hiyashi-sama, what you have done is horrendous. Dishonorable. You could have. How dare you raise your voice to me? I am the head of this clan, and the decisions I make are not to be challenged by you. But this is beyond what a clan leader should do. Beyond what a father should do. How could you? To your own. Enough. It has already been done and you will do your best to ensure it remains intact." I peered past the wall to catch a glimpse of the scene. Niji was facing Hiyashi-sama, who looked stern and menacing. Though I couldn't see Niji's face, I noticed his hands were in tight fists by his side. The scene was near unbelievable. I had never heard Niji raise his voice to my father. If that is what you command, uncle. The malice oozed through gritted teeth. Hiyashi-sama assessed the young man carefully. You're dismissed, nephew. Niji turned quickly to walk away. Niji, Hiyashi-sama said. Niji stopped abruptly to listen. You will not question my decisions again. I turned away from them both and pressed my body against the wall as Niji came down the corridor. As he rounded the corner, he nearly ran into me. Niji must have been incredibly preoccupied to have missed my presence, but he caught himself before we could collide. Hinata-sama, he declared in surprise. I tried to give him a weak smile to make up for hiding. Even though our relationship had improved drastically in the last few weeks, mainly due to his own troubles with Tenten, I did not think he would approve of me eavesdropping. I waited to be reprimanded. Instead, Niji grabbed my shoulders and stared into my eyes. My own whitened in shock, and I tried to push him back, but his hands continued to hold me in place. He seemed to be searching for something. Slowly, the determined look on his face melted into an expression that was even more confusing. It was pity. I am sorry, he said before letting me go and walking straight down the hall. I stood there disoriented. Pulling myself together, I turned the corner and walked, trying my best not to make eye contact with the men guarding the door. Knocking very lightly, I prayed my father would not hear me and I could escape. Enter. Pushing past the heavy doors, I walked in to see his desk move back against the wall, and where it should have been was a small pillow. My father sat stiffly opposite to the pillow and stared intently as I walked in. I waited for further instruction. Sit down. My knees sank into the cushion, and I kept my head down waiting for the reprimand. Do you know why I have called you? Please forgive me, father. I threw my whole body down in a low-seated bow, and remained that way for what seemed like a whole minute. What is it that I should be forgiving? Hiyashi-sama said slowly. I closed my eyes and willed myself to have the confidence to accept my crime. I kept trying to choke out the words. I am sorry, father. I forgot to bring your morning tea. It may have been my own imagination, but I felt my father let out a sigh. His shoulders had most definitely relaxed and the strong awe of anticipation disappeared. I felt a hand hold my face and another grabbed my arm and pull me up to my feet. All is forgiven, my dear daughter. I stared wide-eyed at him. Though it would not have been called a smile to the ordinary man, the small lift of his lips was the equivalent of a wide grin on my father's face. He let go and slowly paced towards the window and spoke in a gentle tone. Hinata, my child, before you are my daughter, you are first and foremost the daughter of our clan. You have been steadfast in your commitment to the Hyuga for many years. It brought me great pride to see you exemplify the kind of loyalty that is required to be the heiress of our lineage. The clan, this family, is more important than our individual lives and interests. In the past you have always respected my word. You understood the necessity of accepting my decisions. However, I fear that you have come to an age where you no longer care for the responsibilities that come as a leader. Perhaps you may even no longer understand the importance of our clan. And no, of course not, father. He raised his hand and I fell silent. Maybe I have not done enough to keep you involved in our family. I may have inadvertently excluded you, and that might have caused some of this volatile behavior. True, you have not proven the warrior your sister is, but I may have judged you too soon. Perhaps in being quick to dismiss your abilities I have caused you to harbor resentment towards me. But my daughter, this cannot continue. You are a princess and you must act as such. The lives of our people rest on your shoulders. They will look to you for support, and that means making sacrifices for the future. That means putting the needs of the clan before your own. Do you understand? I was utterly perplexed. All of this because I forgot to bring in his tea. Why yes, father. Good. He walked away from the window and towards the desk. After shuffling some items, Hiyashi-sama found what he was looking for. He motioned for me to sit and like before we sat opposite one another. This is a calendar gifted to me by the Inizuka clan. It is a symbolic gesture to count down the days to the wedding, but I would like you to keep it. I accepted the gift with shaking hands. I could not remember a time when I had been personally given a present by my father. I want to give this to you to mark the beginning of a closer bond between you and the clan. I tried very hard to keep back the tears. Thank you, father. Now on to a different matter. It has come to my attention that perhaps you have not been pushed hard enough in your training. I think under the right tutelage and encouragement, you could begin to rival Hanabi. I have the utmost confidence in your abilities. Starting tomorrow you must work harder and make me proud. I couldn't find the words to speak. I just stared open-mouthed gaping at Hiyashi-sama. It was as if an impostor had taken over his body. This was not my father. I smiled a little under his encouraging stare. He waved his hand to dismiss me, and I leapt up. Walking, practically skipping, out of the room, I gave both the guards a large grin, and beamed at the maids that passed by. The girls giggled back and I wanted to spin around in the spot. Sleeping in had been the greatest decision of my life. As I pushed the door into my room, I felt a familiar presence. Without looking at my visitor, I turned to close the door and began removing my petticoat. Hanging the jumper over my chair, I went to join my sister at the sitting table towards the far end of the room. Hanabi was perusing through an old textbook of mine from the academy. "What brings you to my room, Hanabi?" Hanabi looked up from the book and stared at me closely. "You seem different, more upbeat since last night. Did something happen?" Last night had been Niji's engagement ceremony. Tenten was devastated and Niji even more so. There were colors and flowers and music and tears and silence. I started to relive the night and watched myself stare admiringly at my cousin's gorgeous fiancée, then look horrifyingly as his would-be lover tried her very best to remain compass. And by the end of the night, I couldn't remember the end of the night. I remembered speaking to Niji and telling him to call off the engagement. But he said he couldn't. That the engagement was for the clan, but it was also for Hinata. I broke out of my thoughts and stared at Hanabi. She was waiting for a response. Father called me into his chambers. He gave me this. I showed her the calendar. This particular calendar was the tear-away kind that needed to be changed every day. The pages were thick and tea-stained. Complex patterns had been drawn onto the paper, and each page had a unique design. I would have to remember to remove the current day before I went to bed each night. Hanabi stared at me a bit baffled, but after she regained her composure, she gave me a genuine smile. "It is an excellent gift. Thank you." I got up to place the small calendar on my nightstand. It sat between a flower vase and a jewelry dish. When I turned back to join Hanabi at the table, I found her sitting on my bed instead. She motioned for me to come join her. "Sister, do you recall that I wanted to talk to you about something during Tsunade-sama's function?" "Yes." It took some time for the memories to come back, but I vaguely remembered Hanabi telling me something before a woman with pink hair pulled me away to talk about something. Something I couldn't remember. The woman was crying and I remember being very anxious. "Hinata." Hanabi pulled me back to the current conversation. I nodded, signaling her to continue. "Father wishes for me to speak with you about your future marriage. Specifically about prospective bachelors. Niji will be married in a few months, and Father hope you will be married soon after that. He would like me to ask you if you would be interested in a marriage to your ex-teammate, the Inizuka heir." I was silent for a moment. "Kiba-kun?" Hanabi nodded. I felt my face grow warm. Of course I had thought about potentially marrying him at one point or another, but that was completely different than actually marrying him. My heart began beating fast. "Yes, the man you were talking to during the party. You both seemed quite comfortable with one another, and I think Father envisions a stronger alliance with the eastern branch of the Inizuka clan. This would greatly strengthen our ties here, and I personally feel that this would be an alliance you would not be opposed to." I stared at her, unsure what to say. Kiba was very handsome and incredibly intelligent. He would be the next leader of the Inizuka clan, and I have always respected and admired him. If I were to marry him, I could remain in the kingdom, and I could see Tenten and Hanabi as often as I wanted. Kiba has always treated me fairly and as an equal. But he has been my teammate for many years, and I doubt he would see me as anything more than just his helpless partner. "Please give me some time to think about it." Hanabi stood up and walked towards the door. "Take time to make your decision. I will see you tonight at dinner." As soon as the door closed, I threw myself onto my bed and buried my head into the pillow. "Hinata Inizuka." I giggled. Naruto POV. I charged straight at the old dude with the hardest punch I could muster. Just when I thought it was going to land, he jumped out of the way and I went crashing into a tree. I heard a horrible crunch and pain seared through my arm. I bit down on my tongue and slumped onto the ground. Accessing my chakra reserve, I could feel a cool sensation as my arm began repairing the injuries. Jiraiya sat beside me and began to chuckle. "There's no nuance in any of your moves. It's all too obvious. Just shut up." Another laugh. "I think we're good for today. Come on. Let me go again." Jiraiya, who had already gotten to his feet, reached out a hand to me. "Nah, let's call it a day." I took his hand and pulled myself up. My arm was fully healed, and I was ready to throw a few more punches. "I guess you really are getting old." I smirked, trying to antagonize him into another battle. Jiraiya shook his head and went to grab his pack. "I just have other appointments." I gave a disgusted groan as the two of us walked through the woods and back onto the main road. We had been training like this for months now. First was hardcore meditation and focus, and believe it or not, that was the most difficult portion. Then came chakra extension and trying to access the hidden pool of energy I stored within me. That made a mess of the local mountain range. Now we moved on to strength and precision training. Apparently I was clumsy and predictable, but one of these days I was going to pummel that hermit into the ground. "Hey, what time were you coming home tonight?" I asked casually. Walking by Jiraiya's side, he raised an eyebrow and gave me a very suspicious look. "Why?" "Nothing, it's just that my friend from back home is in town, and I thought she could come by for dinner." "Which friend?" "The pink-haired one in the photo of my team." "Ooh, the hot one." Jiraiya wiggled his eyebrows. I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, that one. She's like 30 years younger than you. Don't be gross. You know what, today I'll take a break. I'll come back early and we'll make a nice dinner for your friend. Grab some food and we'll cook something. Wait, seriously? Okay, cool. Soon came the fork in the road where we usually split up. Jiraiya walked straight and I veered towards the left. He continued towards the countryside. Buy some ingredients and we'll figure out something to make. And with a quick wave of his hand he vanished behind the hills. Within 10 minutes I was amidst the hustle and bustle of market life. I took my time checking a few of the stalls, stopping by to say hi to familiar faces and local vendors. There was usually a mid-afternoon rush at the apple stand that I really wanted to avoid. As I was meandering through the stalls, someone roughly grabbed me by the shoulders from behind. Hey. Sakura smiled at me and swept the gloves she had just bought from the stall behind us. I looked at her in surprise. You're here early? Yeah, about that, I got out of work early. Something happened today. Oh yeah, what? Sakura looked around. Not here. I'll tell you later. Alright, well, Jiraiya said it was okay if you came over for dinner tonight. I just have to pick up some food and we can head over to my apartment. Wow, that's so nice. Let's head this way then. Sakura began to talk about her day as we walked past the kitchenware and cutlery. We passed by a few fruit stalls before we reached my destination. I came to a sudden halt, though Sakura wasn't expecting it, and continued to move forward. Her considerable strength threw me into the nearby cantaloupe stand. I hastily got up and gave the woman an apologetic smile. Turning back, I ran towards the burly man. Any news? Not today, kid, but come back tomorrow. The man threw an apple at me and I thanked him. Sakura followed me as we walked away. What was that about? Well, he's the apple guy I was telling you about. I come every day to get information on Hinata. You never know if Tenten might show up or if the apple guy has spotted her. I usually sit there for a few hours, but you caught up with me today, so I just wanted to check in. If I didn't have to train, I'd probably be here all day every day. Sometimes I try to get out early just in case, you know. Oh? Sakura said quietly. I gave her a confused look as I bit into the apple. Oh? What's up? Nothing, she said in a very unconvincing tone. I stopped and pulled her back by the elbow. Bending down a little so that I could make direct eye contact with her, I raised an eyebrow. What is it? Sakura stared back at me. A small hand shot from her side to tassel my hair. I retreated backwards. Hey. Gosh, I keep forgetting how much you've grown. You're so much taller than me. She turned away and kept moving forward. I rolled my eyes and followed behind her. Fine. If she didn't want to talk about whatever was bothering her, then that's her business. So what are you cooking tonight? What do people cook besides ramen? You kidding me, right? I'm not kidding. It's all I ever eat. A grown boy like you needs more than just salt and carbs. Sakura, what's bothering you? I said, hoping to surprise her into a response. Instead, Sakura grabbed a stalk of celery and shoved it into my hands. We are going to make a hot pot for 3. The hour passed by pretty quickly. It was mostly just Sakura picking out vegetables and meat and me coughing up money. After all the shopping was done, we decided it would be best just to head over to the apartment and start cooking. I unlocked the front door and made to invite Sakura in, but she had already shoved me aside and pushed her way through the door. You live here, huh? Not what I imagined. Oh yeah, I said, dropping off the food in the kitchen and leaning on the countertop. And what did you imagine? Honestly, a cave. I rolled my eyes and grabbed 2 glasses from the cabinet. Towards the back of the cupboard I found a poorly hidden bottle of sake. Popping open the cork, I poured us both a sizable portion. Sakura took one of the glasses and sighed. I've learned to stay away from this stuff. Tsunade-sama is a bit of a drunk, but a few drinks tonight couldn't hurt. We clinked our glasses and took a sip. I watched as Sakura grimaced against the taste of the alcohol. She muck-gagged and I laughed. Suddenly her face fell and she looked deeply into the sake. Naruto, I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to freak out. In fact, I'm not really sure of what I even heard, and it's probably not as bad as it sounds, but out with it, Sakura. Well, I overheard one of Tsunade-sama's meetings today. Apparently the head of the Inoichi clan visited the Hyuga compound on the clan leader's request. It had something to do with one of his daughters. She had some sort of breakdown or something that they wanted to keep quiet. She's okay though, I think. Whoa, Naruto. Sakura jumped up to grab a towel and began wrapping my hand with it. I looked down to see blood spilling onto the ground next to some shattered glass. The cup I was holding had broken apart in my hand. I pushed her away and threw the wrecked glass into the trash. Don't worry about it. Within an instant, chakra rushed into the wound, closing the gap. Before her eyes, Sakura saw me repair myself. Okay, I guess that's new. Anything else on Hinata? Since when could you? Hinata, Sakura. What about Hinata? I grabbed her shoulders, trying to get her back on the topic. She pushed my hands away and gave me an exasperated look. Look, I don't know anything else, but I bet it's nothing serious. It was the night of her cousin's engagement. She was probably just feeling stress from that and needed some help, that's all. I really wouldn't worry about it. Besides, I don't even know if it was Hinata. It could have been her sister. I just wanted to let you know. I crouched down to pick up the remaining pieces. There was silence as I threw the shards away and made to grab a new cup. Was Hinata hurt? Was she okay? God, I hated not knowing. So are you going to tell me what that's all about? She said, pointing to my now repaired hand. As I poured sake into the new cup, I started explaining my regenerative ability. After washing my hands, I grabbed a carrot out of the grocery bag and started cutting up the vegetables, while Sakura walked around the small apartment, talking about how my self-healing abilities compared to a medical technique Tsunade has developed. I was only half listening to what she was saying. The other part of my brain was so focused on worrying and trying to figure out if Hinata really was okay. She was strong-willed and tougher than I gave her credit for. She would be alright. But a breakdown during Niji's engagement ceremony. What the hell could have happened? Honestly, that sounded more like something Tenten should have done instead of Hinata. Look at us. Sakura said mostly to herself as she grabbed a picture frame I kept on the windowsill and examined it. She stared at it for a long time. I had moved onto the cabbage by the time she spoke again. How's training going? Huh? Oh yeah, it's great. Honestly, I'm loving it. Learning all these new jutsus and whatnot is really cool. Besides, it's a really great distraction. Sakura looked up at me with an affronted look. A distraction? You know, from this whole Hinata situation. Sakura looked down at the photo. She bit her lip as though she wanted to say something. Steeling herself, Sakura walked back into the kitchen with the photo in hand. Don't get me wrong, Naruto. I support you and Hinata together. But don't you think she's the distraction and not the other way around? I stopped cutting up vegetables. What? Do you even care about finding Sasuke? I gave her what I hoped was the most appalled look I could muster. Of course I do. Why would you say that? Because if you really cared, you would be focusing all of your extra time towards finding him. I don't know if you figured this out, Sakura, but it's not like I can go around asking if anyone spotted him. I know. I just feel like you spend all day trying to find ways to reunite with Hinata, instead of doing the same kind of detective work towards finding Sasuke. And you talk about training like it's something that you have to get over with to get back to finding her. Sakura put her hands up defensively under the look I was giving her. I understand you love her and you want her back. I get that, and I'm rooting for you too. I just feel like you put in more effort into finding her than saving Sasuke. Sakura, you feel that way because you're in love with him. I said, trying to keep my temper in check. If it was me that'd run off, you wouldn't have nearly the same kind of reaction. That's not fair, she said, slamming down the photo. The frame split apart. I grabbed the picture from the wreckage. It's true. You want him back because he's the love of your life. You're doing everything you can to find him because you miss him in a totally different way than how Kakashi and I do. We understand the situation from a different point of view, and our need to bring him back is not nearly as high as yours. I pointed to the Sasuke in the photo. The main priority has always been Sasuke, so don't tell me I'm not putting in enough effort when no one can match the amount of effort you put in. Besides, you of all people should understand my need to find Hinata. The desire you feel towards finding him is the same way I feel about her. But you're too focused on her instead of your mission, which is to bring back Sasuke. I know, but listen. Sakura, hasn't Sasuke always been your mission? What does that mean? She said, nostrils flaring. I mean, Sasuke has always come first for you, so you wouldn't get it. Before Hinata, you guys came first, but now she's become the most important person in my life. She's the woman I want to marry. The person I want to spend the rest of my life with. She is to me what Sasuke is to you. She comes first. But Sasuke should come first. Sasuke has to come first for both of you. Sakura was shouting now. For both of us? I asked. She looked away from me and let out a raspy sigh like she was trying not to cry. Kakashi hasn't exactly been the most helpful right now. He doesn't seem to be doing anything to find Sasuke. Both of you seem to have moved on with your lives. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm the only one that wants him back. Like I'm the only one that's worried about Sasuke and actually thinks about him anymore. I put the knife down calmly onto the table and walked around to face her. I pulled Sakura into a big hug, and she placed her head on my chest. I think about him every day, Sakura. He's my motivation. The reason I am who I am. Sasuke is your first love, but he's also family. Sure, I'm looking for Hinata, but that doesn't mean I've stopped searching for Sasuke. That's my brother, and I'm doing everything I can to find him. That starts with training and getting stronger, because you can bet your ass that he's out there doing the same, and when we finally catch up to him, he's not going to go easy on us. Trust me. So don't worry, we'll find him. This is a bad time, huh? I turned to see Jiraiya closing the door behind him. Sakura moved away from me, wiping tears from her eyes. I laughed awkwardly and went back into the kitchen to continue cutting vegetables. Jiraiya, this is Sakura. Sakura, this is my mentor Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya stretched out a hand which Sakura took. It is an honor to meet one of the three Sannin. She bowed. Oh, please, no need for the formalities. Oh, and I see you guys have already broken out my good alcohol. Naruto, pour me a drink. Soon after we all started cutting up veggies and meats to toss into our hot pot. It was the easiest thing to make, and with some coercion I got them to let me throw in some noodles. We were essentially eating ramen. We ate and drank and talked for hours. Jirei really liked Sakura and liked her even more after he found out she was Tsunade-sama's apprentice. He told us many stories about a drunk teenage Tsunade gambling away her parents' money or flashing bouncers to get them into bars. Tsunade. She was my first love and the best track I've ever seen on a woman. I choked on my drink and saw Sakura try to keep a straight face. I know if I had made that comment I would be dead. But I'm not the only one here whose teammate was their first love. Naruto here had quite the crush on you. Jirei moved his head just in time to miss the cup I had thrown at him. That's ancient history. Besides, it clearly didn't work out, I said as I went to retrieve the cup. Sakura laughed and poured me some more sake as I sat back down. Well, at least it wasn't a total disaster for you two. My first love ended up betraying the entire village and leaving me on a park bench, so there's that. Sakura downed the rest of her drink and slumped the cup on the table. Jiraiya and I both shared a scared look, then he poured her some more drink. Well, they don't all end well. But look where you are now. Stronger than ever. Besides, that boy was an idiot not to see what Naruto and I see. Yeah, well, stop seeing so much, you perv. I pushed Jiraiya and he fell onto his side laughing. He decided to lay there and propped up his head on his hand. I refilled everyone's cups. Jiraiya raised his. A toast. We all raised our glasses. To unrequited first loves. You know, speaking of first, Sakura gave me a sly smile. Don't you dare. Naruto's first kiss was Sasuke. She shouted, jumping away from my hand as I tried to cover her mouth. I leaned back and groaned as I heard both of them burst into laughter. Jiraiya was in tears. It was strange. I knew there was a 50-50 chance that Hinata was sitting miserable somewhere within the Hyuga compound. But watching Sakura and Jiraiya laugh and drink made me happy. I was happy and it felt wrong, but that was the truth. I was happy, but I couldn't bring myself to laugh with them. Hinata POV. Excellent job, Hinata-sama. My instructor cheered from the sidelines as I managed to dodge a fast kick from Hanabi. I placed my forearm up to avoid another blow. Though Hanabi's assault had pushed me back a significant distance, I kept my ground. For the first time ever, I had not fallen down. Wonderful. Good form. I beamed at the elderly man before turning to my sister. Would why you mind if we stop here? I was hoping to bring father's tea early so I could meet Tenten when she arrives. Hanabi nodded her head and went to grab a towel. My new coach walked up to me and passed me a towel as well. You have made such great strides, Hinata-sama. It was true. In the last 2 weeks I had made more progress in my fighting abilities than I had in years. I can say with certainty that the improvements came from the support and positive reinforcement of my instructor, Hanabi, and even Niji. During his free mornings, Niji had taken to coming to my practices and helping me with my chakra control. I was starting to believe that I too could be as strong as Niji and Hanabi. At least strong enough to be considered a daughter of Yashi. I should go. Father will be waiting. I quickly went to my room to clean up, then ran to the kitchens. Normally I would not have been in such a hurry, but Tenten would be visiting the compound today. She was supposed to have arrived a week ago, but her mission was delayed. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the engagement and thus 2 weeks since I had seen Tenten. I was worried about her well-being, but I trusted Lee to help her through this troubling time. I understood Tenten's need to be away from Niji, but I really missed my best friend in those 2 weeks. I was excited to see her again. Grabbing the tea tray, I hurried to my father's room. May I come in? I spoke into the large doors. Hiyashi-sama called me in. Good morning, Hinata, he said without looking up from his paperwork. I smiled and placed the teacup onto his desk. As I squeezed a lemon into the cup, my father put his work down and looked at me. I hear you have been improving significantly in your training. I smiled and wiped my hands on a towel. Yes, sir. I am practicing chakra C control like you advised. Niji-san has been incredibly helpful. It also looks like your speech impediment is getting better as well. I said, making to clean up the tray. Before my father could answer, a guard had come to the door. Hiyashi-sama, I am here to inform Hinata-sama that Tenten-san will be arriving at the gates shortly. Please also notify Niji of her arrival. He has something to discuss with Miss Tenten, my father said. The guard bowed and left the room to find Niji. I looked back at my father with a confused expression. He avoided my eyes. You may be excused. Thank you, father, I said, smiling again. Waiting until I reached the door, I tucked the tray to my side and sprinted towards the entrance. Halfway there I paused to catch my breath and a few stares from elders. I tried to compose myself and walk in a dignified manner towards the front gates. As I approached, I saw Tenten walking towards me. Forgetting all formality, I ran towards her and pulled Tenten into a large hug, trying my best not to hit her with the tea tray. Hey there, she said, hugging me back. I missed you, I said, finally letting her go. Yeah, I miss you too. Tenten seemed bewildered at the sight of me. I could tell the mission had taken quite a toll on her. There were new battle scars, and bruises were slowly fading from her arms and legs. We walked back towards the entrance. How was your mission? It was fine. Tenten began in a hesitant voice. What's going on? What do you mean? I said confused. I mean, I'm surprised to see you in such a good mood. We passed through the gates and into the compound. In fact, I'm even more surprised to see they let you out this far. I do not understand. But before Tenten could explain herself, she stopped in place and froze. In front of us stood Niji. He walked up to both of us and bowed. Tenten, I need to speak with you. Tenten looked at me, then back at Niji. I don't think that's a good idea. This is very important. We need to talk alone. Niji, I can't do this right now. Tenten said frustratedly. She made to move away from Niji, but he blocked her path. She glared at him. But before the situation could escalate, I chimed in. Tenten, it's something that Hiyashi-sama wants Niji-san to discuss with you. Tenten's eyes widened. Niji motioned for her to follow him. And asked me to wait for them. So I sat on a nearby chair and waited, but not even a minute passed before I remembered about the tea tray I was holding. I could return it to the kitchens and be back by the time Niji and Tenten had finished talking. I walked swiftly to the kitchens and returned the tray. Taking an alternate route to get back to the compound entrance, I sauntered casually towards the open garden near my room when I heard familiar sounds. From the end of the deserted hallway I heard Tenten's voice. That's impossible, she said in a loud whisper. Her hands were flailing around as she tried to voice her concern. Niji watched her. With arms crossed. I knew I should not have been eavesdropping, but my own curiosity had gotten the best of me. I wanted to know what it was that Hiyashi-sama wanted that made Tenten so upset. Inoichi has never been one to make a mistake. Especially in a case like this. I'm afraid they're all gone. Every single one. All of them. A pause. Niji nodded his head while Tenten's hands flew to her forehead. She was rubbing her temples and pacing around. Well, someone has to tell we can't. What do you mean we can't? The situation is unstable. Unstable. It was such a volatile reaction to Hiyashi-sama. My uncle has never seen anything like what he saw that night. I mean, the state of it all under these conditions. Inoichi-san is worried that any previous memory might trigger a dangerous emotional response. So you just expect me to say nothing? You'll have to. Tenten nodded. Alright. If that's what's needed. If you would like, we could talk about this at another time when Hinata-sama is not waiting for us. Niji paused. Perhaps over tea? Niji Tenten began in a breakable and soft voice. I don't think I can. Not yet. I could tell the conversation was taking a personal turn, so I quietly walked away before either of them could catch me spying. Both of them were speaking in riddles. I wasn't able to piece together and make sense of any of their conversation. Right as I arrived back at the entrance, Tenten had shown up with an unusual expression on her face. So are we allowed into your room now? Yes, of course. I said, grabbing her hand and walking towards my room. What was it my cousin wanted to discuss with you? Oh, nothing, just mission stuff. Nothing important. We arrived at my room, but before we went in, Tenten stopped at the door. Where are your bodyguards? I looked at her quizzically. Why would I need guards? We are inside the compound. Right? She said as we entered. We spent the next 2 hours talking about Tenten's mission. I told her all about my new training and how much I had improved. She offered to teach me a few things as well. But the entire time we talked, something seemed different about Tenten. It was as though she was watching me and waiting for something to happen. Suddenly Tenten interrupted our conversation. Do you remember anything from these last few months? Of course I do. I mean, do you remember anything or anyone specifically? Is there something I should be remembering? Tenten looked around. We're completely alone, Hinata. You can say whatever you want right now. You are correct. I can. But what is it you want me to say? You can't. Tenten, is everything alright? I was beginning to worry. After staring at her for some minutes, I held her hand tightly, finally understanding. Oh, I see. I started. Immediately Tenten's face perked up and she beckoned me to continue. You wish to discuss the engagement. Do not think I forgot, Tenten. I was just waiting for you to bring up the subject. Wait, what? Tenten jumped off of the bed and stared at me as if I had physically attacked her. Something was most definitely not right. I stood up as well. Tenten, please, you are beginning to worry me. Is everything alright? As I tried to approach her, Tenten backed away. She had moved all the way towards the door. No, everything's not alright. She turned the doorknob and rushed out of the room. I chased after her, but we were intercepted by Niji. Out of nowhere, he had grabbed Tenten and pulled her into his arms. She made to push herself away, but Niji's grip kept her in place. Looking back over her shoulder, Tenten gawked at me with an expression of horror. Turning back to Niji, she looked up at him. I think I could go for some tea now. She shakily removed herself from Niji and walked towards the gates. Niji excused both of them and followed Tenten. I was left alone to wonder what I had done. Naruto POV. So Sakura, how about you come train with Naruto and I on your days off? It would be good for both of you to start team building. Jiraiya said one evening when Sakura had come over again for dinner. The pink-haired fire starter usually ate at the palace with Tsunade, her assistant Shizune, and her pet pig. On certain nights when leaders of the different clans or cages from other kingdoms came to dine, Sakura would have to stay and listen to the political ramblings of those in power. She liked it though, saying she preferred to have an insider view of what was going on in the world. But when there weren't corrupt goons to entertain, Sakura would come have dinner at our place, which was great because that meant we ate home-cooked meals once in a while. Admittedly, Sakura wasn't the best chef in the world, but her food was edible and her company was welcome. After Jiraiya's invitation to train, Sakura had accompanied me during 3 different days of training. It was rocky at first. Literally. I had never seen the extent of Sakura's strength, and it was a miracle I dodged all of her attacks. It was raining rubble as I frantically ran away from her final punch. The maniac was laughing as she chased after me. By our 3rd training session, Jiraiya had helped us start to work together as a team. It was like we were kids again back at the academy, learning combination attacks and trying to read each other's movements. I was waiting at our usual countryside training ground. Stretching my hands to the sky and leaning back, I watched puffy white clouds swim lazily across the sky. It was cheesy to think, but I couldn't help but wonder if Hinata was staring at the same clouds I was. I knew she was under house arrest, but maybe they let her outside the compound on occasion. Maybe she was also staring at those clouds thinking of me. I slowly felt the presence of chakra and knew that Sakura was close by. I turned to look at the path and saw her walking towards the grounds. I waved a hand to grab her attention. "Hey there," I said as she came closer. In one hand she carried a pouch, and in the other she held a lunchbox. "Hey Naruto." There was something off about her voice. She was usually tired by the time she came to practice, exhausted from her own medical training and volunteer work at the hospital. But this wasn't fatigue. There was something more daunting behind her words. I could feel her emotions, and the usual upbeat attitude that accompanied Sakura was missing today. "What you got there?" I pointed towards the parcel in her hand. She handed it over to me and I took whatever it was. Turning the pouch over, I saw the Kingdom medical seal. "It's a medical pouch. The one you have at your apartment is old, so I figured you guys could use a new one." "Okay, and that?" I looked eagerly towards the lunchbox. Sakura gave me a weak smile and handed it to me as well. Quickly sitting on the ground, I ripped into the lunchbox and saw a very fancy assortment of expensive food. "It's leftovers from today's lunch. I brought them for you," Sakura said, sitting down next to me. As I chowed down, Sakura began fidgeting with her shirt. Shoveling meat into my mouth, I gave her a quizzical look. "Naruto, I need to talk to you about something serious." Sakura spoke as I was about to bite into another piece of pork. I slowly moved the food away from my mouth and set down the lunchbox. "Okay. But you have to promise not to interrupt or freak out." "Sakura, why would I do that?" "Just promise, please." She maintained fierce eye contact. I shrugged. "Alright, I promise," I said, leaning forward. Sakura was rubbing her hands together and took a deep breath. Yesterday Tsunade-sama came into the laboratory where Shizune-san and I were working and starting yelling. She was in a rage over something that Inoichi-san had done while he was at the Hyuga compound. I think Tsunade-sama forgot I was in the room and starting ranting to Shizune-san about how the 2 clans could do something like this without her permission or oversight. Something about ruining the mental stability of someone so young. Shizune-san made me leave the room once she realized I was still there. Sakura took another breath and I waited for her to continue. "Well, during my stay here I've made a lot of friends, and one of my really close friends is actually the daughter of Inoichi-san. Her name's Ino and she's really nice. Anyways, I had lunch with her today, and I kind of asked her about why her dad was at the Hyuga compound. Ino told me that one of clan leader's daughters had a mental breakdown, and the reason was because of some man she fell in love with. Apparently his daughter's feelings over this man caused her to go insane. At least that's what the Hyuga leader told Ino's dad." "No? That's not possible. That's bullshit. I swear to you." "Naruto, I told you not to interrupt," Sakura shouted. I tried to compose myself, but the idea of Hinata going insane over me was absurd. "Naruto, do you know who Yamanaka clan are?" My first reaction was to say no, but something about the name sounded familiar. I took a moment to think about where I might have heard it. Eventually a soft-spoken voice creeped into my mind. God asked each man to point to one area of his body which he wanted to enrich. The Yamanaka, wanting to be witty, pointed to God's body, and said he wished to control the body of other men. God gave him this ability but told the Yamanaka that if he controlled another's body his own would be compromised. "They can control people's bodies, right?" I said, wondering where this question was going. Sakura shook her head. "Not exactly. Actually the Yamanaka can enter people's minds. I guess the ability to control bodies stems from this. But ultimately the Yamanaka clan are known for being able to see inside someone else's head. The strongest of them can alter thoughts and personalities." Sakura took hold of my hands, and tears began to form in the corner of her eyes. "Ino and Inoichi are part of the Yamanaka clan." Inoichi-san was instructed by Hinata's father to erase her memories, and not just all of her memories but specific ones. Specifically all of her memories of you. I jerked my hands back and leaned away from Sakura. Naruto, she doesn't remember you anymore. That's not possible, I said, scurrying away from her as though Sakura was the cause of all of my fears. Pushing myself off of the ground, I began to pace around. She couldn't, she can't. She wouldn't ever. She love. Naruto, this isn't something that can be controlled. This wasn't of her own accord. Sakura stood up and tried to put a hand on my shoulder. Pushing it away, I began to clasp both hands around my neck. It felt like I was suffocating. Well, Tenten wouldn't let that happen. She'll remind Hinata, I know it. Naruto, Sakura said in a pleading voice as if she was trying to reason with me. But this was beyond reason. Her closest relatives and friends have been told not to mention anything that has to do with you. They're worried that anything to do with you will spark a relapse, and she'll go mentally insane again. That's fucking ridiculous. She didn't go insane. He's making that up. Naruto, how do you know? Because I just do. Because she's Hinata. Because I love her and I know we're meant to be together. She wouldn't be able to forget me if she tried, because that's how much we love each other. I screamed at Sakura, hoping to force understanding into her. She just kept looking at me with sad, pitiful eyes, the same eyes that were scattered throughout my childhood. Those eyes that spoke in tone of sympathy, as if I was some stupid child that couldn't comprehend the situation I was in. But she didn't know Hinata like I knew Hinata. She didn't know the persistent will of someone who, even after being beaten down for years, remained optimistic and compassionate. Hinata would never have succumbed to dementia over her love. It would have made her endure through any obstacle like it does for me. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? I froze in fear. Behind me stood Jiraiya, and from the sound of it he was enraged. Naruto, am I to understand that you're still in love with the Hyuga girl? Why would you still be in love with her when you were supposed to have stopped seeing her nearly a year ago? Because I didn't, I whispered. My body was flung across the field, and I heard Sakura shout. I could see her running towards where I lay, but Jiraiya beat her to me. He kneeled down over my body and picked up my head by the roots of my hair. You continued to see her? I tried to nod. Jiraiya let go of me and stood up. I stood up as well, glaring at Jiraiya as he walked away from me. Naruto, do you understand that danger you would be facing if the Hyuga had found out about this? They already know. I watched Jiraiya spin around, eye flaring with anger. But this time I was prepared. I jumped out of the way, avoiding his attack. While I moved backward, Sakura had thrown herself between the two of us. Naruto, how dare you jeopardize yourself like that? How long have they known? A few months now, but they haven't come for me. Not yet, they haven't. But they will, and what then? What does it matter anymore? What does any of that shit matter anymore? I could feel my body growing hot. My vision turned crimson, and hatred rose in me like I had never experienced before. My blood was boiling and skin was burning as I watched happy moments with Hinata blaze into ash. It didn't matter if the Hyuga came after me, because they had made sure I was as good as dead to Hinata. In fact, I was worse than dead. Non-existent. On being gone. They want to stop you. But will you let them? A menacing voice rang. White-hot fury resonated through me. Why were all these people trying to keep us apart? The Hyuga, Nichi, Sakura, Jiraiya. I hated them all. Hate and continue to hate. And I did as I was told. I watched myself feel better, feel lost and absent as I gave myself to the demon. Naruto. Sakura shouted at me, but I ignored her. She had wanted me to stop looking for Hinata. She was an enemy to my cause. I gave out a roar that was unlike my own voice. It was animalistic and primal. The only thing that could fuel me was pain of knowing I had lost. Naruto, you have to control yourself. Jiraiya ran into my field of view, and I knew that I was about to kill this man. A new appendage made of chakra was ready to lash out when suddenly a vision hummed through me like a beautiful song. Somewhere in the depths of my grieving was something more important. There was Hinata, and she was frightened but also brave, and imagining her before me was enough to shove away the darkness. There, in that moment of clarity, she spoke to me. It will be alright, Naruto. Do not let this anger consume you. If you do, you will forget about something more important. You will become anger and you will forget love. My love. I felt the malicious chakra recede into me and my body collapsed. Naruto. Naruto, please wake up. Pink hair clouded my view. I raised a hand to brush it out of the way, only to find Sakura crying heavily above me. I tried to sit up, but my body was too exhausted to move. From my periphery I could make out a green glow and knew that Sakura was trying to mend me. To my right sat a familiar presence. So what are you going to do? He said. I turned my head to look at Jiraiya. What do you mean? My voice was gravelly and I could taste blood in my mouth. I knew even my vision was still on the mend because Jiraiya shifted from blurs to a fully formed image. What are you going to do? He spoke calmly, as if asking me what my next move in a game of chess was. There's nothing I can do. Don't you get it? It's over. It's all done. I can't be with Hinata and you're not going to train me anymore. Why am I not training you? You said yourself that if I went looking for her then you'd cut me out as a student. I was just over-exaggerating. I'll still teach you. Obviously this girl means a lot to you, and I would be a fool to try to come between you. And I'm not going to stop mentoring you now. Leaving you unchecked clearly has some devastating consequences. Jiraiya gestured to my beaten body. The old sage let out a long sigh. So do you really love this girl as much as you say? I love her more than anything in this entire world. So then, what are you going to do? You tell me, old man. I was tired of his questions and I was tired of doing. All I did was fight, and with each battle it seemed like there was no end. I was tired of finding the answers myself. I was tired of shouldering the burden of Sasuke and Sakura and Hinata all on my own. Well, here's what you're going to do. Jiraiya looked at me seriously. You're going to train. You're going to train hard so that you will bring Sasuke back. And then after you bring Sasuke back you're going to train even harder. You're going to go on dangerous missions and climb the ranks of shinobi. You're going to become a chunin and then a jounin. You are going to gain the trust of the people and the elite in all 3 factions of the kingdom. And then finally you are going to become Hokage. Jiraiya placed one of my arms around his shoulder, and Sakura did the same with the other. They both stood up and carried me towards the road that led back to the town. But why? I asked. Jiraiya turned to me and smiled coyly. Because nobody in their right mind would reject the Hokage as a son-in-law. Not even a Hyuga. I stared shocked at him, and then without any intention to, I laughed. So if you like this chapter you should leave me a review so that I know what's up. Also encouragement gets me to update faster. But seriously, once again, sorry for being so late. I know what it's like to desperately want a new chapter to come out. AC. Chapter 13. Guys, I updated. I did it. Also thank you Levi for those incredible words of encouragement. I felt that you deserved a shout out for just being so wonderful. Anyways, I'm trying not to drag this out any longer than I have to. 2 more. I know I've been saying that for months, but just 2 more. We're almost there. Hinata POV. When I awoke that morning, it was with an air of lonesome. I lifted my torso onto the pillows and scanned the room. Looking to my left, I took note of the date. February 3rd. I leaned forward and felt for some odd reason horribly alone. But not the kind of loneliness that came from days of isolation. This was the loneliness that came from missing. It was as if some presence was absent from my room, and where it should have been was merely air. Throwing the covers off, I leapt out of bed and paced around searching through my thoughts for the missing element. My feet propelled me towards the window, but instead of opening the curtains, I stood there. This was where it was supposed to be. As I turned to view the rest of my room, I found my body once again bounding forward towards the wall with the Hyuga family tree. This was also where it was supposed to be. Corner to corner I scurried along, hoping to solve the mystery of the lost thing. This was where it was supposed to be. At least this was where it had been. I was pulling apart drawers and shuffling around papers trying to find the missing object. I checked under my bed and inside folded socks. And even though I was tearing apart my bedroom in search of this item, I could not for all the wealth in the world figure out what it was I was looking for. But I knew that I would know what it was when I found it. Hinata-sama, is everything alright? Just as I was searching through a jewelry box, one of my maids came into the room. She looked disturbed as she stared past me. I followed her line of sight and turned my head to see the chaos that was my room. My furniture had been turned upside down, and my bedding was a mess. I looked down into my hands to find myself clutching at pearl necklaces, as an assortment of expensive earrings lay haphazardly around me. I dropped the jewelry and stood up. Straightening my nightgown, I spoke up. Yes, everything is fine. What brings you to my room? You're late for your training session with Niji-san. He wanted me to check on you and see if you were still planning to attend. This time my eyes shot towards the clock. She was right. I was in fact half of an hour late. But I could have sworn I had woken up an hour and a half before. Had I really spent all that time searching for an entity gone astray? Hinata-sama, were you looking for something? She said cautiously. I moved into the closet to get dressed. From inside the room I spoke again. Yes, I mean no. I don't think so. I exited the closet to find the maid hunched over the jewelry box. She was picking up small studs and placing them back into the box. I will be going now. Yes, Hinata-sama. I walked quickly down the hallways, cursing myself for wasting an hour on something so trivial. That weird feeling, the feeling of missing something, must just been a remnant of my dreams. I must have dreamt about losing something, and naturally I woke up feeling the same. That must have been it. Slipping around the corner of the hallway, I rushed towards the training hall. I arrived at the dojo to find Niji meditating. He kept his eyes closed as I approached. I sat down next to him, legs folded one over the other, hands atop knees, and palms facing the sky. I swallowed long breaths and exhaled away the morning's confusion. Even though I was sure my stance was perfect, I felt 3 fingers dug into my shoulders. Straighten your back, Hinata-sama. My posture improved as I felt Niji's hand pull away. We went back to meditating, quietly gauging each other's mood. Niji was, thankfully, not upset with me. Minutes passed by before he spoke again. With eyes open, I watched Niji stand up and face me. Is everything alright? Why yes, everything is fine, thank you for asking. I responded, but I knew he was not convinced. However, out of respect he did not pry further. Instead he motioned for me to stand up and face him in combat. After a short bow, we bared our fists at one another and prepared to spar. I was getting better, improving with each day. I had progressed to the point where even Niji broke the smallest of sweats after an hour with me. After each battle we would bow to each, and instead of saying goodbye, Niji would ask me to stay and talk. He seemed to like talking with me. Though it was just a few words at first, a short explanation as to why he was so preoccupied or an inquiry as to whether or not Tenten would be coming. Eventually our conversations matured into more meaningful matters. We talked about feelings and fate. Lately, Niji seemed quite interested in knowing my opinion on fate and our ultimate future. What did I dream for? What did I expect out of the clan? What did I hope to gain? I did not understand what he wanted from these discussions, but I did not challenge his newfound interest. Sometimes during a lively debate, Niji smiled. It was not the smirk or small grin he usually awarded me, but a full set of teeth that seemed too rare to acknowledge. In his position it made no sense to seem so happy, but in those moments he was. And so we talk about our futures and hopes and dream, and I would listen as Niji spoke of children with the future wife who he could not, or more likely would not, name. And I spoke of supporting Hanabi as heir to the Hyuga throne, and marrying a prospective suitor. And every time I mentioned this, Niji would laugh. But at least he was laughing instead of crying, and that was the best I could do for him given the situation he was in. I bowed at Niji after our spar was over. He bested me once again but assured me that I was making great strides. Today, like every other day, he asked me to sit next to him, and we sipped on tea brought to us by a maid. Hinata-sama, do you ever feel different than you used to? And so it began. Not really, Niji-san. I replied, tasting the fruity blend imported from a distant land. It was tropical and warm like sunshine and red fruit, and I longed to be in that distant land instead of in Konoha during the rainiest of seasons. Think deeply, he said as he closed his eyes in a meditative position. He took in a deep breath which prompted me to follow. As I inhaled, I realized I did feel different. I do not understand what you mean. I asked, avoiding my own feelings. Have you changed somehow? In your personality? In the way you act? Are you different? It was then that I realized the incomprehensible truth that I had been trying so desperately to hide. There is something different about me. But I must also be the same. This mantra has been running through my head for a month now. I feel it in the stares of clan elders who acknowledge me with the same gentle tongue, but a new air of respect. It is spoken to me in the way my father actively seeks my presence during dinners and lunches instead of keeping me away like he had done for years. It is the sturdy beat of my sister's insistence on a daily scheduled meet-up instead of sporadic room calls. The subtle melody that plays when my cousin asks me to have evening tea with him, and it is the violent anthem of Tenten's hidden faces of anguish. There is something different about me. But clearly I am still the exact same. No, I do not feel any different than I usually have, cousin. I lied, gulping down the rest of my tea. I could feel Niji's disappointment. For some reason he was hoping for a different answer, and for some reason I was not ready to give it to him. Well, I expect you would like to clean up before Tenten arrives. Yes, thank you, I said, surprised by the short conversation. As I walked towards the door, I looked back to find Niji staring sullenly into his cup. Today he did not smile. On February 12th, I awoke to someone's presence. I could feel them standing somewhere in my room. But by the time I had cleared my blurry vision and sat up, the feeling had faded. The average person would have been scared or at least concerned if they had felt someone's unwanted presence in their room while they slept. Instead I felt sad. I wanted that presence in my room, and as I went to my sink to wash my face, I realized it was not just any presence. This was familiar and loving. Somehow I knew who it belonged to, but once again I could not identify what I was searching for. During dinner my father was discussing kingdom economics with Hanabi and Niji. Occasionally during these debates, he would ask for my opinion. You are correct, father. Closing off trade routes to Sunu will in fact put severe economic pressure on them, and potentially coerce them into signing the Five-Nation Pact, but you also forget that some of those routes cross into poorer areas of our country. By shutting down trade on those routes, we also sever many means of income for those in the rurality. We cannot sacrifice those with less to push our own agenda. Leave it to Hinata to take the humanitarian approach. Hanabi laughed. There must always be someone among the elite to protect those in our charge. Your kindness is also your strength, daughter. My father complimented and I smiled. You also forget, uncle, that many of the goods from Sunu are sold within the bazaars. Half of its products come from our friends from the West. We would be damning many of those merchants and ultimately affecting our own economic growth negatively. Ah, you are right. I have forgotten about the bazaars. But in my defense, it has been many years since I have been there. Oh father, it's absolutely lovely, Hanabi said smiling. You must go again. They have added so many new stalls since I was a child, and it would be so wonderful if you came along to see them. As Hanabi regaled my father with descriptions of the bazaars, I could only picture one in my mind. The Nefera Bazaar, arguably the largest and most impressive of the bunch, appeared through my eyes. Why I spoke much louder than I had meant to. My family turned to look at me. Is everything alright, Hinata-sama? Niji asked, looking concerned. I looked into his eyes with an obvious expression of confusion. Then I looked towards my father, trying very hard to form words. I used to go to the Nefera Bazaar with Tenten almost every day. I went for months. So why was I not allowed to go anymore? Instantly my father looked at Niji, and they shared a quick moment of understanding that did not go unnoticed by Hanabi or myself. There was an assassination attempt on your life. The assailant almost got Niji, and we placed both of you, as well as Hanabi, on lockdown until the culprit was caught. Do you not recall? And as my father said the words, the image formed in my mind. I recalled a man grabbing my hand in the bazaar and someone, a bodyguard I assumed, defended me. In the same wave of thought, I saw Niji beaten badly, laying in Tenten's arms on one of the compound training grounds. I shook my head reassuringly. Of course. I must have forgotten. I answered. Perhaps Hinata is tired from training today. We should end our dinner early to allow her to rest. And so the rest of the table stood up and Hanabi accompanied me to my room. How could I forget an attempt on my own life? I whispered more to myself than I did Hanabi. She tightened her grip on my arm. Do not worry too much, sister. The trauma of the attempt must have caused your brain to erase the memory. Don't dwell on it and just sleep. I did as I was told. In a few seconds my eyes fluttered to adjust to the light of a bright sun. The morning of February 19th, I saw blonde hair. For 5 solid seconds, I was certain that there was someone standing above me with bright yellow locks and a large smile. But once my eyes opened I realized I had only been confusing sunlight for golden hair. Even so, I brought my fingers forward trying to catch the hair before it completely transformed into light. I flexed my fingers in the warmth of the creeping sunshine peeking through the blinds, wondering why I could have seen another confusing specter. Today I sparred with Hanabi as Niji watched. She was almost as tough an opponent as Niji in terms of skill, but her punches lacked his strength. It was easier to recover from any of her hits, and our match lasted longer than my usual contests with Niji. Finally Niji called time. Excellent work both of you. Hinata, you are doing a great job of keeping up with Hanabi. Hanabi, you must not let your sister best you. You are quicker than Hinata, but I feel like you have been slowing down your steps for her. There is no need to hold back. In fact, you are doing your older sister a disservice with your pity. Hanabi rolled her eyes at Niji, but gave me a quick wink. I smiled as I witnessed the most incredible transformation. All my life. Hanabi had been a miniature version of my father. In my eyes she was his female counterpart. Stoic and no nonsense. There was no room for silliness in Hanabi's world. Powerful and serious, Hanabi was always pegged to be the next heir. I assumed it was her natural talent and also her uncanny likeness to my father's own demeanor. That placed her above at the top. But now I realized that was only an act she was putting on for me and the rest of our clan. She was, in fact, a brilliant actress. The truth of the matter was, Hanabi was the most sarcastic and silly girl I had ever known. I began to see this side of her when she interacted with Tenten. She would make cute quips and remarks that surprised me. She began to tease me about little things like the way I hid whenever I saw a clan elder, and I started to hear the hidden sarcasm in the way she spoke to them. She was a completely different person to the one that I had grown up with, and I loved her all the same. Hanabi Niji sighed as he picked up a kunai with a small toy ninja attached to the end. He dangled the weapon in front of her face and gave a very disapproving look. Hanabi snatched the kunai away and gave me another exasperated look. I sighed. Hanabi, you know kunais are not toys. You should not be putting decorations on them. I lectured. She threw her hands up in the air, clearly very annoyed. It's not like I'm going on any missions anytime soon. Besides, it was a present from my teammate and it's really cute. If father sees. Father won't see it because I keep it in my pouch, and if you hadn't snooped through my things, we wouldn't even be arguing about this, she said, pointing the kunai towards Niji. The pouch was open, Hanabi. You need to be more careful. Ugh, blah 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 blah. I could not help but giggle as Hanabi put the pouch away and whirled around Niji to purposely annoy him. He pushed Hanabi out of the way. Very cute, Hanabi. Try to act more mature when we're in the compound. Niji seemed utterly unfazed by Hanabi's new attitude. I suspect he knew of her true personality all along. Now Hinata, I know you have not been able to leave the compound, so I have requested some fruit and treats to be brought in for you and Tenten today. I hope you like them. As Niji finished speaking, he motioned for a few maids to bring in baskets of snacks. They placed them on a nearby table and left the area. Thank you very much, Niji. I smiled at him. Niji went towards his equipment bag and pulled out a towel. He wiped the back of his neck and began to pack up. I did not want him to go. I had been trying to get Niji to spend some more time with Tenten. They only saw each other during team practices and the occasional mission. I was hoping that through more exposure, Niji might change his mind about the wedding. Perhaps today you would like to join me in Tenten. The three of us have never had a chance to spend some time together. Oh? Niji said with surprise. He looked at me earnestly and spoke again. That would be very nice. Just then a loud scoff came from the other side of the room. I looked to see Hanabi, equipment bag slung on her shoulder, arms folded, with one eyebrow raised. What is it, Hanabi? Niji asked. She rolled her eyes again and walked towards the snack baskets. Do you seriously think it's a good idea for you to be around Tenten more than you have to? I do not understand what you mean. She is my teammate and good friend. Niji replied as Hanabi opened a small parcel containing biscuits. She took a small nibble and looked from Niji to me. You're playing a very dangerous game here. One where there isn't going to be a winner. She maintained steady eye contact with Niji. I do not know what you mean, Niji said sternly. Hanabi sighed. I might be young, but I'm not an idiot. I see what's going on between you guys. Hanabi placed the biscuits back down and began to walk through the door. Just be careful is all I'm saying. She is right. Niji spoke after Hanabi had left. I should not be doing this. I will let the two of you spend time together alone. No? I said almost too loudly. Niji looked taken aback by my aggressive reaction. Please stay. I know Tenten really misses spending time with you. Just as I finished speaking, we heard quick footsteps and knew she had arrived. Tenten danced into the room and stopped the moment she saw Niji. She gave him a careful smile and beamed at me. Niji has so graciously brought us some snack from the bazaar, and I have invited him to spend the rest of the afternoon with us. Tenten gave me a surprised look that only lasted a second. Great, because I am starving. I've been training with the Wonder Duo, and they wouldn't let me take a break for 4 hours. Tenten headed straight for the produce, and Niji followed her. I walked slowly behind them, taking in the picture of Niji handing Tenten a fruit. They smiled at one another, and even though it was still awkward, the mending process was already in motion. Hinata, try this. I have heard rumors that these are the best apples in town. Niji handed me the red fruit. Instantly my mind went blank and my heart began racing. Tears overflowed and I felt my whole body begin to shake. Skinny fingers wrapped around my shoulders, holding me up before I could collapse onto the ground. Get that away from her right now, Tenten shouted at Niji. Immediately a wave of servants rushed in and removed the apples from the premises. The rest of the day was a blur. I remember being brought back to my room and a gentle hand stroking my hair as I slept. There was a ban on all apples in the compound from that day forward. I seriously do not need that, Hina. Please put it down. I'm begging you. I looked into the palm of my hand and grinned. Then I looked back up at him. Oh, but it's perfect. A little frog for the apprentice of the hermit. Sage. I handed the frog figurine to the shopkeeper. Another hand came into view trying to keep the frog away from the merchant. No? You're not buying that thing for me. I stared into his eyes. Please. I want to. I saw the cerulean blues falter in his head. Swung in dismay. Pulling the arm back, he gave up and grumbled. On February 28th, I awoke from a vivid dream. A blurry face that I almost recognized starred in a dream about the Nafair Bazaar. But I had never gone to the bazaar with anyone except for Tenten. At least I cannot remember if I have. There are times when I cannot recall certain moments in my memories. I can remember that I had not gone to the bazaars the few months after the assassination attempt, but I cannot remember what I did in those few months. I see Tenten in a few of the memories, but the majority of them are unclear. I think I was sitting in my room with someone. Or maybe not. I am too afraid to tell anyone about these lapses in memory, because I hardly understand the implications myself. What if I am going insane? So instead of coming to terms with my own deteriorating sanity, I pretend that the lapses are due to stress of the natural aging process. I ignore them. Hinata, how was your day today? Hiyashi-sama asked as we sat together eating dinner. Excellent, father. Sparring with Hanabi and Tenten was very good practice. I think I am starting to perfect my palm rotations. Wonderful. It is always good to hear you are improving. He wiped his chin delicately with a linen napkin. Now I must ask you about a more serious matter. Have you given any thought to the Inizuka marriage proposal? I know Hanabi has spoken with you, and I hope that you might have come to a decision. Uncle, I hardly think this is the appropriate time to. Niji, enough. I understand your feelings about the decision. Once again, do not interfere. Not now. The tension was palpable between my father and Niji. I could not believe that Niji of all people was against the alliance. Did he have something against the Inizuka clan? What reason would he even have to be opposed? So daughter, what do you say? I looked from my father then to Niji, his eyes were glaring daggers at Hiyashi-sama. It was utterly bewildering to see him angered. Hinata, I need your decision now. I stared back at my father. On one hand I knew Kiba, and I knew the marriage would fit all of my requirements. I had spent countless nights laying awake thinking about the idea of marrying Kiba Inizuka. We would live in his mansion and attend parties. I knew he was kind and very funny. He liked the outdoors and he would certainly give me enough space. He would treat me so well and love me. But there was some part of me that was so horribly against the proposal for no obvious reason. I simply knew that if I said yes I would come to regret the decision. Hinata. I snapped out of my thoughts. Yes, father. I accept. I said without realizing what I had done. A fork slammed down onto the table, and Niji stood up. Without looking back he had left the room, slamming the door as he did. My father ignored the disturbance, but Hanabi could not. She looked frightened and her eyes shifted from me to my father to the door. Good. I will write to the Inizuka now. Hiyashi-sama left the room hastily as well, leaving me and Hanabi alone. Okay, what just happened? She shouted once my father was out of earshot. Hanabi looked at me and I stared back without really seeing her. I think I am getting married. Naruto POV. I seriously do not need that, Hina. Please put it down. I'm begging you. I looked into the palm of her hand and watched the sweet smile form on her face. She was absolutely determined. Oh, but it's perfect. A little frog for the apprentice of the hermit. Sage, she pushed the figurine towards the shopkeeper. I threw my hand in front of hers to keep the frog away from the merchant. No. You're not buying that thing for me. I stared into her eyes. Please. I want to. I looked into the lavender eyes that always pressured me into these ridiculous swims. Pulling the arm back, I gave up and grumbled. I watched as she paid money for the stupid little frog. I was currently holding said green and orange amphibian in my hands. Closing my eyes I went back and remembered her tuck the frog into my waistband. A cheeky smirk was playing on her lips. Though she seemed innocent, there was a hidden coyness to Hinata that I should have seen in those initial few months. She dragged me to the next stall, and I saw Tenten give me a piteous shrug. Naruto. Let me in. I snapped out of my daydream and rushed out of bed. I opened the door and Sakura pushed past me. I was knocking for like 5 minutes. What the hell were you doing in here? She gave me a concerned look. I watched her pace around the room and fidget with her headband. Naruto, we need to talk. No? I know that look. Whatever you're going to say isn't good. She bit her lip and moved towards me. I flinched away and put my hands up defensively. It's important, Naruto. Every time you have that look things get worse. Why do you have to have bad news? Why can't you just say something good for once? I said without thinking. Sakura stopped walking and looked at me in shock. Naruto, she was hurt and upset. I knew she didn't mean to be the bearer of bad news. It was a huge burden on her as well. But it seriously sucked that whenever Sakura rushed in like this, it wasn't to tell me anything good. Just more shitty shit. Sakura, I'm sorry. I walked towards her and put an arm around her shoulder. Pulling away, I looked into her eyes. I know you don't mean to. You're just keeping me informed. I was just having a good dream and you interrupted it, so I was already in a bad mood. A dream, huh? Sakura wiped away tears. Anything special? Nothing. Daydreaming, I guess. I don't know. What's up? Daydreaming, huh? About what, may I ask? Well, you know her. I said, rubbing the back of my neck. You gross. She gave me a look of disgust. God, no, not like that. I was just thinking of the time before we confessed to each other. When we were just awkward friends hanging out in the bazaar. She bought me all kinds of crap I didn't want. She bought me this, you know. I waved the figurine in her face. Sakura snatched the frog from my hands and looked at it. You know, I was wondering why you had all this Toad-themed stuff. I mean, it's a little on the nose. Sakura placed the frog down onto the kitchen countertop. So anyways, you might want to break out the hard stuff for this one. I sighed and walked around her towards the cabinets. Sakura found a bottle of something strong hidden behind a bag of rice, and opened the cap as I placed 2 small cups in front of her. After she poured the drinks, we clinked our cups and downed the entire glass. Tell me everything. Sakura poured more drink and took a small sip before starting. I overheard that the Hyugas were offering a marriage proposal to the Inizukas. I let out a long sigh and laughed. Sakura put her drink down and gave me a funny look. That's it. Sakura, that's for Niji, Hinata's cousin. He's planning on marrying an Inizuka girl. God, I thought you were going to tell me something awful. Fuck, Sakura, don't scare me like that. I laughed and picked up my drink. I walked towards my bed and sat down. Sakura followed and sat on the floor in front of me. Her expression didn't change though. Naruto, the offer was for the Inizuka's son, Kiba Inizuka. The Hyuga leader intends to marry his daughter off to their son. Now he does have 2 daughters, but the youngest is only 14, which means that the daughter in question is most likely Hinata. Oh? Oh? Sakura said, giving me the most scathing look she could manage. That's it. Oh. No, I just married it, so I don't think it's going to happen. That's all. Standing up, I went to pour myself more of the drink. I filled the cup to the very top. What do you mean you don't think it's going to happen? Sakura practically yelled, chasing after me. How the hell can you remain calm? She's going to get married, Naruto. If all goes as planned, the engagement will be in 2 months and the wedding a few months after her cousin's. She gave her consent. Why wouldn't it go through? I finished my liquor during her monologue and had already poured myself another. I don't think she really forgot me though. So she wouldn't marry another guy. Down went another shot, and the anxiety and malicious anger that was beginning to bubble in me started to subside. Before I could reach for the bottle, Sakura had stolen it from me. What? Look, this isn't some cheap ninjutsu placed on her. This is the Yamanaka clan. The real deal. Her memories are fucking gone. She either has to be incredibly gifted at breaking this particular seal, or she has to have an iron will in order to. Would you forget Sasuke? What? I took the bottle back in her surprise. Do you think if something like the Yamanaka jutsu was used on you, you'd forget Sasuke? I mean, don't you think your memories of him or your relationship with him would, I don't know, transcend the human psyche? That you'd still remember him on some level? I suppose, but it's different. I've known Sasuke for years now. I mean, that's at least 7 years of memories. I don't think it's about the quantity, Sakura. She loved me, I know it. And that's not something you can just forget. Love is the most powerful, whatever you want to call it, and it's really good. She wouldn't forget that good, you know. More alcohol flowed into the cup, but this time Sakura took my cup and poured the contents into hers. I think you've had enough to drink. You're spouting nonsense. No, you just don't get it. You've been worn down, but I know the truth. She hasn't forgotten me. She remembers at some level. I swear she does. How do you remain so optimistic? She said, placing the bottle back behind the bag of rice. I threw myself onto the bed and slowly saw the world begin to spin. I had drunk too much too soon, but the alcohol was doing its just. I wasn't angry. I was a little sad, but mostly I was numb. Because she's Hinata. Because I'm me. I can't help but just know it will work out. I'm jealous of you. Sakura smiled as she rinsed out the glasses and put them away. I seriously am. Listening to you talk about Hinata reminds me of all the wonderful miracles in this world. It makes me believe. Yeah. She's a miracle. My eyes began to close, and I became acutely aware of the pitter-patter of rain against the window. I could hear Sakura put her shoes back on. Anyways, I just came by to tell you that. I have to head to the hospital. I'll see you tomorrow. Thump. More footsteps as she walked down the stairs. I opened one eye and saw the water droplets fall onto the pane. It was so dreary and grey and miserable. It was hard being optimistic when the weather was a perfect depiction of how I honestly felt. An Inizuka, huh? He's royal, that's good, I suppose. At least she'd be living a comfortable lifestyle. She'd be near her family and she would still have Tenten around her. Maybe this Kiba guy was a really good guy because I couldn't imagine Hinata agreeing to marry just anybody. Or at least her little sister would have stopped it if the match was bad. She had done that for so many others, so why settle now? But Hinata would remember me before the ceremony. Right. Even if she didn't remember who I was before the wedding, Hinata would live an easy and happy life. She'd have kids with this Kiba guy and grow old with him. If she was married, then I would have no reason to stay in the kingdom. I could go to foreign countries on dangerous assignments and train. I would focus on bringing Sasuke back. She'd be happy and content with a family and a life without heartbreak and misery. During that sad rainstorm, I began to think that maybe it was for the best that she couldn't remember me. Just maybe. Leave a review and heads up, things really pick up in the next chapter. AC. Chapter 14. Hinata POV. Blue. This time it was blue. A deep true blue that felt endless. Something so familiar but unknown, like a night by a lake covered in floating stars. I felt the breeze, as if I was sitting alone with feet pressed into cool soft sand, knowing with certainty that there was something wonderful across the water, but not being entirely sure what this something was. Minutes passed by and I did what I did every morning. I closed my eyes and tried to force the blue into my memory. It would slowly fade until only the backs of my eyelids remained, but it brought me comfort while it lasted. These days I felt the most at peace in those foggy blurred moments. It was as if I was putting together a puzzle blindfolded. I would feel my way around the edge of the piece, and would try to place it with the others. This morning I had blue in my mind, and I attempted to match it next to the correct piece to form an overarching image. Bold, yellow, loud, orange, happy, hurt, frantic. However, I did not know where it was meant to go, and if I had, I do not think I would have been able to see the answer. Today was no different than the other mornings. I had another piece, but no picture, though sometimes in the haze between dream and awake, I could swear I had solved the puzzle. I rolled to the other side of my bed and looked at my small calendar. I ripped off yesterday's date to reveal today's. March 6. I sat up in my bed and stared at the date, heart racing slightly faster. Tomorrow I would meet with Kiba, and I would meet him not as a friend, but as a potential suitor. It would have been almost unbelievable if it was not for the absolute fact that it was indeed real. Kiba Inizuka, the hot-headed boy that had once placed a bug down the back of my jacket, was now at the top of the line, to marry me. I used to be scared of him with his sharp canine teeth constantly bared at any girl who tried to approach him in the schoolyard. It took most of my minimal confidence to muster up the courage to introduce myself when we were first placed together in the academy. He bared his sharp teeth again, but this time with a smile. Hi Hinata. I'm Kiba. I felt giddy. I felt excited. I felt strange. I felt unsure. I felt unsure. In actuality, I did not know how I felt. I knew what I was supposed to feel and I knew what I once felt, but this amalgamation of confusion and excitement was not what I expected. I knew Kiba, I have known him nearly my whole life. We started primary together, sat beside each other during secondary, fought together during our academy days. I knew his quirks, that he liked his meat rare, that he enjoyed startling girls on the playground by wolf whistling at them, which he got in trouble for on a number of occasions, that he loved his dog more than any person in this world. I knew he had once liked a pretty girl from a different country, and that she broke his heart, and he had spent all night with me and Shino lamenting over a lost love. I knew that even though he hated Shino at first, he grew to appreciate the man's silent and often obtuse wisdom, and that he would do anything for his best friend. I knew how tall he was, his favorite color, his ambitions, his dreams, his likes, his dislikes. I knew him. But I did not know how I felt about him. I drew out of bed, hoping that I would have my answer once I saw him in person. When we met again, during Tsunade-sama's ball, everything fell back into place. As if there had been no long pause in our friendship and we were once again teammates. It was a warm and comfortable feeling, and right now it was more welcome than my usual state of confusion. But something about the idea of marrying Kiba bothered me. I still hadn't figured out what had changed in me. Like the puzzle of my dreams, I felt like I would never solve it, but somehow I already knew the answer. But if I had wanted to spend my morning unraveling the mystery of my own heart, I would not have had the time. A knock at the door took me out of my thoughts and back into the present. For now, I would put aside my questioning heart and focus on preparing for my meeting with Kiba tomorrow. An army of maids, seamstresses, and beauticians marched into my room, ushering me out of a bed and into a robe to trot me into my bathroom. Hours went by filled with scrubbing and oiling, tweezing and pruning, fragrant smoke soleil scents into my hair, removing cuticles and rubbing turmeric under my eyes to prevent the inevitable dark circles. They chatted sweetly, sometimes asking my preference in florals, or how I like to have my eyebrows done, thin as to fit the Hyuga image. Finally, when my skin glowed and my hair was as dark as possible, I was led back into my bedroom and thrust in front of a monumental mirror that was not there when I woke up. Hanabi was sitting quietly on my bed, feet tucked under the blankets, and a smirk dazzling her face. She looked best when she was being coy and carefree. "Do you have to be the prettier sister?" she asked, smiling and making a sweeping gesture over my form. The woman who was currently pinching my face let out a grumble. She'd be prettier if she could manage a full night's sleep. She swept her thumbs under my eye sockets, lightly massaging them in hopes of removing the faint purple that had made residence there. "Hinata-sama, if you weren't so pale it would hardly be noticeable. But no worries, we always have powder for these things." Mainin clucked her tongue, then directed a group of seamstresses toward the closet, reprimanding them for not anticipating her next instruction. If this group of women were an army, then Mainin was their general. She meticulously cured it and groomed the Hyuga clansman, our personal image coordinator. Mainin was known throughout the kingdom for her expertise in cultivating an image of tradition, formality, and grace. When her own tenure with the Uchiha was over, Hiashi-sama had personally recruited her to her family. She was the one that had cleverly sewn the narrative for the Hyuga royal trio. Niji, the devoted prodigy. Hanabi, the austere commander. Hinata, the demure ingenue. Roles that we had not only played on the public sphere but between each other. She chose every outfit, every pattern, every color, every piece of jewelry or scarf or pin before even Hiashi-sama saw it. My look for tomorrow was entirely under her will. No, not green. Not for tomorrow. We need a more subdued color. Something light, that shows a delicate femininity, something with small patterns. Get me some of those pieces I ordered for the Akatsuki festival. Some of those have what I'm talking about. Mainin was shouting commands, finally giving up and going into the closet herself, pushing women aside in a huff. But if they thought to find a reprieve once they left the enormous closet, Hanabi was unwilling to give it. She was no longer calmly on my bed, but was instead taking handfuls of dresses, inspecting them, and throwing the rejects back. In the arms of a tired maid. Together both Mainin and Hanabi made an entirely exhausting force. They threw fabric across my shoulders, comparing my complexion and my hair, making sure it worked together. Once they were satisfied with a few choices, Mainin had dragged me into the seat in front of my vanity. Someone was twisting intricate knots into my hair, while someone else was swatching colors on my hand. "No buns, Hinata hates buns. She looks better with most of her hair down." Hanabi redirected. For the most part, I maintained my silence, letting the busy noise float through my mind. They compared rouge and powders, and I was content to sit passively, to try to clear my thoughts, and even untangle some of the strangeness I felt in the pit of my stomach. Questions would be directed my way, but I knew my sister or image consultant would answer as they deemed fit. "What is this?" To my left sat my personal jewelry box, most of its contents placed on the desk among the various makeup products. Mainin had been rifling through it, apparently looking for a matching set of earrings. She turned her hand to show me something she seemed to find peculiar. I didn't approve of this. In her palm sat a small comb meant to be used to style one's hair. Attached to the comb was a flower made completely of white gems. Not real gemstones but the inexpensive kind. The type of stones that would be placed on children's jewelry. The comb itself seemed to be made of simple metal, rather than the gold it was trying to disguise itself as. It was so dull and cheaply made and looked nothing like the jewelry that was in the box it came from. How do I look? Honestly, I don't even notice the flower. You're just more distracting. Throw this way, Maiden said, handing the ornamental comb to a maid. Suddenly her face jerked towards me in a look of shock. Without realizing, I had stopped her arm and prevented her from handing over the comb. No, I said, releasing my hand and reaching for the comb. Ignoring the look of confusion on Mainen's face and concern on Hanabi's, I stroked the little thing, feeling each scratch on its surface. It is mine. Please continue. As they slowly ventured on, the puzzle pieces began shifting in my head. Suddenly I was seeing candlelight. I closed my eyes and I could faintly smell fried dough and hear the barely audible sounds of giggling women. There was dancing. I knew it wholeheartedly that there was dancing wherever this comb had come from. And there were arms, strong arms, pulling me closer, holding me. And I was happy and I was in. Hinata. Hanabi broke me away from my imminent realization. Sister, they're all done now. I looked around to see the team in Mainen standing formally in a line waiting for me to say something. I could only thank them and bowed from my seated position. Once they left, Hanabi made to grab my hand, the one still holding the comb, but I moved it away too swiftly. I was just going to put it back. She held her hand out waiting for me to give her the comb. I stood up so that I could place it back in the box myself, avoiding her gaze. I did not want her to see me so perplexed, but most of all, I did not want her to take the little comb. Where is it from? She said tentatively, watching me closely as I sat it down inside the box and closed the lid. I do not know. There was a finality to my words. Hanabi remained silent and then, once I had put away the jewelry box, she left. A shaky sigh left me, for I knew that if I had to explain where I received the flower, I would simply fall apart. All I knew, and I knew very little it seemed, was that I treasured that trinket above all else. It was my heart and I would not give it away for the world. Naruto POV. Konoha's rainy season lasts from the beginning of January to the middle of March, with torrential storms hitting us severely in mid-February. In the kingdom, roads were built on a slant away from the palace, and the streets never flooded no matter how hard it rained. In the middle, there seemed to be decent storm drainage, leaving the occasional deep puddle to accidentally fall into. But in the ruts, we were basically left with an ocean. The concept of being dry eluded us during those months. We embraced it, albeit unhappily. It was the unwelcome family member that came to stay for the holidays. During the season, everyone seemed to be fashioned with runny noses and a piss-poor demeanor, and no one was immune. Except for me. I hadn't known then, but the demon that lived inside me kept me warm rather than perpetually damp like everyone else. I never did get a cold, never had to worry about being in the rain too long, or suffer through toxic tonics. Sakura had always been jealous of me, and Sasuke said I was too stupid to catch a cold. My spirit was never broken by thunder and lightning, and Iruka-sensei said my hair was too bright to be deterred by rain. But on a particularly dreary, terrible, dismal day, when Sakura was relentlessly putting me down and Sasuke refused to even look in my direction, I called it quits. My cheer in the face of whipping winds did not seem to make any difference, and I had had it with trying to be the optimist. I joined their shitty mood because misery definitely loves company, bitching and moaning, unwillingly to partake in our training for the day. Then Kakashi-sensei pulled me aside and I was sure I was going to get scolded for my behavior, but I was ready. Sakura was worse than I was, and Sasuke was infinitely more impossible to coerce. If there was someone to be mad at, it was them. Kakashi sat me down and before I could state my case, he interjected. Naruto, you are incredibly talented, you know that. What, that was not what I was expecting. Kakashi smiled his one-eyed smile. Yup. You're super strong, incredibly hardworking, and you have boundless energy which makes you an incredible soldier. Thanks. All traits that make a great ninja. But not what makes you an asset to this team. Do you know what makes you integral to Team 7? Well. He was being patient, trying his best not to seem patronizing, which was a great feat for Kakashi. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I didn't want to play this game. Naruto, this team cannot function without your confidence. I'm serious. The energy that you bring to this team changes the entire dynamic. Without you, Sakura is hesitant and never stops second-guessing herself. You're the only reason Sasuke even seems to try. Do you understand? I don't get it. You want me to be cheerful. In a way, yes. You have that quality that motivates people. It's endearing. We need it, they need it. He nodded towards where Sakura and Sasuke were sitting sullenly. You don't seem to realize the impact you have on those around you, but I'm telling you now. When you're at your best, the world does better. So the rain rolled in, like it did every year, and Kakashi's words fell onto me, trickling through my veins. I could wallow. I had done it so many times that year that it would have come naturally. To curl into my covers and drown out the sounds of the world. To ignore life's responsibilities and completely forgo food and comfort and only sleep. But this time, I had a team. A team that supported me but also needed me to be me. I had Jiraiya, who didn't seem to have any good words of advice when he found out Hinata was getting married, but still forced me to get out of bed, to eat. He began cooking for once, and encouraged me to train, enticing me with new techniques. I could spot the intensity in his eyes anytime he thought I might be slipping, and he would come at me with renewed vigor. And I had. Sakura, who was acutely sensitive to each of my moods and seemed to think that any change in my behavior could be mitigated. With the proper mental conditioning. If I wasn't receptive that day, she was suddenly that insecure girl who doubted her own worth. Wondering if she was a good friend and a good teammate. For them, I had to be me. I had to be the Naruto that Kakashi expected of me. The optimist, the boy who never gave up, my ninja way it seemed. I wasn't a wallower but a fighter. Nothing less than a man determined to be his best self because his best self was what the world needed. It was what his friends needed, and to be anything less would hurt them. And if there's one thing Naruto Uzumaki does not do, he does not hurt his friends. But it hurt me. Oh, I wouldn't lie, it hurt like a bitch. Pretending to be okay. Every lie or platitude to prove that I was still expecting the best possible outcome and nothing less. As if the thoughts of what if she gets married and moves on and loves someone. Or what if she never remembers me. Or the worst, what if she does remember me and still loves him more. Never played on repeat in my head. The nagging thought that I should be able to do something to change this outcome was pummeled every day by the reality that I couldn't. And that I had to pretend like I could. This was a pain that was so raw that I had to deny it constantly in front of others. And to deny it was to poison myself. So I willingly ingested my own venom to make the world better. It was worse still when Sakura was involved. At least Jiraiya granted me his ignorance, let me pretend that my act of strength was working. Sakura was not easily fooled, but she was also not easily satiated. I had to work harder, push myself harder, to convince her. Sometimes she wanted me to talk about Hinata. Letting out your emotions helps, you know. And for a split second I was ready to be that person. To cry and wail and throw a tantrum right on the floor. But then Sakura would transform. It was her talent and also her truth. She loved too deeply. It was a burden she cradled and nurtured and then expected you to coo over it. I needed that when Sasuke left. I had no one to talk to about it because you left too. I know what you're going through, Naruto, because where you are now is where I was. And she would talk about Sasuke. And I would let her talk about Sasuke because she had so much pent-up trauma from it all, and she needed this. And I pretended like these conversations helped me because I knew she needed that too. She needed me to need her, and I did, just not like this, but she wasn't ready for honesty, and I wasn't ready to take her fulfillment away. So I let her start these conversations about my feelings and end them about hers, and I could see she felt better, and that made me okay, for a time. Sakura had managed to find some time to see me the first week of March, in between the uptake in hospital work due to the cold season, but the look on her face told me everything I needed to know. It's a bad news face. I do not have a bad news face. She shouted at me from across the apartment. I plastered on a grin and turned to her. Yeah, you do. Did you know that if you smile while you talk, you can make your voice sound happy? It's that oh poor kid look that you have. Is it really? Sakura was putting away dishes. She came over on the off chance that she was free to help clean the place or stock up our pantry. I think this was her way of making sure I was okay. It's the little things, I suppose. God, I hope my bedside manner with my patients is better than this. Ah, I'm sure it is. They haven't fired you yet, have they? If you can't manage to make a joke look convincing, just turn away and pretend to look out the window. So out with it, I said. Hinata's meeting her suitor tomorrow. Well, is he hot at least? I laughed, not a fake booming one, but a believable chuckle like I knew it wasn't funny, but I found it funny anyways. Sakura smiled politely. In any other circumstance, she might have hit me. I don't actually know. Never met the guy. But I thought you would want to know of any new developments. Yeah, I do. Thanks. Was that too cheerful? Are you okay? Sakura paused to give me a moment, but I pushed through, chipper and unfazed. Yeah. Come on, she's just going for a meeting. It's not like they're sealing the deal or anything. But Naruto, if she agrees, then they're engaged. Yeah, I know. But trust me, it'll be alright. Honestly, Sakura, I just have a good feeling that it will be fine. I love your hopefulness, Naruto, but just before she could continue, Jiraiya was walking through the door. Hey Sakura, are you joining us for lunch? Oh no, Jiraiya-sama, I actually have to head back to the hospital now. But I promise when the season ends I will join you too for hot pot. Sakura darted across the room to give me a tight hug before leaving for work. Are you staying for lunch? I asked Jiraiya hopefully as the door closed. His back was turned to me as he set down packages on his bed. I gotta get back out there and do, my usual research. I can make us something other than ramen, and you don't have to cook it all. The door to the pantry was swinging open as I frantically looked for something to cook. Jiraiya was still occupied. Nah, I'll pick up something small on the way over. You sure? Cause it's really no trouble. Yes, Naruto, I'm sure. Actually, I was thinking maybe you could just stay in today. With me. There it was, so transparent and obvious, that begging in my voice. I couldn't do it anymore. Not today, not when I know what comes tomorrow. I needed to be the weak one, the pessimist, for someone else to carry the burden of hoping. Jiraiya had stopped what he was doing, but didn't turn to face me. Naruto. His voice was low and calm. I immediately regretted what I had said. I'm not your father. His words were a slap. If you want comfort, you'll have to go to someone else. I'm not going to coddle you. This isn't why I brought you here to train. Oh, I didn't mean that. I recovered, laughing loudly, hands clasped behind my head. Geez, Jiraiya, God, no, I don't want you to baby me. I just meant, you know it's raining and it looks miserable out there. Thought maybe you'd prefer staying in instead of being drenched is all. This time he faced me, with a seriousness in his look. Do you want me to stay, Naruto? Hell no. What am I gonna do with a geezer like you, huh? Play cards. Now go harass those confidants you're getting intel from. I laughed again. I was sure that time it was convincing. Did you want to train? He offered. Was this bait? A trap meant to make me vulnerable only to teach me to be stronger? Nah, there's no way we could train in this weather. I'd fall on my ass and die or something. No, I'm alright. If you say so. Then he left. Right out the door with no hesitation, and I felt silly and stupid for even asking. And then suddenly the apartment was too small, and I had to leave too, even if it was raining and there was nothing to do. I bounded down the steps of our apartment and landed onto the street, unsure of what came next. My feet were carrying me onto a familiar path, and I realized where I was trying to go. To the bazaar, to see the apple vendor and perch in my usual spot, and I halted. There was no way I could go back to him and pretend that everything was okay. Not today. Not any day, I realized. I could never go back to that spot, to that man, to those stalls, without terrorizing myself. I was done with the Nefera bazaar, with all bazaars, and I was done with the kingdom. So I ran down a wet and muddy street towards the open fields where I trained, thinking that a few exercises would clear my mind. When I arrived, sprawling grass was paved over with muddy water, and rain had fully soaked through my clothes, but it wasn't enough to stop me. I pushed myself harder, running faster and faster, and skidded to a halt when I had reached the center. My momentum and the slippery ground beneath my feet betrayed me, and I was sent falling onto my back. Rain pelted my body. I could feel the dirt and grime absorb into my orange tracksuit, seep into the crevices of where my shirt met my pants, and where my ankles were left exposed. Water flooded onto my sunken eye sockets and nostrils and filled my mouth. It engulfed me and I was drowning on land. This was what I wanted, to be overcome and to let myself sink. Something dark settled above me, and for a moment I thought I knew who it was. But when I opened my eyes, I discovered a passing storm cloud, fat with condensation, had obscured my view. For a second there, I thought Sasuke had appeared. I started to cry. I howled as thunder roared through the mountains, and lightning soared across distant skies. I imagined it, as I wept, Sasuke standing above me, that insufferable smirk decorating already haughty features. "Get up, idiot," he would say and reach out a hand. That was what he did. Laugh at me when I fell and then pull me back up. I needed that now, needed my best friend, Sasuke, to pull me back up. What would he say? I couldn't imagine it. Sasuke was the only person I truly understood and yet could never predict. Sure, I couldn't write the script of what he would say next, but I knew without a doubt that he'd say something to make this whole fucking awful situation seem manageable. Or at least to make me feel like me again. He was the man who knew me so fully and clearly, and was one of the only people in the world who could put me back together. I sobbed and sobbed and sobbed myself hoarse in that dirt and mud and rain. Kakashi was right and he was wrong. Sasuke may have needed me back then, but I needed him now. Hinata POV. Okay, but you can't laugh at me, he said with such a strikingly serious look on his face that I was thrown off guard. I would never. Please tell me. My hand landed on his knee encouragingly. Redness creeped across his face, and I could feel my own body begin to warm. Well, he began steeling himself. My dream is to become Hokage. Moving my calendar aside, I went to grab the comb that I had taken out of the box and placed on my bedside table. I gently rubbed it as I sat disoriented on my bed, thinking about the dream I had just had. There were no faces, none that I could recall at least, but there were words. My dream is to become Hokage. Repeating those words filled me with a sense of pride, of admiration, and of love. Was it me that had said those words? Surely not, because I never had ambitions of becoming even the leader of the Hyuga clan, let alone Hokage. Was this a dream or was it a memory? If it was a memory, then who said those words? Then, whose memory was it? I kept repeating those words in my mind as the maids began to dress me. They wrapped me in a beautiful pale blue kimono with silver flowers, and covered my dark circles with powder as instructed. My hair waved loosely down my back, and my lips were tinted peony. My dream is to become Hokage. Are you excited to meet your suitor Hinata-sama? Said a voice to my right. Suitor? Kiba-sama, Maiden said loudly. That snapped me out of my thoughts. Kiba-kun. I nearly shouted to the astonishment of those around me. Yes, I am most excited to see him. To see him today. Now. Then suddenly Kiba was in my mind, and I had no room to think about who wanted to be Hokage, because I still had not yet decided how I felt about Kiba. I had spent all evening in the late hours of the night thinking about that comb, wondering where it came from, and why it was so dear. I had not even spared a moment's thought to Kiba, to my marriage. My heart began racing as fear settled in my bones, burrowing into the marrow. What was I going to do? Was I going to go through with this and marry him? The desires of saying yes and running away from the union as fast as I could were clashing through my sternum. Did I love him enough to commit to a life with him? Did it matter? With haste, almost as if to prevent me from changing my mind, my ladies' maids hurried me through the halls. Elders gave me quick words of admiration and well wishes of success. My father, Hanabi, and Niji waited for me at the main entrance. There was nothing except joy written across my father's features. His arms opened, beckoning me, so he could hold me. Stern pupils turned soft when we spoke. You look like the spitting image of your mother. She was a great beauty as well. Tears threatened my eyes, moved by my father's sweet words and my severe anxiety. Come Hinata. Niji gestured me into the carriage as I managed one last look at my father. He was proud, he was so very proud of me. The doors closed and Niji sat opposite to me, a silent sentinel. I should have known that if my father was elated then Niji would be troubled, a pattern they had developed when it came to the topic of my marriage. He was restrained all through the carriage ride, glancing occasionally at my fingers as they fidgeted with the hem of my kimono. I was waiting for something, some word of encouragement, some advice. Niji went through this exact process already. In fact, he had had it even worse than I did. He was at least in love with someone, and he still did his duty to his clan. Why could he not tell me the secret to convincing my own frightened heart? His was a silence that scolded, as if admonishing me for doing exactly what he did. In a fairly short amount of time, we arrived at the ornate gates of the Inizuka Manor. They were more inviting than the solid walls of the Hyuga compound, gold twisting and turning into the features of large walls, the symbol of their house. While the Inizuka clan was not nearly as old as the original families, they rivaled us in wealth and in the kingdom that mattered a great deal. We rolled down a beautifully paved path lined with supple bushes and flowers, coiffed perfectly even in the rainy weather. The servant was waiting for us at the manor's entrance, umbrella in hand, to walk us through the home. Finally we were in front of large double doors, the entryway to a sitting room where Kiba waited me. The servant had been excused, and I was waiting for Niji to open the door, anxiety written across my face, when Niji turned to face me head-on. This is only a meeting. You can say no. I will support you no matter what decision you make, but please make this decision for yourself and no one else. Trust yourself. Niji's earnestness smoothed away some of the ruffles in my demeanor, but added some confusion to my overall choice. Before I could ask him to clarify, the doors opened and there stood a tall, dashingly handsome man, grinning at me. Thank you for escorting her, Niji. I can take it from here. Kiba said in a manner that was much too casual given the intensity of the current situation. Niji only nodded his head and made to leave. Kiba then turned his attention to me. Shall we? He took my arm in his and swept me into the room. It was smaller, more intimate than I had initially expected given the largeness of the doors. There were no windows except for a looming skylight that displayed the gray of the clouds. Kiba walked us towards a table placed serenely in the middle of the room, directly underneath the stormy sky. He then unhooked himself to pull out a chair, and waited until I was comfortably seated before sitting uncharacteristically rigid in the seat across from me. The servant came to pour tea for us, but Kiba stopped them. It's fine, I'll manage this. You can go. The servant handed over the ornate kettle to Kiba before bowing and leaving. No cream or sugar, right? I still haven't forgotten how you like your tea. I could only nod, my tongue stuck so thoroughly in my mouth that the mere act of speaking seemed impossible. When the cups were full and my plate set with a small cake, Kiba finally allowed himself to lean back against the seat, a hand ruffling the hair on the back of his neck. I made to break the silence. I see. So we both spoke at once. Patters of raindrops bounced on the glass above and echoed through the room. You go ahead. Please, you first. It almost felt as if the rain was reverberating through my eardrums. Hinata, why don't you go first? I only meant to ask where Akamaru was. I was hoping to see him. Suddenly Kiba was laughing his dog's bark laugh, and I could only help but break a small smile. Ma thought it would be best if Akamaru wasn't in the room. She said, and I quote, he's not the one that's asking to marry her. The funny thing is, I gave him a bath because I figured you'd want to see him. I do indeed. He misses you, you know. He used to love just falling asleep on your lap. I liked having him there. He fit perfectly in my jacket if I recall. Remember that one time at the academy when one of the instructors stopped me to specifically check and see if I was smuggling Akamaru onto the class trip? Yes. We were going to the forest for a week-long training mission. Right? And I somehow managed to convince you to take Akamaru for me and hide him in your coat. I am still shocked that it worked. You were so small. You think they'd have noticed you had a huge lump in your jacket. It was a good thing you were making enough noise to keep them occupied. I was laughing, trying to place the teacup back on the saucer as gently as possible. I had always been a bit more daring under Kiba's encouragement. He made me brave, or at least he forced me to be brave with him. There was no way I was going on a camping trip without Akamaru. He chuckled, staring down at his empty cup. He folded his hands in his lap and smiled down at them. I'm glad we can laugh like old times. I remained silent as he looked up. I'm not going to lie, I thought this was going to be incredibly awkward. Us having been teammates for literal years. So I have to admit I'm a bit surprised, if not relieved, you said yes to this meeting. His demeanor had changed, and now he leaned forward, an elbow planted on the table, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Why did you say yes? It was my turn to look down. Well, do you mind telling me why you asked first? I was picking at my perfectly manicured nails, ruining the effort from the day before. Kiba's eyes were still locked on me. Way to sidestep my question, Hinata. But I am the gentleman and therefore will fulfill your request, he said in mock politeness. The ease of his tone let me know it was okay to look back up again. Honestly, my parents have been trying to get me married for a while now, and I've just been saying no to everyone. I just can't imagine marrying some random person for the sake of my clan. Then my cousin got engaged to your cousin, and suddenly your name was thrown in the mix, and, well, I know you. Catching himself, he put his hands up in defense. It's not just that I know you, I know lots of people, but I know you. You're Hinata, you're one of my oldest friends. We've been on missions together, I know how you operate and how you think, and there was a point in time where I could almost certainly guess your next action. I know I can be comfortable around you, and I thought, why wouldn't I want to marry someone like that? Besides, it helps that you are one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. So all in all, I thought, why not ask my incredibly gorgeous, talented friend to be my wife? He finished with a self-satisfied smirk, probably as a result of the ever-growing blush invading my face. Kiba had always been incredibly complimentary towards me, but somehow this seemed different. This was flirtation and it felt foreign, both thrilling and icy. So, he prompted, pouring more tea into our cups. It's your turn. I steadied myself, the nerves colliding with the sweetness of his words. I did not have my answer yet, but I could at least be honest with why I agreed. My father thought that the alliance would be beneficial. His face began to fall, almost imperceptibly. And I continued forward. The rain was suddenly pouring. And I prepared. It smashed itself against the window in a violent show of force. I looked up in alarm but still powered through. And for the reason you just stated. I said yes because I want to marry someone I know. Someone I know deeply. In Kiba, you have always been in my heart. You are one of my dearest friends, and I would be remiss to say no to someone that knows me. To marry a stranger might mean potentially foregoing a chance at happiness and love, and marrying you would mean I could have that chance. I stopped myself because I had not prepared the words I had just confessed. Love, huh? He said before I could begin to backtrack. He was quiet for a few seconds, his mind deep in thought. I searched his eyes for any indication that I had made a misstep in admitting to him and to myself that I wanted love. Before I could correct myself and tell him that I did not need to love him, he started. I am not going to lie to you, Hinata. Actually, that is one promise I will make to you now and forever, if we are to be married, that I won't lie to you, because a good partnership, a good marriage, I believe, is based on trust and the truth. So I cannot say that I love you right now in this instance. Of course I care about you deeply. But I think I know that if we were married, I would come to love you as my wife. You're right, I think out of anyone, you're the person I could see myself falling in love with. A smile, of relief and contentedness, broke across my lips. Of course he understood what I was trying to say because he was Kiba and he knew me, and that was why I would marry him. Perhaps it was odd, but I was so thoroughly thrilled to know that he did not love me, not yet, because I did not love him. But I could and I would and he would, and that was what mattered. Hearing that makes me feel very happy, Kiba-kun. A brightness entered the room. Though the rain continued on, it was a mere drizzle, the small rays of sun illuminating what were once dark clouds. You're going to have to drop the honorifics, you know. You'll have to be more casual with me once we're married. Perhaps so. Besides, it won't sound as intimidating when you scold me. Well, I have things to scold you about. A joke, I was making jokes. Why was I so worried? No, of course not. He laughed, then turned serious, as if a sudden thought had invaded his thoughts. Hinata, before we move forward, I need to know if you have any reservations about marrying me. Remember, I only ask for honesty, so please say anything at all, state your case. And suddenly they were there. The puzzle pieces, the knots in my stomach, the confusion, the sleepless nights, the dreams. My dream is to become Hokage. Everything in my body was telling me to say no to this alliance, right now, say no. Hinata, Kiba said, alarmed. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Please. The warnings were shrieking through my mind. Say no, they cried, just say no. It was Niji's voice, telling me it was okay to say no, to just do it, to say no. But it was my father's face I saw. His pride beamed at me. I would not take that from him, not when I had no reason. I would not take that from myself. I would not deny myself something good. Kiba-kun, I just worry about seeing my family. I like trying to force the warning signs from my mind. Nerves be damned, I would do what was right. And that was all this was, nerves and sleeplessness. Oh, is that all? Hinata, you can see your family as much as you want. They're your family after all. Though I have to say, I was under the impression you weren't very close, but whatever you want we can make it happen. Thank you. Of course. Okay, so we're doing this. We're going to get married, huh? Yes, we are going to be married. The room was too bright, too small. I wanted nothing but to be back in my dark cavernous bedroom, asleep and waiting for something. My mother is going to be thrilled. She adores you. You made quite the impression on her during the ball the Yamanakas hosted 2 years ago, you remember. With a gulp, I swallowed down the nagging thoughts and forced myself to be present with Kiba. We talked for a long time, about things we shared like how Shino would take the news, what our families will expect from us, where we might go on our travels once we were married. I could see it. With Kiba, I could be confident, live a life that made me proud, that made my father proud. I saw it so clearly, not love not yet, but us. Best friends enjoying each other's company, having tea and dinner and making jokes. I could not bring myself to imagine romance and children, but they would be there, I knew it. And this malicious feeling of betrayal would dissipate with each step towards Kiba. I could feel that too. I would be content. This could be my future. The hour was almost upon us, and I could sense Niji's presence behind the massive doors. Kiba stood up, pulled out my chair, and linked his arm in mine once again. Right before we opened the doors, Kiba gave pause. There's one final thing I want to make clear. If at all, any time during our engagement you want to call it off, you are more than welcome to. I'm not saying I want you to call off our wedding, but I want you to be fully into this marriage. And if you aren't, say something. I promise we will always be friends no matter what happens. I would like to extend the same courtesy to you as well, Kiba-kun. Of course. Thank you. Thank you. He returned with a small bow of his head. Then he opened the door and escorted me and Niji to the front gates. He waved goodbye as the carriage left, and I kept my gaze on my fiancé until we finally turned down the road. The ride was quiet once more. Niji seemed unwilling to look my way, and the confidence I had gathered in Kiba's presence was slowly withering. When we were finally parked in front of the compound, I waited for Niji to open the door. He sat there, waited, and then spoke. May I ask about your decision? Suddenly, I could feel something creeping in slowly, as if to make its way inside and hide from the rain. I have agreed to marry Kiba in Izuka. Niji opened the door and left with haste, leaving me alone with a new visitor in the carriage. Disappointment had sat down in the empty seat, escorted by Niji but invited by me. Naruto POV. When I was a kid, I lived alone. I didn't have any other choice. With no parents and no blood relatives to support me, the kingdom gave me a very measly stipend and placed me in what could be graciously called a box. My home could fit the basic necessities. A cot, a sink, a small furnace, an even smaller window. I spent the majority of my life outside of the confines of a dull studio. Most days I could be found in Iruka's living room, or in the booths of my favorite ramen shop, and on some occasions, sleeping over at the Uchiha compound, but only if Sasuke was feeling particularly generous. Otherwise my apartment was simply a place to hold my clothes or sleep. When I first arrived in the middle with Jiraiya, I knew our living conditions weren't going to be luxurious. He was a hermit and I was a penny-poor soldier. Iruka had given me only enough to buy myself a new set of clothes and a hot bowl of ramen when I arrived in the middle. His teacher's salary prevented him from giving me anything further, and my love for him prevented me from asking. So when Jiraiya said our combined incomes could only afford us a studio, I imagined my old apartment, maybe slightly larger. I had not been prepared for the substantial increase in conditions. The place Jiraiya had rented us seemed palatial compared to my previous life of squalor. It was one large room with a working kitchen and a bathroom that included a full tub. There were large windows, and it came furnished with shelves and drawers and 2 beds pushed up against opposite walls. Beds instead of cots and warm blankets and even a laundry service next door. There was room for me to stretch my legs and even move away from Jiraiya if I was irritated. It smelled clean if we kept it clean, and if we didn't, well then we could actually open the window to air it out. It was paradise. Even after I had been spoiled rotten by the comforts housed within Hinata's room, I was never in want for more from my apartment. It was the perfect home. Until it wasn't. Until it turned cramped and small, and suddenly felt exactly like that little box in the ruts. You see, I was put under house arrest. This was by no fault of my own. If there was blame to be given, it was all squarely on the demon fox, and I suppose the Uchihas. I had spent the next few days after my pathetic rainy breakdown glued to the training field. If I wasn't running laps or practicing maneuvers, I was lying on the ground while it rained, wondering if Lightning might just strike me. I had nowhere to go and there was no way I was going to wait at home, where Sakura might ambush me. With the confirmation that Hinata did in fact say yes to marrying some man that wasn't me. I was sitting under a tree, scraping out mud from the crevices of my sandal with a twig, when Jiraiya approached. We had quickly come to a silent arrangement in those couple days. I would be at the training field wallowing and crying, and he would be blissfully ignoring my anguish. So I was surprised, and more than annoyed, to see him walk over towards me, a severe look on his face. "Get up." "Why?" I said without looking up at him. There was a rock shoved between the little gaps in my sandal, and it refused to budge. "You need to go back to the apartment." "Why?" "Naruto." Now. It was the voice he used when something went wrong, a voice I was all too familiar with and knew to take seriously. However, I was in a petulant mood. I had been out here all week, getting soaked and arriving home shivering, and I hadn't heard even a word about my well-being from him. I waved my stick at him, the clump of dirt clinging to the tip. "Why?" I drawled. It was wrong to prod the bear, but I was feeling a bit sour. He doesn't get to ignore me and then command me. He might be my mentor, but like he said, he wasn't my father. He stomped the ground sharply, and the impact sent me up into a standing position. "Let's go." He turned and ran. I tossed the stick on the ground lazily and followed, noticing his shifty looks as we jogged through forests and onto paved streets. He would sometimes stop me to look left or right. When I entered the apartment, he quickly shut the door, and the glint of a new shiny lock caught my eye. "What's going on, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya worked his way towards the windows, peering out of them, then shutting the curtains quickly. He proceeded over to his bed, pulling out scrolls from underneath it. He would unravel one, only to find it was the wrong one, then shove it away, and continue on. I was accustomed to being ignored during these ultra-focused, ultra-stern moments. A year ago, I might have forced him to respond. Now I merely walked over towards the window above my bed, and began to open the curtain to see what he might have been looking for. "Don't open that." He scolded me, never taking his eyes away from the scroll in his hand, a pile slowly forming to his left. I snatched my hand back like a kid being told not to touch a stove. Found it. A fully unraveled scroll lay bundled in Jiraiya's hands. He got up and moved towards me with a feverish speed. His intense presence had startled me, and I backed away from him. Jiraiya was staring down at me, a manic look in his eyes. I spotted the Akatsuki in the area. "What?" I shouted. "What?" "Itachi Uchiha and the member of the Seven Swordsmen are somewhere camped in the woods surrounding our town." "Then let's go get them." I moved forward and almost immediately, Jiraiya's large hand pushed me back. The back of my knees collided with the edge of the bed, and I fell down onto it. "Shut up, Naruto." He hissed through gritted teeth. "We are not going to fight them. I can't move you without risking them finding us, and I can't protect you and defeat them if I do. We could fight them. They were scared enough of you last time." I sat up, leaning forward and looking at him. The scroll dangled at Jiraiya's side as his other hand rubbed his temples in frustration. They were surprised, that's all. Now that they know here what they will be ready, and I'm not prepared to fight two members of the Akatsuki at once. "You won't be. I'll be fighting them with you." "No, you won't. You'll be right here where you'll be safe." "Oh please," like a cheaply made door with a fresh lock is going to stop them. My hand shot out to gesture the useless safety precaution. Jiraiya gave it a glance, then shook his head as if the lock wasn't even a factor. "No, but a scroll that will hold you in the stomach of the mountain toad might." "What? You're sending me to live in a toad?" "Not exactly. This apartment would just be housed on a metaphysical level within a toad. A toad that the Akatsuki cannot reach and therefore cannot reach you. But I'd still be in here. Yes, you would be both here and there. This way no one besides myself can access this apartment. Even Sakura. I'm afraid so." I stood up to meet his gaze at eye level. "Well, I'm not doing that." "Naruto." "No, I'm not Jiraiya. You can't force me to sit at home while those psychos are out there. You know you can't." I forced my voice to sound rational, and not let the simmering anger show through. "Naruto, for heaven's sake, will you listen to yourself? You're not strong." "I'm strong enough for this." "Jiraiya, what's the point in teaching me to fight if I can't even do this?" "No, Jiraiya, I'm not sitting around like a child while the world protects me." Even though our faces were hardly a feet apart, our voices were rising, and I knew our neighbors could hear the disjointed shouts from within their apartment. "You think it's you that I'm worried about? Get a grip, Naruto. If that demon lands in their hands, then you've jeopardized the lives of everyone in this world." He pointed an accusatory finger into my chest. I pushed his hand away and walked towards the kitchen, separating us as my nails began to dig into my palms. "I won't let them. I'll fight, If you leave out that door, then you're not fit to be Hokage." "Oh fuck you, a Hokage protects his people. A Hokage sets aside his ego and does what needs to be done. If you can't avoid running into danger and handing them the fox spirit for the sake of your pride, then you'll never be fit to lead a nation. If winning a battle is worth the lives of every citizen in Konoha, then I'm telling you, you don't deserve to be Hokage." A silence shot itself through the room. Jiraiya had trained the fourth Hokage, and had been mentored by the third. He could have been Hokage himself if he had the interest. He knew what it took to be Hokage, to lead and to protect our country. A minute passed, the pitter-patter of drizzle on the window pane was counting the time. Okay. I said, fingers relaxing but eyes stinging. Okay. I stood there waiting for our next step, but Jiraiya remained quiet, collecting himself, perhaps even processing what he just said. Eventually he moved and the shuffling of scrolls and the sound of chalk on hardwood filled the apartment. Though the blinds were closed, I could see the orange of the setting sun peeking through into the kitchen. When the light faded from orange to pink, Jiraiya called for me. He gestured to me to sit where the scroll lay in the center of a large circle with foreign scribblings around its edge that had been drawn onto the floor of our little flat. Jiraiya began to recite words, and as he did the chalk, once a bright white, turned to black, and the line of the circle began to rise from the ground. A sensation in the pit of my stomach hugged me in every direction, and the unbearable need to vomit overwhelmed me. In my periphery the walls started pulsating and dull wallpaper turned to flesh sinew. Jiraiya's voice grew louder and louder, and just when I thought I would lose myself completely, the world went still and silent. The walls, the floors seemed untouched and my stomach undaunted. The only indication that something had happened was the scroll, that now lay completely torn in front of me. My hands were shaking as Jiraiya held me up. When I could stand without his assistance, I ventured once more towards the window and looked out, daring him to tell me to back away. I had been expecting the unpleasant view of a large stomach filled with bile, but instead I saw the same view of the street that I would have seen normally. You'll still be able to see the outside world, maybe even hear the street noises, but if someone tried to look inside they would see nothing, I think. And what happens if I go outside? Jiraiya eyed me suspiciously but answered anyway. You'd go out into the streets of the middle, but you would be unprotected and you would die. He had said it so matter-of-factly. But as long as you stay in here, they won't be able to open that door. If they do, they'll most likely open into an empty square where this place once was. I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't someone notice a big empty hole? It's not for you to understand, Naruto. Just follow this one simple rule. Stay here. With that, conversation and my freedom were over. If I had known that would be the last time I had a chance to see Sakura, I wouldn't have wasted my days hiding from her. I would have gladly taken her demotivating speeches, even her confirmation of my worst fear, over silence and boredom. My longtime companion, loneliness, was all I had for company and he was a bad houseguest. Being confined to the apartment also meant I had to see a lot more of Jiraiya, but could still come and go as he pleased, almost flaunting it with relish. I would never describe Jiraiya as vindictive, but there was an exaggerated flourish in how he would brush the water from his hair from being outside or comment on the foot traffic and all the people he got a chance to speak to. He had, after days and days of begging, relented to my request to inform Sakura of the updated situation, and had even taken it upon himself to be our messenger, delivering letters and small care packages back and forth. I had expected Sakura to be on my side, to have been appalled at the drastic steps Jiraiya had taken. While she did think it was unfair to quarantine me with such severe conditions, she was patronizingly supportive of Jiraiya's efforts to keep me safe. Naruto. I know how much you hate sitting still, but just know what you're doing is a service to the Hokage and to Konoha. Tsunade-sama would be proud and so would the fourth, I'm sure of it. Just remember, this is all for the village. This could even be your chance to relax for once. You do remember what it means to relax, right? There are some soaking salts in the package I'm giving to Jiraiya, so try to take a long bath soon. Alright, as soon as possible. Sakura. Also, Hinata Hyuga is officially engaged to Kiba Inuzuka. The wedding is in 5 months. I almost shook the letter away. This was no longer a matter of pride or restlessness or ego. I was wasting precious time because now I had a deadline. Not just the obscure day when Sasuke succumbs to complete evil, but also, almost equally as horrifying, the day Hinata takes her wedding vows.